She watched me before I ever noticed her. She smiled as though she already knew me. I should have walked away. This is The Woman Who Chose Me, a gripping psychological thriller about a chance encounter that becomes a terrifying captivity, a stranger with an obsession, and a woman who must uncover the truth behind why she was chosen. I notice her watching me on the train, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, motherly almost. I'm on my way to a college reunion where my ex will be waiting, the man I never wanted to see again. Then the train is diverted. Passengers scramble for another way home, and the kind old woman offers me a lift. I accept. That decision changes everything. I wake in freezing darkness. Metal bars surround me. My body aches. I have no phone, no way out, and no idea where I am. Then she appears, the woman from the train. She looks at me through the bars and smiles. She tells me not to be afraid. She says she didn't rescue me, she chose me. She tells me I'm the daughter she never had. But why me? How could a complete stranger know so much about my life? Why does she seem to know things I've never told anyone? And what does my past have to do with the woman who has locked me away? The answers become more disturbing with every passing day. Because this wasn't a random kidnapping. She has been waiting for me. And somewhere beneath her story of love and motherhood is a secret that could destroy everything I thought I knew about myself. I thought I was her victim. I was wrong. Chapter 1. Violet. I am transfixed. A young woman sits facing in my direction at one of the train's tables for 4. I have a good view from my aisle seat 2 rows back. I always sit facing the direction of travel. This young lady is traveling backwards, so to speak. Therefore, I am fortunate enough to scrutinize. Miss Brunette Tresses, as I'm going to call her, joined the train at Clapham Junction and secured one of the last seats. I was one of the first on at Waterloo. She had to ask a male passenger to move a bag he'd territorially placed on the inside seat to enable her to sit down. There's always one of them, isn't there? Packed train, and you still think you're entitled to spread yourself out. In the end, he sidled across, allowing her to occupy the aisle seat, affording me an excellent view. I like to observe my traveling companions, though I rarely speak to them. We are, after all, sharing the same space, so I am entitled. I doubt she's even noticed me, the old biddy with the knitting in her lap. Boring after all. The young woman puts the heel of her hand to her chin, elbow resting on the table, scrolling through her phone one-handed as if waiting for some good news to come through. You would think it's glued to her, brow furrowed like a plowed field. I resist the urge to call out, "Soften your face, otherwise those wrinkles will take up permanent residence." She can't be more than mid-20s. She's totally in her own universe, so unaware of the world around her. I'm not the only one observing Miss Brunette Tresses. The seat hogger clearly fancies her. He surreptitiously keeps glancing across. She either hasn't noticed or is steadfastly ignoring him. Probably the former. His body language reveals his feelings. He keeps stroking his hair, or should I say head, as he really doesn't have much of it. Maybe he's attempting to cover up his bald patch. He's wasting his time. I can't see under the table, but I'm sure there's some manspreading going on. I'm available, he's saying. Or maybe he's not, but it wouldn't stop him if afforded the opportunity, I suspect. You know the type. As you may have gathered by now, I love people watching. Can you feel when someone is watching you? I've often wondered that. Is it a genuine sensation that you can feel the stroke of someone's gaze? This young woman hasn't looked in my direction, though, not once. Every now and then, she pauses to curl her long, treacly hair behind her ear. It's the sleek brunette locks that caught my attention in the first place. So gorgeous, like the Princess of Wales. Oh, how I'd love to brush them. My hair was like that when I was a girl, except Mother always made me wear mine in pigtail bunches or a single plait. My daughter would have hair like that. I know it. The daughter I should have been entitled to but never had. The daughter I could never have, or son come to that. Being born without a uterus put the kibosh on that, but it is what it is. I'm a rare specimen indeed. At Salisbury, I have to stand up to let the passenger on the inside seat next to me leave the train. I've only just settled back down when a rather pale and willowy woman with jet black hair and an embedded white streak appears. She probably thinks it's attractive, asking me if I don't mind moving across. Yes, I do mind. I'm too engrossed in my observations and don't want to lose my ringside seat. Up I get again to let Cruella de Vil sit down. The rain taps like baby feet on the train windows before proceeding to run in rivulets, reflecting against the February evening damson darkness. With the wind howling outside, it's the sort of night to cocoon yourself indoors with the dog and a glass of red. It's a comforting thought. I'll be alone, but that's okay. I'm used to it. My musings are interrupted by the train guard over the tannoy. Ladies and gentlemen, please may I have your attention. Due to the severe weather conditions, I regret to inform you this train will not be continuing to Exeter Central. I repeat, will not be continuing to Exeter Central. The atmosphere in the carriage goes on red alert. Due to a coastal landslip near Honiton and flooding in the Axminster area, this train will now terminate at Yeovil Junction. I'm informed that rail replacement bus services are being organized, but there may be a wait. I'll update as soon as I have more information. Next stop, Sherburn. Then final stop, Yeovil Junction, where all remaining passengers must alight. A hubbub of discontent explodes. Gasps and bloody hells reverberate around the carriage. I'm concerned by the look on the young woman's face. At first confusion, then anxiety. Poor girl. She turns and speaks to the seat-hogger man who can't believe his luck. He's nodding, no doubt confirming that she will not be making it to her intended destination. "Where are you going to, my lovely?" I strain to hear what Miss Brunette Tresses is saying. She's talking into her phone, but loudly, trying to make herself heard above the commotion that has erupted. She presses a finger to the opposite ear to block out the noise. Yes, that's right, flooding and landslips and stuff. We're all being turfed off the train at somewhere called Yeovil. She looks across to her neighbor to confirm she's got that right. He's wearing a white shirt and dark tie with a gray V-neck pullover over the top. He readjusts his tie that doesn't need readjusting. He's wasting his time. She doesn't fancy him. He gives her a thumbs up. "Sherburn? Yes, it does. It's the next stop." She nods. "Okay, great. I'll wait for you there," she says. "Thanks so much." And she hangs up as she puts her arms in the sleeves of the coat draped around her shoulders. I am not inconvenienced at all. Sherburn happens to be my stop. I live in a sprawling hamlet a few miles away. My car is parked at the station. I'll soon be home to the dog and a hearty supper and that glass of red. I like routine, so I'm counting my lucky stars the train hasn't terminated any earlier. Judging by the chaos now going on around me, many passengers will be arriving at their destination late. It may be pouring with rain outside, but I feel the sun shining on me. Chapter 2. Violet. As the train pulls into Sherburn Station, I join the queue of passengers waiting to alight. The vibrations of the train grinding to a halt gives me the sudden sensation of being on a boat in rough seas, causing saliva to flood my mouth. My insides contract with something. I felt it before. Maybe I am a little worried about getting home in one piece. The rain is pouring down in torrents, and the country lanes are notorious for flooding around here. Once on the platform, umbrellas are raised and rhythmically dance along the platform as their owners disperse very quickly. Not much goes on in sleepy Sherburn, so they'll all be locals. My raincoat hood is up, and I keep my head down, shielding myself from the horizontal rain. As I turn from the platform into the entrance/exit hallway, she's there. Miss Brunette Tresses, waiting by the closed newspaper kiosk, looking out onto the road and pavement slick with torrential rain. A steady swish of cars cruise down the road, and she turns her head expectantly as each one passes. They are all passengers exiting the station car park, escaping to the security of their homes. "What a night," I say, as I pause at the entrance, rummaging for my car key in my bag. I know they're in here somewhere. We are alone now. One more car passes, then it's just the two of us. The only inhabitants of Sherburne Station. "Sorry, were you talking to me?" she says, looking across with her wide doe-like eyes beneath her fringe. "I was just saying what a terrible night." "Sure is." The corner of her mouth tightens. "Got them," I say, holding up the key fob to my Toyota. "Do you need a lift anywhere local? My car is just around the corner." "I'm fine, thanks. My stepbrother is coming to collect me. He shouldn't be too long, except my phone is about to die on me. Typical." She exaggerates an eye roll. "Well, good luck. Hope your lift arrives soon." "Thanks." I give her a little wave and head right for the car park. Such a shame. It can't be much fun being abandoned in what must feel like nowhere and having your plans curtailed, whatever they were. Once in my car, I start the engine, put the demister on, and set my windscreen wipers going. Time suspends, lurking around me like it doesn't want to move on. I wait a full 5 minutes before driving off. I can't leave until the car is ready. It wouldn't be safe. I should do a right turn to head home, but I find myself indicating left. I can't resist another drive past the station to see if the young woman is still there. I am concerned about her. It's such a dismal night, and as a magistrate, my sense of social responsibility kicks in. I crawl along slowly. There are no other cars around. She's still there. She looks up with a hopeful expression as she hears my car approach, peering to see if she recognizes the occupant. I expect she's hoping it's her stepbrother. Her face lights up as I indicate to pull over. She thinks I am him. Her expression crumples to disappointment as I wind down the window and she sees it's a woman. "Hi, it's me, minus the hood," I say jovially, pointing to the back of my raincoat. "We spoke briefly a few moments back. Everything okay?" Still waiting. How long does it take to drive here from Shaftesbury? "Oh, about half an hour, I'd say. Maybe slightly longer in this weather." Her phone pings. She looks at the screen and her eyes bulge. "He's only gone and broken down, hasn't he? Drove through some floodwater. Prize effing pillock." She lets out an exasperated sigh and looks around. "Is there a taxi rank here?" "Well, yes," I say, pointing over the road, "but they're rather intermittent, I'm afraid, and I expect you won't see one for a while in this weather, with the trains all up the spout and everything." The screen on her phone, lighting up her face, disappears into blackness. She stabs at it frantically. "That's all I need. I'm out of juice." She slaps her forehead as though reprimanding herself. "Anything I can do to help?" "I don't suppose I could borrow your phone to make a call, could I?" "With pleasure, if I had it with me. I'm so sorry. I left it at home in my rush this morning. I normally carry my mobile phone for emergencies, which I suppose this is, but I'm not a frequent user like everyone else seems to be, so I didn't worry too much." Her eyes are screwed up, and her face twists with calculations as she's trying to decipher what to do next. "Well, perhaps you could drop me off at a local pub? No point in waiting here aimlessly, I guess." "Of course, hop in." She opens the front passenger door and slides in beside me. She is even prettier close up. She places her rucksack in between her legs on the floor in front of her. "I'm Violet, Violet Green," I say, offering my hand and proffering a smile. "Hi, Florence, Florence Florenzi," she says, taking my hand. She's wearing fingerless gloves, but the tips of her fingers are cool to the touch. "Thanks so much for this." "What a gorgeous name," I exclaim, meaning it. I'm delighted to learn her name. I'd imagine she was probably going to be a Jade, Haley, or Amber, like so many girls nowadays. She lets out a little laugh with gentle creases fanning out on either side of her sparkly hazel eyes. I get called Flo by my family. So, are there any decent pubs around here? I've just had a thought. Better still, why don't I drop you off at a pub outside Sherburne, but a bit closer to Shaftesbury? I'm heading in that direction anyway, and it won't be as far for your stepbrother to find you. That would be great if you don't mind. How kind of you. You're a lifesaver, Violet. Only too happy to help. I like the idea of being a good Samaritan, a lifesaver. I can hardly leave Florence out in this treacherous night, can I? Something rushes through me, sluice-like, burning both hot and ice-cold at the same time. My stomach is like a washing machine on the spin cycle. I think it's excitement at having a companion for a short while. I spend far too much time alone. I drive slowly with my headlights on full beam once we've left Sherburne and head out on the A30. After a few miles, I turn right, and we're soon driving along a network of quiet country lanes, only passing the occasional driver heading in the opposite direction. There is water everywhere, pooling into large puddles, not only at the sides but across the whole road. Much more of this, and the lanes will become impassable. I surreptitiously allow my eyes to roam over Florence as we drive through the pouring rain. I can't resist. I forensically take in every iota of her clothes, shoes, skin, fingernails. She rests her hands in her lap, and I note her dark gray, fingerless woolen gloves, frayed threads trying to escape like little worms. I would love to knit her a new pair, like a good mother should, but I know that's weird. Where were you headed? I venture. All the way to Exeter. I was meeting up with some old uni friends for a reunion. To be honest, I wasn't that bothered about going anyway, certainly not keen enough to spend hours on a rail replacement bus service. Such a shame, though. I'm sure you'd have had a lovely time with your friends. Florence lets out a snort. I don't press her on the meaning of it, although I'd love to know. I don't want Florence thinking I'm nosy. Not far now to the Dog and Duck. Tell Frank, the landlord, I sent you. He'll be only too happy to help, I'm sure. I indicate and turn right into a narrow lane. The pub is just up here on the left. They do great food, too. Brilliant, thanks. I'm starving, actually. Florence reaches down for her rucksack and sits it on her lap, ready to get out. I pull up in front of the Dog and Duck. It looks like it's gone to sleep, shrouded in darkness. There will be no answer to Florence's problems here. Oh my goodness, no. What's happened? They close Mondays, but it's Thursday today, right? I say to Florence, wondering if I could have forgotten what day of the week it is. Yup, it was Thursday last time I looked, Florence says, raking a hand through her hair and sounding a tad exasperated. This day is just getting better and better. This has thrown a spanner in the works, hasn't it? I can only think that Frank must be ill or something. Or maybe he's closed because of the storm. Is there another pub nearby? Florence asks, her face clouding with worry. Not for a few miles, and a lot of the lanes are likely to be flooded. Always happens. It's notorious in heavy rain around here. That's why I selected this pub. We're on higher ground. Damn. I rub my forehead with the tips of my fingers with my right hand and put my left gently on her arm for reassurance. Tell you what. Here's a suggestion. Come back to my house. We'll make a plan from there. You can recharge your phone, have something to eat, and your stepbrother can collect you later, or tomorrow if the worst happens and his car isn't sorted. How's that sound? Wow, really? That's so kind of you, Florence says, giving me the most captivating smile. You really are a guardian angel, aren't you? I'd certainly like to be. It's no trouble, honestly, and it's what I'd hope someone would do for my daughter, if I had one, that is. And besides, I can hardly abandon you here, can I? I add jovially. I pull into the road again and drive up the hill, with the windscreen wipers slipping right to left in a constant frantic motion. But they're practically useless against the ferocity of the heavy downpour. Just as well I know my way around the narrow lanes. There is silence for a moment. Is Florence wondering, but is too polite to ask if I could drive her all the way to Shaftesbury? I decide to head it off. My house is only about a mile away. I'm sorry I can't take you any further, but I really have to get back for my dog. My neighbor Tom will have been in earlier to take him out for a bit, but he'll have been on his own for most of the day, so I can't leave it any longer. You've been so kind, Violet. I really couldn't expect you to do any more. Do you live alone? Yes, just me and Jackson. He's the dog. My partner in crime. No husband, I add, as I suspect that's what she's asking. I never met my Mr. Right, but always time, huh? I say, glancing across and raising my eyebrows in case Florence thinks I'm a lesbian. Not that there's anything wrong with being one. Caroline in our women's group is married to another woman. But I'm not of that persuasion, so I like to clarify to avoid doubt. You've probably dodged a bullet there. I read nearly half of all marriages end in divorce now. I don't really see the point of marriage myself. I'm sure you will when you meet the one, I say. Florence lets out another of her little snorts. Maybe she will open up to me about the meaning of her marriage dismissal over supper. I'd like that. I turn into the gravel driveway of my house and turn off the ignition. Here we are, I say. Does that say the old bakehouse? Looks a fabulous place, Florence says, getting out of the car, taking in my double-fronted early Victorian home and peering at the sign screwed to the wall near the blue front door. There used to be a bakery here for decades, serving the surrounding villages. My great-uncle was the last one to run it. He left me the place. I came to take a look expecting to sell and stayed, nearly 20 years ago now. Jackson's deep bark resonates through the front door. Come on, let's get inside before there's another downpour. Someone is impatient to meet you. Florence puts her rucksack down on the hallway flagstone floor as Jackson rushes at us, his dew claws making a clickety sound as his tail wags at full speed. I'm conscious of a stale, musty smell lingering in the air. It's difficult to get rid of in this old house in winter. I must light a scented candle to make it more welcoming for our visitor. Hello there. Very pleased to meet you, Jackson, Florence says, looking at me for confirmation. She crouches down to greet him, cupping his jaw in one hand while running the other over his head, making him froth up with more excitement. Jackson runs to me for a moment to acknowledge my return, but then back to his new playmate, who is only too willing to make a fuss of him. What a gorgeous boy you are, Florence says, laughing, sitting back on her heels as Jackson rises up, resting his paws on her shoulders to soak up more attention. That's enough, Jackson. Let Florence at least take her coat off first. Is he a Labrador? Florence asks as she attempts to get back on her feet. He's a golden retriever and certainly thinks he's the coolest one around, don't you, Jacko? If there was ever a whisper of doubt creeping through my gut about inviting a stranger into my home, then Jackson is telling me to dispel it. He certainly approves of you, Florence. He's a shrewd dog and doesn't trust everyone. I can see you've made an immediate impression. I know him well enough to recognize he rather likes this young lady. That's good, as I want to put Florence at ease. I want her to relax and enjoy her evening. It's rare for me to have company other than old Tom. Jackson is my perfect welcoming accomplice. I feel something move inside me then, if it hadn't already been shifting. It's like an anchor settling in place before taking hold. It's embedded now. Pleasure has arrived, and we're going to have a lovely, companionable evening. What a treat. You can hang your coat up there, I say, pointing to an oak coat rack with cast iron hooks attached to the wall that's probably been there for over 100 years. Come on through to the kitchen. It's the warmest room in the house. Florence follows me down the hallway with Jackson on her heels, who is determined to keep a close eye on his new friend. Ooh, you've got an aga, Florence says, pulling out a chair at the kitchen table on which to seat her rucksack. Wow! And I'm guessing those must be the old bakery ovens? She points to a series of brick-built Victorian wood-fired ovens that cover the right-hand wall of my kitchen. Spot on. They're not operational now, but the Ada keeps it nice and cozy in here. It will also have slow-cooked our dinner, chicken casserole. I raise my hand up to my mouth in concern and look at her quizzically. You do eat meat, don't you? You're not a vegetarian or anything? So many people seem to be these days. That sounds lovely, thank you. I'm not a big meat eater, but chicken is fine. Phew! I was worried there for a moment. Wasn't expecting visitors. Then I wish I hadn't said the last bit. I'm trying to put Florence at ease, and I don't want her to feel unwelcome. I'm too out of practice. You said you were hungry. There's certainly plenty of it. I always batch cook. No point in cooking just for one. Take a seat and I'll serve up. Fabulous, thank you. But Florence doesn't sit down. She's unzipped her rucksack and is holding a phone charger aloft. May I? She says as she connects the charger to her phone. Of course, let me, I say, reaching out to take it from her. Would you mind letting Jackson outside in the back garden for a moment to do his business? The back door key is on the mat there where Tom has dropped it back through. It's a walled garden, so you don't have to go with him. Sure, and then, is there anything else I can help you with? Lay the table, perhaps? Just keep an eye on Jackson for a moment. He'll probably want to come straight back in. I plug the charger into the wall. There's a satisfying click. The sockets in the old bakehouse are rather stiff and ancient. Florence lingers in the back door watching Jackson. I'm going to have a glass of red wine. What would you like to drink? A glass of red sounds lovely, thank you. I take 2 colored ceramic pasta-style bowls from the dresser and select a screw-top bottle from the wine rack. It'll be quicker to open. I can hear the beat of my own heart in my ears as I ladle the chicken and vegetables in a green bowl for me, yellow for Florence. I so want her to enjoy this. I cut chunks of white sourdough and put it in a bread basket before taking it all over to the enormous farmhouse kitchen table that was in situ when I took over the house. Florence rushes over to help me. Look at me leaving you to do everything while I amuse myself with Jackson. How rude of me. What can I do? Do you want to grab some cutlery? Left-hand drawer of the dresser, I say, pointing it out on the wall behind me. Florence returns with knives, forks, and, sensibly, some soup spoons to scoop up the casserole juices. She's observant, this one. Take a seat. Let's eat. Florence goes to pull out a chair and then stops midway. Maybe I should try calling Theo first. Theo? My stepbrother, she clarifies. Oh, do eat first. Please don't let it go cold. Probably best to let your phone charge up a bit more. It's only been a few minutes. I don't mean it as a reprimand, but it is an instruction. I'm sure calling her stepbrother can wait a few minutes now I've served up. Florence complies and takes a seat. Somewhat reluctantly, I expect, but she's too polite to ignore my request. Jackson returns and settles himself down on the stone floor by Florence's chair, strategically placing himself behind, making it difficult for her to pull her chair out again without bumping into him. He is such a sloth. After closing the kitchen door, I light a trio of pillar candles of varying heights sitting on a pewter plate at the center of the solid scrub table. Wax has previously dripped down and pooled at their bases, but I rather like the effect, and it all contributes to the cozy and inviting atmosphere I wish to create for my guest. A rather unexpected and special dinner for 2 at my table that accommodates 8. I've kept the table's rustic look with its dents and scratches, and I'm sure many stories to tell from the old bakery days, but I've repainted the spindleback farmhouse-style chairs, each in a different color. The candlelight gives them a warm glow. This is absolutely delicious, Violet. You're a very good cook, Florence says, reaching for one of the paper napkins I've placed on the table. She dabs her chin to wipe the escaping juices from her spoon. Florence was right about being ravenous, as she's tackled her bowlful with gusto. It's already half empty. I'm delighted. There's plenty more where that came from. What is this? Is it a type of mushroom? Florence raises up the contents of her spoon to show me. Yes, it's called a morel. I picked it myself. Really? How do you know you can eat it? Think I'd be too scared. I'm quite a mushroom forager. Consider myself a bit of an expert these days. I've been doing it for years now. You're right, though. You do have to be careful, but I had a very good teacher in Tom. He lives down the lane on a small holding. I pierce a morel with my fork and lift it up to show Florence I've got them in my bowl, too, in case she thinks I'm trying to poison her. These came from local woodland last spring. I freeze and dehydrate them so I can use them all year round. They're actually quite meaty for a mushroom, aren't they? Florence says, popping one into her mouth. I don't think I've tasted one before. They are. I really like their earthy, nutty flavor. Slightly bitter, maybe? You can probably taste it. There are 3 types of edible morel: golden, common, and black. These are the black. I pick loads of other types of mushrooms, too. They're so versatile and nutritious. I've got loads of recipes for them up my sleeve. Sounds like you could write a book on the subject. You're so knowledgeable. Maybe you should. Florence's compliment unleashes a rush of feelings I can't quite define. Happiness that I've got company. Guilt that I didn't offer to drive her all the way to Shaftesbury. Perhaps I feel a twinge of shame at my appearance. Envy for her youth, her energy, her freshness. Something my generation, myself included, tries to retrieve with copious amounts of lotions, serums, and night cream, all to no avail. Florence picks up her wine glass and holds it up in a toast. To my rescuer, mushroom connoisseur, and cook extraordinaire. She lets out a stifled yawn before taking a gulp of wine. Then a bigger yawn she can't hide. So sorry. It's been a long day. Could I possibly use your loo? Of course. Head right and it's first on the right down the hallway. Florence scrapes her chair back, accidentally knocking Jackson, who obligingly shifts his rump to allow her to stand up. Florence steadies herself for a second by holding on to the kitchen door frame before disappearing in search of the toilet. Now she's on her feet, I expect she'll want to check her phone when she's back. I will do it for her. I've topped up Florence's supper bowl and am refilling her wine glass when she reappears. Oh my goodness, more wine. I'm feeling a bit woozy already, she says, doing a little wiggle to demonstrate her unsteadiness. I better call Theo now, see where he's at. He'd better have fixed his car. Trust me, you don't want me here drunk. Florence, I am so sorry. I hope you don't mind, but I went to check your phone while you were in the loo, and for some inexplicable reason, it's not charged. Still completely dead. I've plugged it into a different socket, and it seems to be charging now. Florence lets out a little sigh of resignation. I don't know what happened. I definitely switched it on at the wall. I think it's a faulty socket or something. I should really get this place rewired. Tom says it needs it, but I never seem to get around to it. Give it 10 minutes anyway, and then you should be able to make a call. If not, I'll find my phone for you. I've realized I don't know Theo's number off by heart anyway. Otherwise, I'd have asked you again about your phone, or a landline. Papa is always telling me I'm too reliant on my mobile. He's right there. A good old-fashioned mini address book in your handbag can come in handy. Anyway, there's honestly no rush. There's plenty more casserole and wine, I say, pointing to Florence's place at the table. She gives me a grateful smile and flops back on her chair. Precisely 4 minutes, a few more mouthfuls of casserole, and another half glass of wine later, Florence is resting her head on the table, snoozing soundly. The mushrooms were perfectly safe, but it's probably got something to do with the liquid temazepam I put in her casserole portion and a tiny drop more in her last glass of wine. The Pinot Noir has colored her lips to that of a bitten plum. Nighty-night, my sleeping beauty. Florence. 1 day missing. Saliva floods my mouth as if I might vomit. There's a bitter taste I can't quite define. My head throbs. I feel distinctly odd. Pushing myself up on my elbows, I look around to try and take in my surroundings. Weird. I can't see anything, just outlines of shapes. It's pitch black in here. Tentatively, I sit up and stretch my arms to pat things around me. I'm in a single bed with a heavy duvet and I can touch 2 pillows. God, I must have passed out. How much did I drink? Violet must have put me to bed. I'm still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, but no shoes. What must she think of me? I never could hold my drink. My eyes gradually adjust to the darkness, and I think I can see the silhouette of a door to the right, not far from the end of the bed. Praying it's a loo, as I desperately need a pee, I peel back the duvet and get out of bed. The stone floor is achingly cold against the soles of my bare feet. Jesus! Hasn't the woman heard of carpet or rugs? The door creaks as I push it open. Hallelujah! I think I can see a toilet. I grope against the wall for a light switch, and my fingers grasp a cord. I give it a yank. A single bare light bulb illuminates a minuscule bathroom. I don't know what I was expecting, but it's not much of an ensuite. The toilet is archaic, with one of those chain pulls, not to mention rather grubby. There's a small butler-style cracked sink with hardened limescale stuck around the base of some ancient brass taps, the pillar type with 4 points you have to twist to turn on. They look like something from the servants' quarters in Downton Abbey. I pull back a mildewed white nylon shower curtain to reveal a very slim shower tray with a shower head drooping forlornly from a bracket on the tiled wall. The grouting around the tiles is crumbling away in places. It's a goddamn armpit of a place, to be honest. I use the toilet and wash my hands. Thankfully, there are a few sheets of paper left on a toilet roll, but there is no towel to dry my hands. I mustn't be ungrateful. Violet has been good to put me up, and she wasn't expecting visitors, so I can't complain. I wipe my hands on my clothes and realize how cold they feel. I consider putting my fingerless gloves on, but remember I took them off when we arrived yesterday and stuffed them in my coat pocket, so they'll be downstairs in the hallway. Maybe I'll go and fetch them and see if Violet is up. I have no idea what time it is without my phone. It feels like I've slept for ages. My phone, of course. I need to retrieve it. It'll be more than fully charged by now. I leave the apology for a bathroom light on with the door open so I can see to make my way out of here. I grope around the rather sparse space I'm in, but am getting totally confused as I can't find a doorway. I didn't think I'd had that much to drink last night, but my throbbing head and confused state is telling me otherwise. I contemplate calling out for Violet to come and rescue me, when a beam of light floods a corner of the room, illuminating a staircase. Oh, am I downstairs and not upstairs? And why does the light beam look a long way away when I can't find a way out of my small space? Florence, get a grip. Bewildered or what? I hear footsteps descending. Good, it must be Violet. She's going to laugh or tut at me in my sorry state. I'll soon be out of her way. Violet, thank heavens, I'm so glad you've come. I hear the flick of a light switch and a series of lights on an overhead track flicker into life. The room is vast and almost bare. Thick stone walls, stone floor, and very, very cold. Violet clearly wasn't trying to impress me. Good morning, little Miss Sunshine, she says as though addressing a 6-year-old. Someone's had a long lie-in. Blimey, have I? So sorry, I'll be on my way and get out of your hair. What time is it? Coming up to 11:30, but have your breakfast first, she says, holding out a tray she's carrying aloft. That's very kind, but I certainly don't deserve breakfast in bed. I'll quickly eat it in the kitchen if that's all right, and see if I can get hold of Teo to pick me up. That won't be possible, I'm afraid. Violet shakes her head. Why not? My heart sinks. Is Violet about to tell me we're surrounded by floodwater or something? I've seen scenes like that on TV. I think it was on the Somerset Levels, and we're in Dorset, a neighboring county if I've got my geography right. Because Theo doesn't know where to find you. Her words hit me as brutal as a rockfall. A horrible chewing sensation in my gut unfolds. Violet fixes her gaze on me. The corners of her mouth go all lopsided in a semi-grimace. I'm not quite sure what to read into the gesture. It somehow seems to assert power, foreknowledge. I attempt to untie the developing sick knot in my stomach, the inner alarm system telling me something isn't quite right here. I'm sorry, I don't understand. I can call and tell him, surely. No, that won't be happening. Violet shakes her head again. That can never happen. Look around, take it all in, sleepyhead. Violet puts the tray down on a small table the other side of a construction I now realize is hemming me in. It's like a room within a room. What I thought was a wall when I was stumbling around in the dark is a sheet of clear perspex my side, partially covering iron bars the rest of the room's side. The first stirring of panic begins to roll, the untethered feeling of my world shifting on its axis. I'm incarcerated in a prison-like cell. Shock rivets through my body. Beads of cold sweat gather at the back of my neck. Simultaneously, stomach acid burns my throat as blood rushes to my head. I open my mouth to speak, but nothing comes out, paralysis creeping up my throat. I can't get clarity. Everything shimmers in and out of focus. I stagger towards the bed, flop onto it, and bury my head in the pillow. Maybe I'll wake up in a moment. I'm having a nightmare. Violet's voice interrupts, bringing reality pouring down like the February rain. No need for the dramatics. Look, I've made you a crispy bacon sandwich. It's fresh white bloomer from the traveling bread van this morning. Ketchup on the side, as I wasn't sure if you'd want any. And a nice refreshing cup of tea. A couple of sugar cubes too, also on the side, plus a teaspoon. I guessed you might have a sweet tooth. Violet delivers all this in a tone as though she's doing me a favor. I turn my head to look at her. A terrible awareness is growing and boiling inside me, from the pit of my gut upwards. Violet is a complete nutjob. She takes a key from her pocket and opens a small hatch in the framework of my prison. She places the breakfast tray on a ledge inside and pushes it towards my side. I have to open another hatch to retrieve it. I wonder if I can crawl through it, but, as if reading my thoughts, Violet is quick to lock it again. If I was no more than about 8 years old, I probably could. But as it stands, I'd probably do an impression of Pooh Bear getting stuck in a rabbit hole. I'm not hungry. Yes, you are. You're being petulant. Drink the tea at least. Go fuck yourself. I turn my head back into the pillow. Violet clucks her tongue. Just so you know, we don't tolerate foul language in this establishment. What time is checkout? I half muffle into the pillow. Violet lets out a soft laugh. Feel free to check out any time you like, she says, before taking a dramatic pause. But you can never leave. What are you on, you crazy woman? Don't you recognize it? Duh, no. I guess not. It's a take on a quote from an oldie, a song, Hotel California by the Eagles. Great track. I sit up, my legs dangling over the edge of the bed. I am thirsty, so I reach for the hatch and take the tea. I take a sip and cup my hands more firmly around the mug, holding it closer to my body, craving its warmth. It's fucking freezing in here. Yes, sorry about that. I did give you a 15-tog duvet, the warmest I have. I'll get a heater sorted, make you comfier. I'll ignore the expletive for now, she adds with a rumpled smile. I can see you're a bit upset, and understandably, you're going to need a bit of time to settle in. A bit upset, I scream. Violet, I'm more than a bit upset. Tell me this is a sick joke. And settle in? You're not serious, are you? You are my guest now, Florence, a permanent, special guest. The foul taste of the truth works its way into the crevices of my mouth. Oh my fucking God. You've actually gone and kidnapped me, haven't you? I thought you were just a nice, mumsy old lady offering me a lift. Less of the old, she says, tucking a few wispy bits of faded brown hair behind her ear. But she looks surprisingly pleased to have been called mumsy. I hadn't meant it as a compliment. I decide to plead with her. Violet, please. You can't possibly mean this. Let me out of here. I swear I'll never tell anyone. She shakes her head. I'll just say I had a bit too much to drink and forgot to call Theo. No one need ever know I stayed here. We never met. Our paths never crossed. But they did, though, didn't they? It was preordained our paths would cross. And sometimes things just happen. By things just happen, I presume you're referring to your spur-of-the-moment kidnap? I say with as much sarcasm in my voice as I can manage. I like to think of it as more of an unexpected visitation. I mean you no harm, Florence. Then for Christ's sake, let me go. Please, please, please. I don't understand any of it. You can't do this. Something in Violet's gaze slices through me like a laser. Well, I think you'll find I already have. Oopsie! What's done is done. You can't possibly think you can get away with this. I will, and I can. Violet folds her arms across her body somewhat defensively. I put the mug of tea on the uneven stone floor, pull my knees up to my chest, encircling them with both arms, and look skyward. Fuck, fuck, fuck! My desperate cry dissipates into the cold, dank, cavernous room as though never uttered. Now, no swearing. I really don't want to have to keep mentioning it. I can understand this might be a little overwhelming, Violet says, choosing the word carefully. To start with, anyway, but you'll soon get used to it. Dream on, you fucking crazy loophead of a bitch! Violet's face closes off, and she gives me the fishy eye. Then she turns and walks back towards the staircase. You can't leave me! Violet, please, I'm begging you! She climbs 3 steps before turning to look at me once more. I will return at lunchtime. I suggest you sleep it off a bit more. Then hopefully you'll wake in a more amiable mood, young lady, she tells me, as though addressing a child. The lights are turned off, and I'm plunged into darkness once more, save for the joyless yellow shining from the bathroom. I breathe in hard to try to keep the tears at bay, but they're building tsunami-like, and my whole head is about to explode. And now they're out, and I can't stop them. They will never stop, torrents of glassy tears rolling down my cheeks. Chapter 5. Florence. I wake with a start, sit bolt upright in bed, air surging into my lungs. For a nanosecond, I'm convinced I had a nightmare. But no, I may have fallen asleep again, as I am still very woozy, but I'm awake enough to realize I am now living a nightmare. What the actual fuck? There's still a tiny part of me wanting to believe this is all an orchestrated, sick practical joke for some set-up reality TV program. Anton Deck or Keith Lemon or someone will appear any moment shouting, "Surprise!" and shove a microphone in my face to gauge my reaction to this amazing wheeze, and the whole nation can have a good laugh at my expense. In fact, I'll take that. Bring it on. Anything but not this. How on earth did I let this happen? Violet said something about this was preordained. Maybe she's right. I'd woken up yesterday feeling off-kilter, like the world was waiting for something to happen. If only I'd realized it was going to involve me. I'd had a misgiving all morning about going to Exeter, knowing they would be there. But I still got on the train like an idiot. Why, oh why did I do that? Florence, please come. It's going to be such a fun couple of days. The whole of the old gang are going. It won't be complete without you, Flo. I nearly got off the train at Woking, but stuck with it, ignoring the gnawing in my gut. And the same again at Basingstoke, but stupid Flo's FOMO kept me in my seat. I have no idea how to pay attention to my own instincts, so I'm incapable of taking control of my own destiny. And now it appears Violet is the one in the driving seat of my life. My father always tells me I'm my own worst enemy. Papa, Papa, help me. I need you. And I got a third warning, didn't I? I was never destined to make it to Exeter, as the train service was disrupted due to flooding. So, What do I do? As a supposed functioning adult, I ignore the warning all children are given. Never get into a stranger's car. Idiot doesn't even begin to cover it. I want to kick my fucking stupid self. It's because Violet is a woman. I fell for it genuinely thinking she was no more than a kind stranger offering a helping hand. If it had been a bloke offering me a lift, my guard would have been up, and I never would have got into the car so readily. It all so easily fell into place for Mad Violet. I have no idea what time of day it is. I could have been asleep for half an hour, or 3 for all I know. The only barometer I have is feeling hungry. Maybe I should have eaten the bacon sandwich Violet brought earlier. I despise myself for even thinking about food in my predicament, but my rumbling stomach has other ideas. I reach over and pick up the sandwich off the plate. I give it a sniff. It smells stale and of cremated old pig. The bread has gone hard and dry in the cold, like toast, but without the delicious aroma of warm toastiness. The bacon has almost frozen. Maybe I could saw my way out of here with it. I toss it back on the plate, uneaten. I'd rather starve. I look around. There is a door at the far end of my little room, a proper dungeon-like door with iron bars far too narrow to squeeze through. I know it will be locked, but it doesn't stop me checking and giving it an almighty tug and shake. A bolt is pulled across from the other side, but there's also a lock with no key, plus a heavy chain wound around the bars, secured with a padlock. 3 barriers to get through. Violet must have dragged me in through here before securing me in tightly with her triple locking system. I hear the creak of a door, and the light is switched on again, flooding my dark dungeon with a melancholic glow. She's back. "You awake, Florence? Lunch." My captor descends the stone stairs, treading each step carefully as she's carrying a tray. "How are we doing? Are you settling in?" Violet says, placing the tray on the small table, as though I've checked into her establishment willingly. What did she call it? Hotel California? I'm not gonna lie, the facilities here are a bit skanky. The toilet is minging, and I'd have preferred a room with a view. Any chance of an upgrade? Fully booked, I'm afraid, Miss Florenzi, but we'll see what we can do to brighten things up and make your stay a bit more comfortable. I was thinking maybe a few bright cushions, and I'll fetch you a towel after lunch so you can shower. You're too kind. Do I have to pay extra for that? This makes Violet laugh, and her eyes crease with humor. All-inclusive rate, even lunch. "Look what I've brought you. You must be hungry by now," she says, looking at the untouched bacon sandwich. She opens her side of the hatch to retrieve the breakfast plate. She lifts a slim, rectangular breadboard off the tray and pushes it through the hatch, closely followed by a bottle of water. I want to ignore the food, but my stomach seems to have other ideas. I reach for the board and grab the bottle of water. "Sit and enjoy your lunch," Violet says, pointing to an old-school desk and chair facing towards the outer room. It's really vintage with a flip-up lid, and it even has an inkwell. "Very modern facilities you have here, Violet," I say, but do as she directs. Violet seats herself in a small tub-style chair covered in faded and threadbare maroon velvet, adjacent to the small table. She pulls down her pleated green tweed skirt as though she needs to cover her modesty, even though it's already at a very unflattering mid-calf length. She's wearing a dark green jumper, and her hand reaches for a string of pearls that she twists around nimbly between her fingers on repeat. She's intending on staying. I wait for Violet to say something, but then I realize she's waiting, almost in anticipation, for me to eat. I look down at my lunch board. For reasons I'm not sure I can fathom, Violet has gone to a lot of trouble to prepare my lunch. It's probably one of the most beautifully presented ploumans I've ever seen. There's 2 hunks of granary bread and 2 pieces of cheese cut in large triangles. One looks like cheddar, the other is an orange color. "That's a red Leicester from the local farm shop. One of my favorites," Violet says, as if reading my thoughts. There's a few slices of rolled, thinly sliced ham, a curled ribbon of butter, a small white ramekin with a greenish-brown pickle, and another containing a few gherkin slices and silver skin onions. At the end of the board is a golden delicious apple and a small square of wrapped dark chocolate. It looks like something a fancy gastropub would serve. "This looks lovely, thank you." As soon as I've said it, I ask myself why I am thanking this crazy old woman who has me incarcerated. All part of the service. It's homemade chutney, fig and apple. I make lots of jams and pickles, you know. The chutney won first prize at the Gardeners Club summer show last year. Wow, award-winning lunch to boot. I have lucked out. My sarcasm fails to land anywhere near Violet and disappears like a rabbit down a hole as she looks really pleased. Actually, I got 5 firsts, 4 second place, and 1 third, and everyone agreed I was robbed on the last one. Anyway, it didn't stop me winning the overall champion trophy. She lets go of her pearls and gives a triumphant punch in the air. You may have noticed it on the dresser in the kitchen. I'm still basking in the glory. I'll come and take a look after lunch, shall I? You are funny. I'll bring it down to show you, though, with pleasure. I pile cheese, ham, and pickle on one of the pieces of bread and take a large bite. It's delicious, and Violet hasn't spared on the quality of the ingredients. I chastise myself for enjoying it so much, but I figure I've got to keep my strength up to work out how the hell I'm going to get out of here. I note Violet hasn't given me metal cutlery. I've got a plastic knife and fork. This won't be much good for stabbing her with, or slitting my wrists. I chide myself again for even considering the latter as a possibility. I must remain positive. Where am I exactly? On the outskirts of the village of Marlet. It's a bit of a sprawling village, to be honest, spread out over a wide area. More like a collection of hamlets. There are 7 in total that collectively make up the parish of Marlet. And if you throw in the neighboring village of Stapleford, then we're a population of about 5,000. The first sentence would have done, but clearly Violet likes to talk. I'm about to say thanks for the geography lesson, but think better of it. Maybe her chatter is no bad thing. The more I can understand about where I am exactly, the better. But quite how that's going to help me, God knows. And exactly what is the purpose of this delightful dungeon you have going on here, Violet? You're in the cellar. It's where the bakery would have kept their flour, hidden away where the rats couldn't get to it. And the dungeon bit, as you insist on calling it, was probably to keep the flour and other valuables under lock and key from pilferers. How the hell did you manage to get me down here? I weigh nearly 10 stone, I ask, shoveling in another mouthful. I unscrew the bottle of water and take a swig. Easy, in the pulley shaft that would have been used to lift the bags of flour in and out. Violet points to a dark corner where I can just about make out a sliding door recessed into the thick wall. Luckily, you just about fit. I could have done with you having shorter legs, she adds jovially as I become conscious of a slight twinge in my back where she must have squeezed me in. If only I weighed another 10 stone, then maybe Violet wouldn't have contemplated it. Yes, how lucky I am, I say with more than a hint of sarcasm. And you finally got me in here. How? Laid you on a blanket and pulled you in. Getting you off the floor onto the bed was the most difficult bit, but we finally managed it. You almost crawled in yourself in the end, she says jovially, as though this was the end result of a raucous night out. And what's with the we? Violet makes it sound as though I'm complicit in this. Did you plan this? Bringing someone, me, back here? No, not exactly. It just unfolded, so to speak. I had no idea in the morning that I would have a guest by the evening. It's not the first time Violet has referred to me as her guest. Is this seriously how she views what she has done? Justifying it to herself, almost making light of it. I can't make her out. You realize the first thing the police will do when I'm reported missing is check the CCTV cameras. You might as well give up and let me go now. Violet tips her head to one side, eyes glinting with a cold, steely determination. It won't be a problem. I happen to know the CCTV cameras outside the station aren't working. Haven't been for weeks. Something to do with an issue with the contractor. I'm a magistrate, you see. I have an inside track. She taps her nose with her forefinger and looks very pleased with herself. And before you ask, yes, there is a camera on the platform, but I had my hood up, head down, and was well shielded by umbrellas. No one saw you getting into my car. No one will come looking for you here. God, if she's right, I'm stuffed. Who is going to look in the direction of a female magistrate? Why choose me? Violet looks down, clasps her hands together, and rests them in her lap. Her mouth twists slightly in the corners, as though she's considering how to answer. I like your hair, she says eventually. It's pretty. I used to have hair like yours once. She raises her right hand and strokes the crown of her head down to the tips of her grown-out pixie cut around her ears. You can have it. Seriously, you can have it. Get me a pair of sharp scissors. Why, so you can stab me with them? She lets out a chuckle. I'll cut it off, as much as you like. It's all yours. Take it. Please take it. I lift up my hair, gathering it in a bunch, and mimic cutting it off with my first and index fingers, acting as the scissor blades. You can make a wig of it or something, I add, grasping at hope. Violet tips her head sideways, scrutinizing my desperate face. I think I prefer it on you. I get to look at it then, don't I, my pretty? To be clear, you're not going to let me go then in exchange for my hair. No, Florence, I'm not. Violet beams broadly, showing large teeth. Dimples have appeared in her cheeks. If I'd known you were about to kidnap me, I'd have taken a massive dump in your hallway. It would have been very satisfying. Are you always this crude? Only when I'm upset. I pick up the water bottle again. It's heavy. Maybe I could take aim at her forehead through the bars and knock the old bitch out with it. But then she's on the other side, and I'd still be locked in here. I'm going to have to think of a better plan. Everything that happened yesterday from the moment I got off the train replays in my head. I bet you had a mobile phone with you too, didn't you? Violet nods her head, almost apologetically. And you knew that bloody pub was closed? Affirmative. It closed down a month ago. Such a shame. I used to like that pub. Yes, what a fucking shitty shame for me. All these red flags, and I didn't pick up on a single one of them. Was it the mushrooms? Did you poison me to get your wicked way and drag me in here? No, you mustn't be scared of mushrooms. I cook with them quite a bit. I gave you a little sleeping draught, that's all. It won't have done you any harm. Forgive me if I beg to differ on that one. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I'm not going to hurt you. The sooner you can accept what fate has bestowed on you, the sooner you'll start to relax and settle in. I don't want to settle in, thanks all the same. Violet makes a disbelieving noise, a sound full of derision deep in her throat. May I suggest you consider this an opportunity, a vehicle, if you like, for self-improvement? No, you may not. I'm fine as I am, thanks, and if anyone needs to go on a self-improvement course, it's you, witch bitch. You're a bloody fruitcake, nut job, psycho. I think you have just illustrated my point exactly, Florence. Your language may be colorful, but it is misplaced. Now finish your lunch, and I'll go and fetch you a towel. We can't have you being a skanky madam now, can we? She says, repeating a choice adjective I used earlier. Violet returns a few moments later with Jackson, who lollops down the stairs behind her. He may belong to the crazy woman, but my heart lurches to see him. It's not his fault his owner is an evil psychopath. Jackson, hello, boy. Am I pleased to see you or what? I walk over to a section of my cell that isn't covered with a perspex wall and crouch down. Jackson trots over and sticks his nose through the bars. I stroke his snout and reach through with my other hand to ruffle his fur. The outer layer feels slightly rough and curly. Jackson lies down and rolls onto his back, wiggling his way close to the bars so I can give him a belly rub. His underbelly feels soft and fluffy, and he shakes and wiggles as I tickle him. The action gives me a fleeting moment of calm before the trauma I'm experiencing settles in my core again. Could you please have a word with your owner, Jackson, and persuade her to let me go? Tell her she's going to get into big trouble for this. Make her see sense. I glance over at Violet, who's clutching a fluffy white bath towel. She's staring at me with gray, unreadable eyes. They're so sharp, it scares me. Here, take this, she says, stepping forward. Violet passes the towel through the bars. I stand and take it from her. These too. You'll be needing some toiletries. I'm afraid I don't have any hair conditioner, but I'll buy you some. We mustn't let those gorgeous locks of yours get tangled, must we? She passes me a bottle of shower gel and shampoo. Now, I must be getting along. Jackson needs a walk, and I'd better plan our dinner. She makes it sound like I've detained her. I can walk Jackson for you. Promise I'll get him back in time for dinner. I don't think that's going to work. Violet shakes her head with a wry smile. She stands with her feet turned out as if in the number 2 ballet position, back straight as a rod. I want to ask her if she always walks around with a broom up her arse. Her fingers interlink. One set of knuckles face upwards, the other down as if she's stepped out of Mary Poppins. You've got spirit, Florence. I like that. I think we're going to get on famously. She turns and heads for the stairs. Come on, Jackson, walkies. Demented witch, I shout after her. As Violet ascends the stairs, she does a very good impression of a witch's cackle, pantomime style. The heavy door slams shut, the key turns with a depressing click. I press my face to the soft, thick towel, the only thing I can do to bring some comfort. Papa, oh Papa, how the hell am I going to get out of here? I inhale the fabric conditioner aroma. The bottle of shower gel is a molten brown, new and full, coastal cypress and sea fennel. I unscrew the top and take a sniff of the turquoise gel contents. It smells expensive, presented like a gift. This is all too much, too weird. Tears run down my face in streams, like they already know the way. Marco, 4 days missing. It's Monday morning, and Marco Florenzi looks at his watch for the umpteenth time. It's gone 11 a.m. Where the hell is she? Florence may be his daughter, but coming into work this late is not acceptable. It does not give her the right to come and go as she pleases. She'd better have a good excuse. If it was another staff member, he'd be tempted to give them a verbal warning, or at the very least, a severe reprimand. But he knows, any moment now, his darling Flo will waltz in the door of Florenzi's Italian deli and cafeteria, breathless from running, and say, "Ciao, Papa, you'll never believe what happened," and proceed to regale him with some story of a kitten up a tree needing rescuing, or an old lady collapsed in the street who she simply couldn't leave until the ambulance arrived. Or, more likely, she forgot to set her alarm, and after a drunken and late night's weekend with her old university friends, she overslept. His money is firmly on the latter. Florence had better arrive soon. There are deliveries to unpack. Boxes of dried pasta, olive oils, and jars of sun-dried tomatoes clutter up the tiny stockroom. He's delayed starting the ragu for the lasagna and the tomato sauce for the meatball special, as he's had to cover the deli section. This will have a knock-on effect for the rest of the week. Tina and Mel have coped with running the coffee station and tables, but the busy lunchtime trade will commence within the hour. Marco has made a start on the filled takeaway focaccia and paninis, but doesn't have enough hands to slice deli meats and cheeses, fill tubs with pesto, stuffed olives, and antipasti selections for customers, as well as finish the normal sandwich quota. His daughter is blissfully unaware of the havoc she creates. Any message on Flo's ETA yet? It's Mel popping her head around the corner of the archway that separates the cafe and front-of-house deli. Her bleached blonde hair, tied up in a high ponytail, swings around her shoulders. I was thinking of taking my 15-minute break now, if that's okay. She steps completely into view, wiping her hands on her full navy apron, emblazoned with Florenzi in white italic embroidery. If only his daughter was as reliable as Mel, Marco wishes. Is there a magic age when responsibility finally kicks in? Mel can't be more than a couple of years older than Flo, who's 27. "Would you like me to call her?" Mel asks. "No, don't worry, I'll do it," Marco says, taking his phone out of his back pocket. "Go ahead and take your break now. Tell Tina to follow you. We may have to cope without Flo this lunchtime. I don't know what's happened. I can only imagine she's still asleep." He rolls his eyes and gesticulates his frustration at his daughter's tardiness by upturning both hands, spiraling them upwards. Marco shouts into his phone. "Florence! Wake up, lazy girl! Where are you? Rome is burning! Call me and let me know when you're going to be in. Ciao, Bella." Marco opens up his WhatsApp message thread with Florence. He's not heard from her since Thursday. Just managed to make the train at Clapham Junction. Train packed, but thankfully got a seat. "Have a good weekend, Papa. Love ya, Kit." It's not unusual for silence from Florence for a couple of days, particularly if she's away having fun. She gets distracted and communication goes out the window. It wouldn't be the first time. Typical Flo, Marco thinks, but he'd have expected a call or message from her by now. He rubs the stubble on his chin, contemplating how he's going to deal with her. A combination of annoyance and disappointment, but there's a new emotion seeping in. Concern. By midday, the cafe tables are starting to fill up. Tina has switched to fulfilling food orders, and Mel and Marco dash between waiting tables and serving at the deli counter. Marco knows he will have to stay late to catch up on food preparation for the rest of the week and pack orders that have come through for local delivery. He looks at his phone again in case he's missed a message from Flo. Nothing. Marco brings up his wife's mobile number. He needs to tell her he'll be late home. And, you never know, maybe Flo has contacted her stepmother. "Sylvie, hi darling, it's chaos here. Flo hasn't showed up. I'm going to have to stay late, sorry." "Have you called her? Where is she?" "Yes, of course I have. She's not picking up and she's not messaged. I don't suppose you've heard from her?" "Afraid not. Tell you what, I can finish at 3 p.m. I'll go around to her flat and see what's happening. I'll call you straight after. Let me know if she appears in the meantime." "Fantastic, darling. Will do, and thank you." Marco's first wife, Anna, died when Flo was 17 years old. It was such an impressionable age, a heartbreaking time for them all. Marco often contemplated whether Florence would have turned out so wayward if she hadn't lost the guidance of her adored mother so early in her life. Marco had done his best, but within 2 years, Flo had left for university, and he had his business to run. They had both carried Anna's loss around like a wound that wouldn't heal. 2 years later, Sylvie entered his life as the new bookkeeper at his accountant's. Another year went by before Marco finally asked Sylvie out on a date. Although Sylvie had been on his radar since the day they met, Marco hadn't felt ready. Marco was a firm believer in relationships blossoming because they are formed at the right time and space in your life. And so it proved. 18 months later, they married, with Flo and Theo as their witnesses. Marco continues to serve his customers with the same joviality and exaggerated melodic Italian accent his customers love, littering his speech with "Ciao, grazie, prego." But the afternoon feels leaden and slow, like wading through treacle. He can't fathom why he hasn't heard from Florence. Maybe she's lost her phone, left it in Exeter? But that still doesn't explain why she hasn't turned up for work today. He calls her every hour, but each time it goes straight to voicemail. Her phone is still switched off. Every time his phone rings, his heart lurches, but soon fades to disappointment when it's another supplier. Marco hears his voice getting flatter each time, like an automated answering machine. At 3:30 p.m., Sylvie calls. "Marco, I'm in Wandsworth. I've called at the flat. Her flatmate, Liv, was working from home. Marco detects a panic tone in his wife's voice. And? Has she heard from Flo? His heart flutters violently. No, she's not seen or heard from Flo since Thursday either. Liv assumes she must have stayed in Exeter. But Marco... Sylvie takes a deep breath. I've just had a call from Theo. Flo called him Thursday evening, needing help. The Exeter train was terminating early due to the storm and flooding or something. Theo told her to get off at a place called Sherburne and said he'd collect her. Flo's with Theo? Marco interrupts. No, she isn't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Theo's car broke down en route, so he couldn't pick her up. He messaged straight away, then tried calling several times to let her know, but it always went to voicemail. Did he go look for her later? Well, no, because his car wasn't fixed until later on Friday. And Theo only decides to let us know now? Marco can't keep the exasperation from his voice. A light film of sweat shines on his forehead. He wipes his brow with his forearm. Theo said he also messaged again twice to apologize and to say get a taxi to his place if she couldn't sort anything else out. But Flo never responded. He thought Flo had arranged something or decided to get the rail replacement service. He assumed she was ghosting him because she was probably pissed off with him. Well, you know how things can be. Marco does know how things could be. His Adam's apple repeatedly bobs in his throat as he swallows the saliva now flooding his mouth. She might never have made it to Exeter then. What the hell? Where can she be? Marco says as his voice starts to quiver. Marco, listen. No more delays. You need to call the police and report Flo missing. I'm going to put the phone down now, but I'm coming straight over. Do it. Marco opens up the keypad on his mobile. Does he call 101 or 999? Sylvie is right. They've delayed long enough. This is an emergency. He dials 999 as panic rises like flames inside him, and a glacial cold settles on his skin. Violet, 5 days missing. Florence hasn't heard me come into her bedroom. She can sleep for Britain, this one. She's lying on her side with one arm and leg dangling below the duvet hanging over the side, looking like she collapsed into bed after a night on the tiles. I imagine that's what she used to do in her old life. Her mouth is slightly ajar and she's making odd, breathless noises. What are you dreaming about, my pretty? I've brought her a mug of green tea. She's very particular about her tea and coffee for a youngster, I must say, but I'm very happy to oblige. As my guest, I want Florence to enjoy her stay and feel as comfortable as possible. It's green tea in the morning, coffee after breakfast, water at lunchtime, sometimes mint tea or coffee in the afternoon. We've been sharing a bottle of wine with our dinner in the evening. So delightful to have the company. I'm going to have to get more stocks in. What the hell have you got on your feet? The sound of Florence's voice makes me jump. A drop of tea escapes and dribbles down the side of the mug. I didn't realize you were awake. You've still got your eyes closed. I've brought your tea. I look down at my feet. Must have been the unique witch's scent that woke me. It wafted in as soon as you opened the door. I ignore her jibe. Florence is always trying to goad me. Actually, I rather like it. I think it shows she's relaxed with me and we're making progress with our relationship. What's wrong with my shoes? I ask, feigning as though I'm a tad offended. They're Crocs, Violet. Seriously? Crocs? A woman your age shouldn't be wearing them. They're green, and with those hideous socks wrinkling around your ankles, they make you look like a gangrenous Minnie Mouse. Oh dear, are they really that terrible? I promise I don't wear them out. They're my gardening clogs. I only put them on to fetch some logs from outside. The strangest sensation curls up my spine. I want Florence to approve of me. Warming up your cauldron, are you? What's cooking today? Fricassee of frog, toad, tagine, or maybe you could capture an unsuspecting child to make a kitty casserole. There's a thought. You do have a very vivid imagination, don't you? I've got time on my hands, haven't I? Tell you what, after breakfast, why don't you and me go girly shopping? We'll get you some decent shoes so you don't look like a frump, and a few new clothes to update your Miss Trunchbull look. I can be your fashion advisor, she says, getting out of bed and padding towards the loo. While Florence is gone, I place her tea in the serving hatch. Having thought I don't mind Florence's taunts, I hate to be thought of as a Miss Trunchbull character, and she called me frumpy. I'd better get more with it. Oh, how I would love to go shopping with Florence. We could explore the boutiques I never dare go into in Sherborne, or we could travel further afield to bigger shops in Salisbury, maybe. Dream on, Violet. The only way you can enjoy the company of this young woman is here. Locked in your cellar, with walls so thick her cries and screams will never be heard. Trust no one. Florence reappears. She's wearing a long, white, brushed cotton nightgown I've lent her. The fabric clings to the roundness of her belly. I vow to get her some new things. Florence looks sleep-rumpled, with tufts of thick brunette hair standing to attention on the top of her head. Adorable. You look so cute, like you should be dragging a teddy bear behind you. I've got a teddy at home, Jeremy. He'll be waiting for me on my bed, wondering where I am. Am I ever going to see Jeremy again? She slumps onto the bed, but rests her chin in the palm of her hands, with a combination of sullen and upset spread across her face. That depends. On what? How you behave. So, if I'm good, you'll let me go? She says, eyeing me with optimism. Tell me about Jeremy. Florence narrows her eyes at me, no doubt assessing whether it could be worth her while. He's a panda, a rather threadbare one. I've had him since I was a toddler. She allows herself the thinnest trace of a smile at the memory of him. My mother used to darn him to stop the stuffing coming out. He now wears a red jumper to hide his bare patches. Jeremy used to go everywhere with me. Not now, of course, but I still love him. Jeremy sounds like he's been a very loyal and well-loved bear. You do have a soft side, my little capricious Florence. I'm touched she has shared this with me. I turn him to face the wall if I've got shagging company. Typical Florence. She can't resist lowering the tone and spoiling it all. I do my utmost not to look shocked. Or, if I'm strumming one out, she raises her eyebrows at me. Strumming? Do you play the guitar then? Florence throws her head back and covers her mouth as if her laughter is a wild beast she must contain. She rolls over onto her back and her hand disappears up her nightdress. Masturbating. She exaggerates the word for emphasis. You know, a bit of self-pleasure, she continues, as she writhes around, panting, making ooh and ah sounds. Thank you. That's enough. I really don't need a demonstration. You don't participate, Vi? You're missing out. None of your business. And don't call me Vi. I am not a Vi. Aren't you supposed to be 90 or 3 to be called Violet anyway? I could say the same about Florence. You've obviously never been to Italy then. My dad's from there. Vi. Stop that. In fact, I would prefer it if you pronounced my name Violet, I say, emphasizing the syllables for her. Florence sits up and swings her legs over the side of the bed. How many T's in your name? Just the one. And how many E's at the end of Violet? Well, none. Hate to break it to you, but you're a Violet. No avoiding it, Vi. You can be a provocative little madam, can't you? If you want any breakfast, I suggest you stop calling me that. What would you like? For you to let me go, Violet. Please. Her eyes well up, and a single tear trickles down by the side of her nose. She wipes it away with the knuckles of one hand. I have cornflakes or shredded wheat. And do you want toast? Cornflakes, please, and yes, to toast, with some of your orange marmalade. As I pour cornflakes into a bowl and place it on the tray I'm preparing for Florence's breakfast, I reflect on our conversation. While her language and actions may be a little, shall we say, ripe, she is showing me her personality. bit by bit, and I couldn't be more delighted. She's different to the others, more spirited, but at the same time maybe more compliant if she continues to cooperate. This one's a keeper. I certainly hope so. The look on Florence's face when she let her bravado facade drop was akin to a mouse in a trap. Because that's what you are, Miss Florenzi, detained at this old puss's pleasure. I only have to keep it that way, and the world is indeed a wonderful place. Chapter 8. Florence. I've got a serious case of the if-onlys. If only I'd left home with my phone fully charged. If only I'd not watched as many videos and Insta-reels, then my battery wouldn't have died so soon. If only I'd plugged it in on the train, but the man sat next to me was a man-spreader and kept trying to engage my attention, so I didn't want to reach across or ask him to plug it in for me. He was probably harmless compared to what I later encountered. Stupid, stupid. And the biggest one of all, if only I hadn't got into Violet's car. Beware of seemingly kind strangers. How often did Mum used to tell me that as a kid? How am I going to get out of here? I haven't had one single idea, save for starving myself to see if I can eventually squeeze through the serving hatch. And even then, it's locked on the outside, and I'm still on the wrong side of the door at the top of the stairs. It sounds thick and heavy from the clunk it makes every time Violet closes it. I don't think Violet has any intention of letting me starve. She seems to like to feed me, and having dinner together has become some sort of ritual for her. She's brought down a collapsible picnic table, lights candles, and sits each evening with her own plate and glass of wine, eager to know whether I'm enjoying the food she has prepared. The whole setup is weird, fucked up, unfathomable, and I don't know what I'm going to do. Am I destined to spend the rest of my life in this prison? What if something happens to Violet? If she's struck by lightning or has a stroke and goes into hospital, I will starve and no one will ever find me, or by the time they do, it will be too late. Have I been reported missing yet? Papa thinks I've spent the weekend in Exeter, but I didn't turn up for work yesterday, so I'm praying he's worried by now. Did Theo call them? Will the police be able to trace me to here? Has anything anywhere been captured on CCTV? I can only hope and pray. My list of did/will/has is growing by the second to add to my mountain of if only. I've lain in bed at night, and during the day, I haven't exactly got much else to do, trying to recall movies where people were captured and how they escaped to give me some ideas. I remember the one where a young woman is locked away with a kid, fathered by her captor. The child escaped pretending to be dead, rolled up in a carpet, and raised the alarm. But there's no carpet in sight here, and no kid. Please, Mum, look over me. Please, Papa, come find me and get me out of here. Then there's the film where a crazy woman rescues a guy from a car crash, and he turns out to be an author she's obsessed with. Learning that he intends to kill off her favorite character from his books, she becomes violent and forces him to shape his writing to suit her twisted fantasies. What is your twisted fantasy, Violet? She said she chose me because she liked my brunette hair and it reminded her of her own hair as a girl. But that still doesn't explain why I'm here. I've offered Violet my hair, but she doesn't want it. What does she want with me? Breakfast is served. Violet is back, carrying a tray. She places it in the hatch with a flourish and stands back, feet set in her favorite No. 2 ballet position, waiting for me to collect it. I've brought you a small bowl of blueberries, too. You do like blueberries, I hope. I give a nod in confirmation. Very good for you, you know. Full of vitamin C and antioxidants, she prattles on. I take the tray over to my desk and sit down. Once again, everything is meticulously laid out. Violet has even folded a red paper napkin diagonally into a large triangle. I pick it up. Left over from Christmas. Thought we might as well use them up, she says brightly. I'm not sure I like the sound of the collective we. Violet, why am I here? I sense a muscle in her jaw clench slightly. I told you, I like your hair. And there's got to be more to it than that. What is the purpose of me being here? Violet doesn't respond, but crosses her arms, making her look increasingly defensive. Let me guess. I'm to be your apprentice, like a witch in training, or you're fattening me up so you can feed me to the children you've got imprisoned in the attic. Violet raises her eyebrows at me, but still says nothing. You want to make a necklace out of my teeth? Am I getting warmer? I am not trying to make light of my situation. Or maybe I am. Let's face it, I'm up to my cankles in pig shit here, but I verbally spar and taunt Violet to keep my spirits up. Otherwise, I fear I will fall into the abyss and fade away. Her bottom lip is pinched below her teeth. She looks like she's about to tell me something, but then her spine stiffens once more. She's moving on. I will be leaving you a sandwich luncheon today, Florence. I need to go out and run some errands. For your benefit, I might add. You need a few things. You're too kind, I say, my words dripping with sarcasm. Get me a packet of cigarettes, would you? I didn't know you smoked. There weren't any in your rucksack. I don't, but I might as well start. Something to fight the boredom, and, hey, I could always see if I could make a dramatic exit with a puff of smoke. Ha! See what I did there? The twitch to the right of Violet's mouth could possibly be the giveaway of a suppressed smile. Her face remains deadpan, but I'm thinking deliberately so. She strikes me as the kind of person who is hardwired to not return smiles. What filling would you like for your sandwich? Turkey, brie, and cranberry, with some little gem lettuce and a touch of mayo, please. This isn't pret-a-manger. I can offer you ham or cheese with pickle or tomato. I'll have to think twice about coming here again, then. I'll have both ham and cheese with pickle. Violet nods her agreement. An apple or banana? Banana, please. I need the energy to sustain the hope I'm going to find a way out of here. They'll be looking for me, you know. They may very well, but they're not going to find you. My phone. I don't suppose you really set it on charge, did you? I say, already knowing the answer, but praying some signal may pinpoint my location. Of course not. I plugged it into the socket but didn't switch it on. I switched on the neighboring socket instead so you would think I had. Your phone was, and still is, completely dead. And I hate to break it to you, Violet adds, repeating back my earlier phraseology. There's not a squeak of a young woman missing in the news. Who will miss you, Florence? Doesn't sound like anyone has raised the alarm yet. My father, stepmother, flatmate. There's loads of people who are going to realize I'm missing. And Theo, he's bound to be wondering what happened to me on Friday. I bet the police are combing the area already. You'd better watch out, Violette. And what about your mother? Does she not care about you? Mothers can be very selfish, can't they? I decide not to press her on what she means for now. I can only guess that Violet didn't have a great relationship with her mother. She cared about me very much. Mom isn't here to worry about me anymore. She passed away 10 years ago. I was only 17. It was tough. I'm sorry to hear about your mother, Violet says, but the expression on her face doesn't seem to have got the memo. If anything, she seems pleased. You're 27. I'm 57. So I would have been 30 when I had you if you were my daughter. That works. But I'm not, am I? And my stepmother is most definitely not the wicked witch kind. Sylvie is lovely. Has Violet started to give me clues? Is this why I'm here? As a substitute daughter? Maybe if I can find out more, I'll begin to understand what makes Violet tick and discover something to buy me a ticket out of here. Have you got any children, Violet? Her eyes lock in an unfocused stare. I can't stand chatting all day, Florence. I've got a lot to do. Once again, she makes it sound as though I am the one detaining her. I'll quickly make that sandwich and leave you to it. Yes, leave me locked up down here in my basement cell with no daylight, why don't you? I'm sure I'll have a fine old time, you miserable hag. Don't forget my ciggies, and I'd like a giant bar of Cadbury's chocolate while you're at it, I call after Violet as she ascends the stairs. This is a no-smoking establishment, And what is it with you girls and chocolate? I want, she repeats until the door slams shut. Silence. I didn't realize silence could be so deafening. It ricochets off the walls, and there's something else whirring at speed in my brain. You girls. Am I to understand I'm not the first? And if that's the case, where are they now? God help me. 6 days missing. PA Media. Newswire. Concerns are growing for the safety of a 27-year-old woman from southwest London who hasn't been seen since Thursday, February 20th. Florence Florenzi boarded a train at Clapham Junction for Exeter just before 4:30 p.m. last Thursday. The train was forced to terminate at Yeovil Junction due to flooding and track subsidence, Southwestern Railway has confirmed. Dorset and Avon and Somerset police are currently investigating whether Miss Florenzi alighted at Sherborne or Yeovil Junction. The police believe Miss Florenzi did not utilize the rail replacement bus service, but her whereabouts are still to be ascertained. She had been traveling to Exeter for a university reunion. A 25-year-old male from Shaftesbury in Dorset is currently assisting the police with their inquiries. Police are appealing for information from anybody who may have seen or spoken to Florence Florenzi on or since Thursday. Recorded interview. Date: February 26, 2025. Location: Denby Road, Sherborne, DT 93NL. Conducted by officers from Dorset Police. Police, for the purposes of this recording, please can you confirm your full name? T.W. Theodore Nicholas Williams. I'm always called Theo. Police, thank you. And your address? T.W. Flat 1, 12 Earls Road, Shaftesbury, SP 7HPL. Police, thank you. And can you please confirm your relationship to Miss Florence Florenzi? T.W. Flo is my stepsister. My mom is married to her dad. Police, and when did you last see Miss Florenzi? T.W. I haven't seen her since Christmas. Last day would have been Boxing Day. Police, and where did you meet last Christmas? T.W. It was at my mom and stepdad's house in Mortlake in London. Police, and how was the relationship between you last time you saw Miss Florenzi? T.W. Fine, I suppose. Flo could be a laugh. We were drinking and eating a lot. It was Christmas. Police, you suppose? T.W. Yeah, I mean, Flo could be a bit moody at times, you know, but she was good. Police, could be a laugh. Could be a bit moody. Why did you refer to Miss Florenzi in the past tense? Term, because we were talking about last Christmas. It's in the past. It doesn't mean anything. What are you saying? And when did you last speak to Miss Florenzi? Term, she called me last Thursday. What was the purpose of the call? Term, Flo was on a train to Exeter, but it was the day of the storm, and the train was stopping early because of flooding and stuff. She called wanting to know if Shaftesbury was nearby and could I collect her. She didn't want to get the bus all the way to Exeter. And what did you say to Miss Florenzi? Term, I told her to get off the train at Sherborne and I'd pick her up. And what time did you pick her up? Term, well, I didn't. My car broke down in flood water. I messaged to tell Flo what had happened. And what did she say? Term, nothing. I didn't hear from her again. I left voicemails and messages to say, get a taxi to mine if she could. And did Miss Florenzi come to your home? No, she never showed up. And what did you do when Miss Florenzi didn't turn up? I know it looks bad, but, well, I didn't do anything. I wish I had done now, but that's what I meant by Flo could be a bit moody. I thought she was narked with me, and that's why she didn't reply or show up. I just presumed she'd decided to get the bus or made other arrangements. Thank you, Mr. Williams. That will be all for now. Marco, 7 days missing. The sun lurks somewhere behind the clouds of a gunmetal sky as though resentful to appear. It shows its face for a fleeting moment as if to say, I'm still here, but may never shine for you again. There's a foggy blank behind Marco's eyes as he puts the key in the door of his cafeteria and delicatessen. A blankness that has been there since Monday, the day he finally realized his daughter is missing, the day the light in his life and eyes simultaneously died. Marco pushes the door open, his fingers hooked tightly around the edges. He stops, bows his head, and catches his breath so hard it hurts. Straightening his spine, he wills himself to continue inside and busy himself with work. There is so much to do. Tina and Mel have taken care of as much as they can over the past few days and managed to keep Florenzi's open. But there are sauces, ragouts, and pestos to make to form the basis of his Italian home-cooked lasagna, bolognese, and pasta dishes. His customers love the convenience of homemade to reheat at home, but there are plenty of other options in this part of southwest London if the supply dries up. Would customers remain loyal out of pity? Marco doubts it. Everyone has to eat. It's early, not yet 8 a.m. He'll make a head start before Florenzi's opens at 9 and the girls arrive. He enters the kitchen area at the rear of the property and turns the lights on. The fluorescent tube lighting makes his tired eyes wince. He ties his apron and gets to work, slicing onions and chopping garlic. The guilt Marco has been feeling all week pounds in his skull as though it were capable of holding a sledgehammer. Why didn't he check Flo had arrived safely in Exeter? A whole week ago now. The UK had been feeling the after effects of a named storm that had crossed the Atlantic and gasped its last in the south. Parental responsibility should have kicked in, even though Flo is an adult. Anna would have checked up on their daughter. What would she think of him for not doing so? Why hadn't he tried to communicate with Flo over last weekend? And why, oh why, had he left it until Monday afternoon to call the police? It could have cost valuable time. It took Sylvie to galvanize things, while he, Flo's father, had focused on his frustration at her absence. Marco hadn't invited guilt in. He doesn't recall guilt asking permission to lodge itself within his whole being. It doesn't knock and wait politely at the door for an invitation over the threshold. It's marched on in, and rightly so. The aroma of sizzling onions and garlic fills the kitchen as Marco opens a catering-size can of Italian plum tomatoes. He's finally chopping parsley with a chef's speed when Tina and Mel appear in the kitchen doorway. "Buongiorno," Marco says, putting his knife down. "You girls are early." "Thought we'd come in and help. There were more deliveries yesterday that need unpacking, and the shelves could do with some restocking," Mel says, lifting the strap of her crossbody bag over her head and unzipping her black puffacoat. "And we're desperate to know if there's any news," Tina says, stepping forward and pulling her olive green beanie hat off her head to reveal her mop of dyed crimson hair. She rests her hand on Marco's arm in a consolatory fashion. And then he crumples, his eyes filling with glassy tears as a sob escapes. Marco reaches for Tina and squeezes her so tight she thinks she might faint from lack of air. She's never seen him cry before, but then he'd never had a daughter go missing before. Sorry, Marco says, releasing his grip and wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. "It's been a torturous few days." "Marco, you have absolutely nothing to apologize for. You must be going through hell," Tina says, starting to unbutton her gray woolen coat. "Any updates?" Mel ventures. "They've released Theo after questioning. Poor guy was quite shaken up by it all. He thought he'd been called in to go through the phone call, but he got the impression the police have him down as a possible suspect." "You don't suspect him, do you?" Mel asks. "Sylvie asked me exactly the same question, and no, I don't. Theo is a good lad. I don't believe he'd ever harm anybody. At least, that's what Marco thinks he believes. That's what he wants to believe. How can you ever be 100% sure about anybody?" He breathes out, long and slow. It doesn't make for a happy household when your wife has to ask if you suspect her son of harming your daughter. The police always look at family first. I'm sure the interview was just to rule him out, Tina says. The police kept saying most people turn up within 48 hours of being reported missing, but we didn't report Flo until Monday afternoon. She'd been gone since Thursday by then, but we didn't know it. Marco widens his arms to their full extent, spreading his fingers and throwing them upwards as a visual aid to highlight his exasperation and regret. You mustn't beat yourself up about this, Marco. Flo had gone away for a few days. You couldn't have known. I don't exactly check in with my parents that regularly, particularly if I'm on holiday, Mel says. What's happening now? What have the police said? Tina asks. They're still trying to establish where Flo got off the train. They've appealed for witnesses and are checking CCTV. It all takes time. Too much time. Marco lets out a weary sigh as the crow's feet wrinkle at the edge of his kind eyes. I've given them a photo of Flo, details of friends I know about, favorite places she liked to visit. I've also had to give them permission to search Flo's flat. They're talking to her flatmate, Liv, as well. See if she can recall anything Flo might have said in case she changed her plans. Actually, thinking about it, Flo was flip-flopping a bit last week about whether to go to Exeter, Mel volunteers. Was she? I didn't know that. Why? Marco asks. Ex-boyfriend, I think. She thought he might be there and wasn't convinced she wanted to see him again. I do recall Flo had some boy trouble at uni, now you mention it, but that must be 6 or 7 years ago now. I couldn't even tell you his name. If your heart is broken, it doesn't always heal, Tina says, as though from experience. Josh, that was it, Mel says, summoning up the name. God, sorry. Should I have mentioned it before? She slaps her forehead with the palm of her hand, her face distorting before settling into a worried frown. I doubt it's significant, but we'll mention it to the police anyway. They said to let them know if we recalled anything. But Flo was heading for Exeter, I'm sure, Marco says. Mel's face relaxes. She looks relieved. Marco, I hope you don't mind me suggesting it, but my daughter Kelly is at a loose end at the moment. She's only 19, but not afraid of getting stuck in. She could come and help out for a bit if you like. You know, until Flo gets back, Tina says, wringing her hands. That's a good idea. Yes, please, Marco replies. He knows Tina chose her words carefully about Flo returning. I'll go give Kelly a call now. She can be in by 10. Marco nods as he attempts a grateful smile. By noon, the lasagnas have cooled, and Marco is back in the kitchen slicing the contents of each deep baking dish into equal-sized portions when Mel appears in the doorway. A Detective Sergeant Arjun Sharma is here to see you. I'm fine to cover the deli, so take as long as you like. Kelly is great and helping Tina. Thanks, Mel. He's our appointed family liaison officer. Let's hope he's got some positive news, Marco says, passing Mel a baked lasagna dish. Tell him to come in here, would you? Anxiety and anticipation flood through Marco's bones as he shakes hands with D.S. Sharma. He doesn't look like he's the bearer of good news. D.S. Sharma is tall and slim, dark-haired with a neatly trimmed beard. His high cheekbones make his eyes leap out from his face as though he wears a permanently startled expression. Sylvie would call him a bony man, Marco thinks. His knees stick through his trouser legs like a couple of potatoes. Please sit, Marco says, pointing to a small table with a couple of chairs in the corner of the kitchen. Can I get you a coffee or something? A cappuccino would be great, thanks. Marco goes to the door and calls to Tina to bring the coffee. He returns and pulls out a chair. I'm guessing you've not come to tell me you found Flo. I'm afraid not, but I do have a few updates for you. You understand we can't yet rule out that Florence has simply decided to disappear of her own volition. Marco shakes his head. Flo wouldn't do that. She wouldn't. We don't believe she has, but we must keep an open mind. However, Florence's passport was found in her flat, and her flatmate told us that she left with just a small rucksack, so it doesn't look like Florence was planning to be away for too long. Which suggests that something has happened to her? I'm afraid it does, Mr. Florenzi. We are escalating the investigation, calling in more officers. Both Dorset and Avon and Somerset police are now working on the case. He pauses as Tina appears and places a large white cup and saucer in front of him. The froth is piled high with a sprinkle of chocolate powder. A biscotti rests on the saucer. He smiles a thank you at Tina as he picks it up and dunks it in the coffee before taking a bite. What happens now? Where do we go from here? Marco moves a hand to rub the tendons on the back of his neck. We've established that Florence didn't attend the university reunion in Exeter. Her friends assumed she'd decided not to go, but hadn't let them know. D.S. Sharma pulls out a notebook and flicks over a couple of pages. A Joshua Taylor says he messaged Florence last Friday to see if she was going to attend their reunion dinner, but she didn't reply. Josh was an ex-boyfriend. It didn't end well. Marco tells D.S. Sharma what Mel had told him. I'll make a note of that and have a word with Mel on the way out if I may, but we don't believe Florence made it to Exeter, intentionally or otherwise. So where is she? Officers are still combing through available CCTV at Sherborne and Yeovil, but the rain was torrential last Thursday. Everyone put up brollies or coat hoods as soon as they got off the train. A sea of umbrellas is making any identification very difficult. He takes a sip of his coffee, then presses his lips together. However, we have had a witness come forward who thinks she saw Florence on the train. She was sitting at a table across the aisle from her. Florence was sitting next to a man and engaged in conversation with him intermittently. She recalls the man kept throwing glances at Florence as if studying her. Florence spent most of the time on her phone, according to the witness. So you're thinking this guy might have something to do with Flo's disappearance? It is a line of enquiry we are following, and he has become a person of interest, yes. Marco's head pounds with the implication of what he's been told. Who is this man? And more importantly, what has he done with his precious Flo? Chapter 10. Celia, 9 days missing. There's been a steady flow of customers in the shop this morning, and Celia has coped alone. Violet messaged to say she's running late, but would be in by 11 o'clock. No rush, Celia replied, not meaning it. It wasn't like Violet to be unreliable, but as manager of the charity shop, she has to be flexible with the staff. They are volunteers, after all, and she is the only one paid for her services to run the shop. They freely give their time for the benefit of the animal trust, so beggars can't be choosers, as Celia frequently reminds herself. Violet wasn't normally the one to take liberties, but today she would have liked her to be prompt. Yes, there was work to do. The stockroom was piled high with bags of donations that needed sorting through. There'd been a rush on books this week, so the shelves needed replenishing, but the main event on Celia's agenda had to be a large dollop of gossip. The hot topic of the moment was the missing young woman. Not much went on in and around sleepy old Sherborne, so this event offered a major opportunity for sleuthing and analysis, a favorite pastime for Celia. There was much discussion and dissecting to be done. Her husband, Stephen, was fond of telling her, "Just leave it to the professionals, love." She wasn't convinced he even listened to her chatter, preferring to hide behind his newspaper or potter in his shed. Celia needed an audience for her theories, and Violet was never averse to a good chinwag. Violet is also a magistrate, so Celia was looking forward to some inside track. Waiting for Violet, Celia has dusted, rearranged the china display, and sorted out a box of baby clothes. It might be a charity shop, but Celia likes to keep everything tidy and well presented. The greatest compliment she can receive is when customers don't realize they've walked into a thrift store. You can never quite eradicate the musty smell, though. A combination of dust, mothballs, and odors on clothes combine to produce a unique grandma's attic aroma. Celia keeps a reed diffuser on the shelf behind the counter. She picks it up and wafts it around the shop to try and dissipate any unpleasant whiff. This month, it's a lime and basil from a budget supermarket. She turns over the reeds for a refresh when Violet opens the door and wipes her feet on the inlaid coir doormat. "Sorry to be late. I've got a lot on at the moment, and there were a few things I had to see to." "What things?" Celia thinks, eyeing up the 2 overloaded Sainsbury's bags Violet carries. Couldn't supermarket shopping have waited until after her shift? Never mind, she's here now. "Take your coat off and I'll make us a coffee," Celia says, eager to get the discussion underway. Violet trots off towards the kitchenette to put her bags down. As she passes Celia, notes Violet is wearing new shoes. This occurrence is as rare as a toilet roll in a pandemic. She might as well be wearing some of those kiddie trainers with flashing lights in the heels to announce the fact. Violet's new footwear are dark brown leather ankle boots with a small heel and an outside ankle exposed zip. Surprisingly trendy for dowdy Violet. "What's with the new boots? Gone and got yourself a boyfriend, have you?" Celia can't resist saying as she pushes her heavy-rimmed tortoiseshell glasses further up the bridge of her nose. Violet looks down at her feet as if she hadn't noticed them. "No, definitely not. You don't get another spin at the wheel at my age. Not that it ever spun for me. I rediscovered these in the back of the wardrobe recently. Think I bought them in a sale on a whim a couple of years back. I'd forgotten about them." Violet parades up and down the shop like it's a catwalk. "What do you think?" "I think they're very snazzy," Celia says, not convinced about the boyfriend bit. Violet has most definitely got an unusual spring in her step. "And what do you mean at my age? I'm only 2 years younger than you." "Well, you've never had to worry, have you? You're a smug married with Stephen." "He doesn't count. That man wouldn't even notice if I sashayed around the bedroom in a red lace basque with nipple tassels." "And do you?" Violet says, arching her eyebrows with a look of abject horror. "That's for me to know and you to wonder. Right, coffee time." Celia spoons granules of instant coffee into mugs as the kettle boils. She smiles to herself. The look on Violet's face when she mentioned the red basque was priceless. She could be such a prude sometimes. Celia turns to reach for the kettle and accidentally kicks over one of Violet's shopping bags, spilling some of the contents onto the floor. There's barely room to swing a cat in the kitchenette. Celia crouches down to replace them, a packet of long-grain rice, a can of red kidney beans, a tube of tomato puree, and a box of tampons. She turns the box around to check they are what she thinks they are. Replacing the items in the carrier bag, Celia can see there is also a pack of sanitary towels nestled in with the shopping. Strange, she thinks. I could have sworn Violet had previously said something about not needing any of that stuff. She'd presumed she was through her menopause. Violet didn't strike her as a tampon user girl either. Is she okay? She'd better not broach the subject, though. She doesn't want Violet to think she's been snooping, and there's another important subject on the agenda today. "Here we are, coffee," Celia says, placing 2 steaming mugs down on the counter. "What do you think has happened with our very own girl on a train, then?" She is pleased with that line. She should sell it to the local newspaper. Maybe Violet hasn't read the book or seen the film, because to Celia's surprise, Violet walks over to the rail of men's shirts and starts rearranging them in size order. To Celia's annoyance, she's having to address Violet's back. She has another go. "The missing girl they're looking for, the one they reckon got off the Exeter train here in Sherburne. What's your take on it all, Miss Magistrate?" Violet turns to look at her with a rumpled smile. "I expect she's run off with some young chap she's met. Isn't that usually the case?" "Not always. Well, any alternatives don't bear thinking about, do they?" "Alternatives like what?" Violet continues to switch shirts from rail to rail. "Foul play, of course. Remember years ago, a young estate agent went missing showing someone around a house. They never did find her. The only clue was an appointment with a Mr. Kipper in the diary. I reckon something like that has happened. In which case, Sherborne will forever be shrouded in mystery. You are letting your imagination run away with you again, Celia. Violet was someone who managed to squeeze condescension into their speech while maintaining a neutral tone. Comes from being a magistrate, Celia thought. And there was another one more recently, wasn't there? Must be about 5 years ago now. That was in Dorset, too. I don't recall, Violet says, moving over to the bookshelf and commencing the mammoth task of rearranging the books in author alphabetical order. Customers had a tedious habit of picking them up and putting them back anywhere. You do! She disappeared while fossil collecting down at Seatown Beach near Chittock. She was only about 20. I can't remember the girl's name, though. I thought she'd been found. Turned out she got into a friend's boat and ended up staying out all night getting hideously drunk, but left it several days before she resurfaced. No, that was a different case. I'm sure she's still missing, Celia says, pursing her lips and reaching for her mobile under the counter for a quick Google to prove her point. Here we are. Emily Weston, a paleontology student, age 19, disappeared from the Chittock area of Dorset in 2021. She was known to have been heading for nearby Seatown Beach to collect fossils. Her whereabouts remain unknown. Poor girl has never been seen since. I do recall that now. I'm getting cases muddled up, obviously, Violet says, turning around, holding up a used baby's nappy between her thumb and forefinger. She mock winces and carries it over to the bin. I'm not surprised. You can't remember everything. You must have seen so many cases over the years. Celia does not want to get sidetracked by the nappy. They've had far worse. Any insider knowledge, court chatter as to what's happened? I'm afraid I can't help you there. I've not been in since before the woman disappeared. I'm sitting a couple of sessions in Blandford next week, though. I'll report back if I hear anything. Ooh, yes, do. And her name is Florence Florenzi, by the way. I know we don't know her, but given the circumstances, we must call her Florence. Florence, is it? Violet repeats. Such a lovely name. Celia catches something on Violet's face. She's unsure of what it is, and then realizes what she'd mistaken as a look is makeup. There are highlights on her face. Violet Green, I do believe you're wearing lipstick. Are you sure you've not got a fancy man stashed away? Violet laughs. Most definitely not. Couldn't be further from the truth. I'm simply wanting to update myself. Does it look okay? Violet's eyes sparkle on full beam. You look lovely. It suits you. The soft pink, barely there lipstick shade is just right for your skin tone. You should wear it more often. Maybe I will, Violet says, heading back to the bookshelf. I have news. I come bearing news. Celia, returning from her lunch break, bursts in through the shop door like a comet blazing a trail. Violet grimaces slightly theatrically. Don't tell me. Sainsbury's is closing down and will be replaced by a pound store. You'd better get a petition going. Celia was famous for galvanizing the local community into action where anything to do with preserving the character of Sherborne was concerned. Funny, ha ha. No, guess what? There's a TV crew in town, Celia says, not waiting for Violet to guess. Well, 2 actually. And, drum roll please, who do you think they just interviewed? Celia does a little twirl on the spot. Violet rests her index finger on her chin as though deep in thought. I'm guessing that would be Sherborne's very own answer to Miss Marple. Celia takes a dramatic bow as though she's a Shakespearean actor. I might be on the 6 o'clock news. Can you imagine? I must message Stephen and tell him to have the TV on for when I get back. I'm so glad I refreshed my lippy before I went out. Shame you hadn't spotted the egg mayonnaise on your coat, Violet says, knowing it was Celia's lunchtime sandwich choice. She'd seen it in the fridge. Celia looks down at her coat as her mouth falls open in sheer panic. I haven't. Where? She says, brushing at nothing on her coat. Only kidding. Sorry, couldn't resist that. So, do tell, What's happening out there?" "My TV crew are on the green in front of the Abbey. I happened to be strolling past, and I said something to what turned out to be the producer, and she asked me if I'd like to say a few words on camera." "What were they asking?" Violet's laser beam eyes turned soft. "This is more like it," Celia thinks. I've got her interest piqued now. "They wanted to know what my reaction was to a woman having gone missing in the town. Looking for the local community angle? You know, that kind of thing." "You said there was more than one TV crew?" "I thought I'd take a little wander down to the railway station to see what's going on, and I spotted another TV crew. I was interviewed by BBC Southwest, but I saw ITV vans down that way. The story is growing." "Told you it would," Celia says, taking her coat off. "The police are asking passers-by down by the station if they traveled by train on the day Florence went missing. And," Celia adds excitedly, pointing both index fingers at Violet, "it suddenly occurred to me it was that Thursday you traveled to London to go to the exhibition at the Royal Academy, wasn't it? I expect you'll be talking to the police." "No need," Violet responds coolly. "Oh, have you spoken to them already? I assumed you hadn't, as you didn't mention it, and we've been talking about it all morning." "I mean, it won't be necessary. I didn't go to London in the end. I woke up with a bit of a sore throat and saw the weather forecast, so decided against it. You know me, Little Miss Sensible." "That's such a shame. I know you were looking forward to it." The shame Celia is referring to is more her own disappointment. She had rather been hoping it would turn out Violet had been traveling on the same train as Florence. That would have given them so much to discuss. Had she spotted any suspicious characters? Could she possibly have even seen Florence but not registered the significance? Celia took pride in her ability to prompt memories. "With the weather as bad as it was, I couldn't risk it. You know it gets flooded around Marlott in torrential rain. I didn't want to find I couldn't get back." "Makes sense," Celia says, finding it strange that Violet hadn't mentioned canceling her plans, considering the topic of conversation of the moment, or indeed that she hadn't been well. They always discussed their latest ailments. Violet has made their cup of afternoon tea, and Celia is dealing with a customer who is bartering on the price of a vintage TG green Cornish ware blue and white striped mixing bowl. It's marked up at £20, but the customer only wants to pay £8, saying it's expensive for a charity shop. Celia patiently tries to explain it would cost well over £40 in one of the local antique shops. "I'll accept £18, but that's the bottom price," Celia says as the door opens, and Dean Rowland, one of the local special constables, steps inside clutching an armful of A4-size posters. The lines on his forehead are carved and heavy, as though his face had spent his entire life trying to solve a major problem. "Good afternoon, ladies. Would you be kind enough to display this missing poster for us? We're asking local shops and businesses to publicize the photo of the missing woman, Florence Florenzi, to staff and customers in case it triggers someone's memory." Violet cradles her mug of tea in both hands and hasn't offered to take one from the special constable. One hand grips her mug tightly, as though it might fall from her grasp. The other curls and then unfurls around it on repeat. Her eyes look empty, like no one is at home. Ignoring the customer, Celia places the mixing bowl back on the shelf and turns her attention to Dean Rowland. "Of course, Dean. We'd be delighted to. How's the investigation going? Any fresh leads?" "Nothing I can divulge, I'm afraid, but we're hoping the increased police presence and media coverage will start to bring in some new information. I was interviewed by BBC Southwest earlier, you know," Celia says, her chubby hands fluttering in the air like a pair of pigeons. "You'll probably see me on the news later," she adds with pride as she reaches for a poster. "I'll keep an eye out for you," Dean says, as his heavy-duty laughter lines crinkle. "Many thanks. And obviously get in touch if you see or hear anything." After the special constable has gone, Celia lays the poster out flat on the counter. "Such a pretty girl. Let's hope they find her," Celia says. "Wherever she is, I bet she's wishing she missed that train," Violet replies, glancing over Celia's shoulder. "Such a mystery, and right on our doorstep." You've got another one to solve. Look, Violet says, pointing to the china shelf. There's an empty space where Celia replaced the mixing bowl. I don't believe it! The tea leaf! What a cheek! She must have taken it when we were talking to Dean, right under the nose of the police. The nerve! The very nerve, Violet repeats. 15 minutes later, Violet appears from the kitchenette with her coat on, carrying her shopping bags and an embroidered cushion emblazoned with the face of a pug tucked under her arm. It looked new and hadn't yet been put on display, so Violet snapped it up. It'll do for the spare room bed, she'd said. I'm off now. I've washed the mugs up. Jackson will be wondering where I am. Don't forget to watch the news, Celia says, her face shining with anticipation. Never fear, I'll be glued. Got everything? You look a little overloaded with shopping today, Celia says, risking a look down at the supermarket bags. Oh, I promised Tom I'd pick up a few bits for him. Since when does Tom need tampons and sanitary towels, Celia thinks. She'd love to ask. 11. Violet. Celia Braithwaite really is the most insufferable human being. It's been Florence this and Florence that on repeat. I lost count of the number of times I bit my tongue wanting to correct her. Celia acts as though she knows Florence personally. Think I've trumped her there. I've had to put up with her, my TV crew, and news alerts all day. Celia reckons she's got it all figured out, or thinks she soon will when, in reality, she doesn't have a clue. No one does, and no one will. End of. They won't work it out for Florence, just like they haven't for the previous 3. Yes, you heard right. My little Flo is number 4, and not once have I ever seen or heard it mentioned that the perpetrator could be female. They're all looking in the wrong direction. Technically, I'm a serial killer. I certainly qualify on that count. 3 is the magic number of murders, like scoring 3 goals for a hat trick. A serial killer isn't a mass murderer, shoot them all at once in a shopping mall or school kind, but intermittent acts over time, the last 14 years in my case. So, there you have it. I have confessed. Florence's predecessors are sadly no longer with us, but I have very high hopes for Florence. I want her to be a keeper, and if she plays her cards right, she will continue to be my special guest. I am not an archetypal stalker, and I can honestly say I never set out to kill or harm my guests. But some of the girls turned out to be seriously uncooperative and proved very difficult behaviorally. I am working hard to keep Florence with us. My motivation is simple. I want the company of a daughter I could never have. I wait until the girls fall into my lap. Each one has presented themselves as a gift. Lizzie, Leanne, Emily, and Florence all have one thing in common, though, their long brunette hair. I can't resist that. Soon the police will make the connection, if they haven't already. Have they yet linked the 4 young women as the work of the same individual? The geography is a little spread, so maybe not. Florence and Emily came to my attention in my home county of Dorset, but I met Lizzie in Cornwall, and Leanne was a hitchhiker from Wales. There's always a massive assumption that unexplained missing females may have come to harm at the hands of a male. All this, of course, works to my advantage. And who would suspect an old spinster like me? I am a highly respected member of the West Dorset community. Magistrate, women's group and gardening club member, charity shop volunteer. I shall be keeping this serial killer title to myself. Tonight, I am making Florence and I a vegetarian chili. She's certainly pushing me to experiment with my cooking to suit her tastes, and I am very happy to oblige. Florence has also requested sour cream and tortilla chips with it. We'll be eating like Mexicans. What a hoot! It will be ready to take down shortly. I'm waiting for the rice to boil and our cozy evening can begin. It's become my favorite part of the day. Jackson enjoys it too. We're a little late because I've been waiting for the news to finish. And breaking news, Celia, looks like you've been edited out. I can imagine the scene in the Braithwaite household. Stephen will be poised with the low-alcohol beer Celia allows him, ready to salute his new celebrity wife. Celia will be enjoying a gin and tonic with ice and a slice. The corner of Celia's mouth twitches in anticipation for her starring role, but the smile evaporates as she realizes 2 other Sherborne residents were selected over her. I bet she waffled on too much. I expect I'll be on the 10 o'clock news, Stephen. We'll have to go to bed later than normal. I'm looking forward to ribbing her about it. Florence is rubbing off on me. I'm finding pleasure in humor like I never have before. Florence is good for me. I must tell her about my egg mayonnaise on Celia's coat prank. Her face was a picture. That was hysterical. What time do you call this? My stomach was beginning to think my throat had been cut, Florence says as I place the tray I've brought with 2 bowls of chili on the picnic table. I was contemplating having to leave you a crap review on TripAdvisor. Always 5 stars for this establishment, I'll have you know. Florence smiles, but there is something sad in her eyes. Give it time, Florence. Give it time. As we settle down to eat, I want to get the chat going. What have you been up to today? A bit of a rhetorical question, I realize, as soon as I've said it, but Florence rises to the challenge. Oh, all the usual. I did a Pilates class this morning, lunch with the girls, and a spot of shopping this afternoon. All the dull stuff. How about you? I tell Florence about my work at the charity shop, the TV cameras in town, and the egg gate incident with Celia. That reminds me. I bought you a decorative cushion. It's got a pug on it. I meant to bring it down. More gifts. You do spoil me. I know by Florence's tone. Outwardly, she doesn't mean this as a compliment, but in a perverse way, I like to think she does. I feel a pressure below my ribs. It's not painful, but expansive. I think it's a surge of joy and happiness. Of course, Florence wants to know all about what is going on. The search for her, the police investigation. I tell her about the police presence and appeal for information. Florence listens intently, hope now shining in her eyes, shooting upwards like bright yellow sunflowers. I know I can't expect any different, but it feels like a small, spiteful pinch to my insides. I want her to tell me she's content, happy to stay with me, but I know that isn't going to happen. Not yet, anyway. Sometimes the truth hurts so much you'd rather hear the lie. Isn't being a kidnapper incompatible with being a magistrate? They'll kick you out when they find out what you've done. You'll be the one behind bars then. They're not going to find out. Florence gives out a little snort. She's still clinging on to vain hope. It's not too late, you know, she says. It's not the first time she has said this. What isn't? To let me go. You know I can't do that, Florence. You can. Please, I'll stay stumm. Promise. She makes as if pulling a zip in front of her mouth. I take a sip of my red wine, savor the taste on my lips, and shake my head as if in slow motion from side to side. I'm not the first, am I? Florence blurts out. I wasn't expecting this. The silence between us stretches out like a vast void. I finished my glass of wine and have poured another before I am ready to respond. I drink in her physicality and all her attributes. There have been times in my life where I felt and enjoyed being beautiful, as Florence is. You wouldn't think it to look at me now, I know. When I look in the mirror, my face surprises me. I'm startled momentarily before I adjust to the realization this is how I look. This is me. Gone are the lustrous, long brunette tresses. My hair is faded with streaks of gray. Crow's feet radiate from my eyes. Marionette lines head south from the corners of my mouth. And behind those dead eyes lies the soul of a killer. I feel such a connection with Florence that I find I don't want to lie to her. I am pulled by the swell of her tide. I fancy I see Florence in my reflection. Only around the edges, of course. But she's there, as I was 30 years ago. Florence regards me flatly. There is no way to sugarcoat it. The ugliest truth is better than the prettiest lie. No, my lovely, you are not, I finally reply. Maybe my hardness is born of necessity. I feel rather than see Florence stiffen at that. And then I see a fleeting flicker in her expression. I'm not sure what to read into it. It could have been a multitude of things: realization, resignation, fright. She is quick to glaze over. Maybe she's practiced at not letting other people know what she is thinking. My kindred spirit. How many? Florence says. How much to tell her now she's asked? Maybe the truth. It will act as an incentive to ensure she cooperates. The others would still be alive had they done so. How many, Violet? How many other women or girls have you locked up in here? I want you to tell me the truth. You owe me that much. A sense of something that almost feels like shame crawls through my body. I take a deep breath. Lizzie, Leanne, Emily, and now you. 4. I'm number 4? Florence says. Her voice is almost a whisper. And yet, it is a roar. Florence. My chest is like a heavy weight. I can hardly breathe. An icy sense of dread like I have never experienced spreads through me. Inching slowly, starting at the top of my skull. Desperate and confused thoughts ricochet repeatedly around my mind. Is Violet planning on murdering me? Am I supposed to pass some sort of test first? Why is she feeding me so well? What's with the little gifts as though she's trying to please me? I'm not making all the connections. Violet puts her fist to her mouth as if to bite on it. She's waiting for my reaction, waiting for me to say something. Violet? What the actual fuck is the best I can manage? I'm not proud of it, you know, Violet says, as if this eradicates any wrongdoing. And where are they now? Lizzie, Leanne, and Emily. I say their names out loud to acknowledge them, give them credibility, and to remember them, if ever I get out of here. They're not here at the old bakehouse. They've left. And not living happily ever after, I presume. Violet pinches her bottom lip between her teeth. That's all the answer I need. The atmosphere is now so taut it could shatter glass. I want to probe. It's like pulling at a loose thread on your favorite jumper that turns into a hole, or squeezing a spot that leaves a red and angry mark. You know you shouldn't, but you do it anyway. How old were they? 25, 22, 19. She could be reading out lottery numbers. And 27, I finish for her. You are older and wiser, Florence. I hope you can see I am doing my best to make you feel at home here. Were they all brunettes? I ask. Long hair? Of course, that is essential. Other than your hair fetish, why Violet? What's the purpose? She sighs and refills her wineglass. My ugly truth is a fear of solitude, being all alone. I want the company. More than anything, I would have loved a daughter. Why didn't you have children then? A red veil creeps up to Violet's face from her neck. Her skin is shining in the dim light. Having children was never going to be an option for me. She takes in a gulp of air as if preparing herself for a dive underwater. I have Mayer-Rokitansky-Kuster-Hauser syndrome. I'm sorry, what? I've never heard of it, I say. Then I wonder why I said sorry. I have nothing to apologize to Violet for. Not many people have. MRKH is very rare. I don't have a uterus, cervix, or much of a vagina. Having a baby, or even the potential to enjoy trying for one, was never going to be a possibility for me. You mean you've never... God, that sucks. Seriously sucks. Yes, it does suck, doesn't it? Violet emphasizes the word as though rolling it around in her mouth, trying it out for the first time. My inclination is to want to find out all about MRKH, but reaching for my phone to Google it is no longer an option in my new living circumstances. How did you find out you were a bit, short-changed? I didn't find out until I was 17. I'd never had a period. I never liked to admit it at school. All my classmates had been menstruating since they were 13 or 14. I wanted to be part of the "it's my time of the month" gang. Violet looks down into her lap and brushes away at something invisible as though embarrassed at her confession. I faked it. I picked a girl in the class who was allowed to miss a hockey match because she'd bled into her game shorts. I counted the days thereafter and pretended I had the same cycle as her. But what about your mom?
Didn't you tell her?
Violet makes a disbelieving noise, almost scornful and full of derision deep in her throat. She was dead, got herself murdered. I was in the care system since I was 12 years old. My jaw drops at the word murdered. Violet catches my response. Tell me about it. That sucked too. A story for another evening, perhaps. And no father around, I'm guessing? Violet shakes her head. I have no idea who he is. I'm not even sure my mother did. Geez, what crap you've had to contend with. I'm not sure how to respond to all these revelations. Is she getting revenge for her mother's murder? I want to ask what happened to her mom, but don't want to deviate from her telling me about her lack of uterus for now. One thing at a time. There'll be plenty more evenings for questions, unfortunately. The more I can understand about what makes Violet tick, the better. She's put her wine glass down and picks at a sliver of skin by her thumbnail. A care worker finally realized I'd been stashing my allocation of sanitary products, and eventually I was diagnosed with MRKH. Whoop-de-doo was the attitude of friends I eventually shared it with. You've had a jammy escape. No periods, no cramps. Seriously, you don't know how lucky you are. I was meant to be grateful, it seemed, but it's never felt that way. It sounds like Violet's mouth has got really small, like her words are having to force their way out. The best thing you can do is try and forget about it, I was told. Find other pleasures in life, and I have. Care home to magistrate without a uterus is quite an achievement, I think. You may have had a tough time of it, but you can't just take people off the streets, Violet. I didn't take you off the street. I think you'll find you entered my home voluntarily. That may be, but what you did afterwards really isn't very nice. Violet has the audacity to look at me with what appears to be genuine surprise on her face.
What do you mean?
I'm being very nice to you, aren't I? I think you'll find your definition of nice is a bit warped. Her lips curl inwards, but Violet doesn't say anything. Couldn't something be done to help you, operations and stuff, to make you a bit more normal? They can even do uterus transplants now, I think. It's all a bit late for me now. No point in having any operations at my age. I was in the care system and had no family to speak of, so didn't know where to turn. Nothing was ever offered. There was no internet in those days to do the research and seek advice. I was left to navigate it all on my own. That's seriously shitty, Violet. Seriously shitty, she repeats, with a fractional lift of an eyebrow and a trace of a smile on her lips. If you wanted children, why didn't you adopt or consider fostering? You said you'd been in care yourself. You'd have been giving a kid a break. Violet laughs softly and kind of demonically. Maybe I should have, but time for all that has ebbed away. Back then, it would have been difficult as a singleton. I was always doomed to be an old spinster. No one could love me. Do you agree no one could love me, Florence? Maybe you never gave anyone a chance. You've built an emotional brick wall around yourself. You need to loosen up. Maybe you should consider taking it down, brick by brick. I think you could benefit from some therapy. Thank you for those words of wisdom. Violet's eyes are cold in the paleness of their gray. Kids who grow up in care learn not to show their emotions. It's how you survive. Exposing emotional currency can cost you dearly. And this is your answer, is it? Kidnapping young women and locking them away from the world? Depriving them of their liberty? Is this your retribution for your own childhood? Or am I supposed to be a substitute daughter? Which is it? And whichever, it's sick. At this moment, I don't think I could ever love anyone as much as I hate Violet. When you truly hate someone, it leaves deeper scars in your psyche than loving anyone ever can. I hate her. I imagine pushing my thumbs into the stupid woman's eyes. I'd like to feel her eyeballs squelch. I've said too much. Violet's face is a door slammed shut. Not knowing where the danger truly lies, I should tread more cautiously. If I'm not careful, I will become the thorn in her side, the fishbone in her throat, and I dread to think where that would lead. Where Lizzie, Leanne, and Emily have gone before me, I suspect. I'm staring into the coldness of her eyes for what feels like an eternity. The silence stretches between us before Violet jerks back into life as if an invisible hand has pressed the play button. I think I just got stabbed. That's how it works, I say, feigning removing a dagger from my own heart. Give it an hour and you'll bleed out. I do believe Violet is feeling the tug of an unwanted smile. We're getting used to each other. Do you have room for dessert? I have some Dorset apple cake and I could make some custard. Go on then, you spoil me, I say, reaching for my tummy, which seems to be expanding by the day with all Violet's rich puddings. But I don't exactly have much else to look forward to. While waiting for Violet to return, I lie on my bed and stare up at the dank ceiling. It's as impenetrable as Violet's heart. I curl my fingers into my palms, clench and unclench my hands. I want to feel fresh air in my lungs. Will I ever see the sky or feel the sun on my skin again? Or rain? Oh, beautiful rain! Who thought I'd ever miss it? What a privilege it would be to feel the slap of wind and sting of rain on my face again. Please, Papa, can we go walking in the rain? Arm in arm on the path down by the River Thames. You'd be carrying your umbrella over both of us, protecting me. Your sturdy black umbrella with the curved wooden handle, because you always lose collapsible ones. They're about as much use as a chocolate teapot, you always say. You'd pat my hand, resting in the crook of your arm, reassuring me intermittently about everything as we walk along. You can tell me about your expansion plans for the deli, which I fear I previously dismissed. I'd love to hear about the new special recipes you're planning, and I promise I won't pull a face if it's something I don't like. You can chide me about my timekeeping and reprimand me if I let a naughty word slip. In fact, let's introduce a swear box. You'll soon earn enough for that trip to Sardinia I know you'd love to take. I miss you, Papa. I miss you so much. Please don't give up on me. A ripple of doubt about my future whispers in my gut. I have to remain positive, eat Violet's food as enthusiastically as she makes it, chat and banter with her, whatever she wants. One thing is clear. I am fighting for my survival here. This is no longer just about escaping. It's about staying alive. Chapter 13. Violet. I fear I have drunk too much. It always loosens my tongue. But my evenings with Florence are so enjoyable. It's what I look forward to at the end of each day. There's not much else to do on these winter evenings, and I am more than happy to forego watching the television. I like to think Florence enjoys our soirees too. She's certainly enjoying my food, and cooking for her is giving me so much pleasure. I light candles around the cellar, and we retreat into our own little bistro. Have I told her too much about my condition? I've always been intensely private about it, but I found myself opening up this evening. And maybe Florence is right. I could do with a bit of therapy, but what she doesn't realize is the therapy is her. She is the tonic I need. I certainly won't be talking to some shrink about my anatomy and the impact it has had on my life. Why pay someone to tell me what I already know? After my diagnosis, I felt myself closing down, a tight coiling inward, mentally moving away from the expectations of life that society had laid out before me. I became a stranger in my own life. This new person had walked in the door uninvited, settling into my being without as much as introducing themselves. It was tough. I was also embarrassed to ever admit to anyone that I wasn't a whole woman. Can you imagine what it's like to actually want a period? I can. I longed for one. To experience it, the feeling, the sensation, to have to deal with it. even if it was only the once. I became haunted, and the world became a grayer place. I knew if I cried, I would never be able to stop, so the tears never came. They dried up, forming a dehydrated version of myself with a hardened heart. I made believe that I didn't want to be part of the married people gang, so I slapped on a smile and attended hen nights, weddings, baby showers, and christenings, like I would never want that for myself. I believe my fate gives me leave to be aloof and irritable, and occasionally irrational. The blackness faded over the years, but it never went away. Sometimes a good day might feel a lighter shade of gray, but I am in no doubt never having a womb took my life away, deprived me of the companionship that should be rightly mine. I've allowed it to sit in the pit of my stomach like a poisonous seed. I let it grow and grow until I acted out and took someone that didn't belong to me. I would love a daughter with a primal ache, but it never seems to work out. I'm forever living in hope. I see a young woman who resembles the woman in my head I should have been, and the match strikes again. I'm considered by nature and cautious by necessity, but the pull and the fizz and the heat of it all, when it happens, is irresistible. 4 times over now. It's like knowing you're going to do something really, really stupid, but this foresight doesn't prevent it happening. I'm powerless to stop it. It appears I live in a constant rinse-repeat cycle. I'm only ever one step away from the abyss. In my circumstances, I have to make do. I know it's self-indulgent, but capturing these girls and imprisoning them is the closest I will ever get to a familial relationship. You have to take what you can get in this world, right? The custard is nearly ready. I stir continually to avoid any lumps. I can't be seen to be serving Florence lumpy custard. I've already sliced 2 portions of apple cake and am pouring the custard over the top when Jackson alerts me to a visitor. His tail wags at a rate of knots like a windscreen wiper on full speed. He barks a greeting as there is a knock on the back door and, before I can act, it swings open and old Tom steps inside. I don't know why everyone calls him Old Tom. He's only 72, but it's stuck. I think it might have something to do with the fact that he's lived in Marlott all his life, making him the oldest resident. "Evening, Violet. Sorry to call in unannounced," he says, wiping his feet dutifully on the doormat. My first thought is, did I shut the door at the top of the basement steps? My second is, I must get into the habit of locking the back door. Nothing ever happens in Marlott, so it's never normally a concern. "Tom, lovely to see you." "Thought I'd drop the eggs round." He holds up a dozen size box. "It's a calm evening, and I fancied a stroll after all this rain of late. The girls have been busy laying, so best to get them to you fresh-like," he says in his deep West Country burr. "That's so kind." Tom steps forward into the kitchen and places the egg box on the table. His actions are those of someone used to being welcomed into homes. Everyone knows and loves harmless old Tom. He expects me to be alone. When does Violet ever have visitors, after all? I am normally pleased to see him. He is a good neighbor, fixes things for me, takes Jackson out if I'm delayed in court. But tonight, I am irritated. My nerves now feel as stretched and taut as an elastic band. My evening has been broken, perhaps ruined. Tom rests his hands on the back of one of the kitchen chairs. You could slice the air of expectancy. I have no choice. Things have to be normal. "Cup of tea, Tom? Or something stronger? What can I get you?" "Thought you'd never ask," he says, chuckling, as he takes off his coat and pulls out a seat. "A cup of tea would be grand. Thanks, love. I'm parched." "Coming up." As I fill the kettle, I turn on the taps like my life depends on it and squirt a generous helping of washing up liquid into the sink to cover up the 2 dinner plates, 2 wine glasses, 2 sets of cutlery, the detritus of my evening. Within seconds, a volcanic flow of froth spills over the edge of the sink and cascades towards the floor. I've overdone it. Better that than have Tom see washing up for 2. I grab at the kitchen roll and throw a tea towel on the floor to mop it up. "Keep your cool, Violet. It's not like you to get flustered." Whoa, steady on there, old girl. Trying to drown me in suds? Tom's basset hound bags quiver beneath his watery eyes. It's these new upside-down squeezy bottles. I've not got the hang of them yet. They seem to be more squirty, I say, feigning a laugh. I expect they've watered down the liquid. More cutting back and charging extra. Don't get me started, Tom says, resting his hands on his belly, which bulges over the top of his trousers, like dough bursting out of a bread pan. Tom's skin is dry like a riverbed and swarthy from working outdoors on his small farm. His high, round cheekbones are rosy with broken red thread veins. Combined with his mop of silvery gray hair, it's no wonder he has become the resident Father Christmas at the annual festive fair at the village hall. I place Tom's tea in front of him with the sugar bowl and a teaspoon. He takes 3 sugars, but sometimes I've seen him sneak a 4th, so I let him do it and pretend not to notice. I spy with my little eye a Dorset apple cake, Tom says, raising his eyebrows in anticipation, glancing over at the cake plate on the counter. Oh gosh, I almost forgot. I got distracted with the washing up debacle. I was serving it up when you arrived, I say, collecting the 2 pudding bowls and putting them on the table. 2 bowls? You must have known I was coming. I didn't, but Jackson did. Your timing was perfect. I guessed it was you, so served up another. In that case, it would be rude not to, he says, picking up a spoon like it was a shovel, piling it high with Florence's portion. I'll just get you the egg money. No need, Tom calls after me with his mouth full, but I've already left the kitchen. I want to check whether I left the basement door open. I have. That's sloppy of me. This is an important lesson. Expect the unexpected. It's only slightly ajar, but even so. Has Florence heard I've got company? I reach for the handle, but it's a creaky old door, and, as I attempt to close it as quietly as possible, Florence calls out, "You took your time. Didn't know you had to grow the apples for the cake first." I have no choice but to slam it shut. I turn the key and put it in my trouser pocket. I fetch 3 pounds in change from a coat in the hallway to give to Tom, even though my bag with my purse is in the kitchen. On re-entering the kitchen, I turn the radio on, which sits on the dresser. It's tuned to classic FM. Fancy a bit of ambiance? I say, not actually meaning it as a question. Tom gives me a big grin. Don't suppose there's the chance of a second helping, is there? He holds up his empty bowl while circling his hand around his inflated tummy like a cartoon Pooh Bear. I decide not to eat my bowlful. There's only a bit of custard left, which Tom will want, so I'll save mine for Florence. I suspect I will be in for a severe reprimand when I finally get back downstairs. I must remember to take the cushion down with me. I hope Florence likes it. "Penny for them," Tom says, voraciously tucking in to round 2. "So what mischief you been up to, old girl?" Tom stayed for an hour and a half. I kept surreptitiously looking at the kitchen clock, but maybe I should have made it more obvious and he'd have taken the hint, or not, knowing Tom. I'd better brace myself for Florence's wrath. I reheat the Dorset apple cake and custard in the microwave and place it on a tray with a mug of chamomile tea that Florence likes to drink in the evening. Hopefully, I'll be forgiven. Clutching the tray with the pug cushion tucked under my arm, I make my way back downstairs. Florence is asleep, curled up on her bed like a contented kitten. I hope she doesn't get cold. I resist the urge to open the door and cover her up. That's not to wake her, and if the cold gets too much, I'm sure she'll crawl under the covers. I've supplied plentiful duvets, blankets, and pillows to keep her cozy. I'm thoughtful like that. I push the pudding and mug of tea through the hatch. Florence will see them when she wakes up. I don't want her thinking I forgot about her. I put a hand to my chest. I have a thumping feeling, like fluttering birds' wings against glass. I'm having palpitations. It's at the thought of Tom walking in earlier and finding me down here with Florence. Caged up Florence. Would I have heard him? Jackson recognizes the sound of Tom approaching and is so comfortable with him that he may not have barked as loud as he does with strangers, for me to hear all the way down here. I really do need to be more vigilant. I don't want our fun spoiled. I may have come to accept my sins as survival strategies, but I'm not sure others will see it the same way. Except for me, there's no resisting that feeling when it floods into me, swamping me. All I can do is give in to it, bend with it. If I didn't, I might snap, and there's no saying what I might do then. Florence doesn't want to find out, or Tom come to that. Recorded interview. Date, November 3rd, 2025. Location, Denby Road, Sherburne, DT 93NL. Conducted by officers from Dorset Police. Police, for the purposes of the recording, please can you confirm your full name? C. D. Connor Drummond, no middle name. Police, and your address? C. D. 44 Littletown Road, Honiton, Devon, EX142DQ. Police, and your age, please, Mr. Drummond. C. D. 38 as of yesterday. Police, and could you please confirm where you were on Thursday, February 20th, from approximately 4 p.m. onwards? C. D. I'd been in London all day attending a conference. I got on the 4:20 p.m. Exeter train at Waterloo to return home. Police, and could you tell us which carriage you were traveling in? C. D. I'm afraid I don't know what number it was. I didn't really take much notice. About in the middle of the train, I think. Police, for the sake of the recording, we are showing Mr. Drummond a photograph of a young woman. Do you know this person? C. D. Not exactly. Police, please can you expand? C. D. I met her briefly on the train. I don't know her. Police, for the purposes of the recording, the photograph is of Florence Florenzi, who hasn't been seen since Thursday, February 20th. What did you talk about with Miss Florenzi? C. D. Not much. She got on at Clapham Junction and asked if the seat next to me was taken. I was in the aisle table seat, and my rucksack was on the inside seat next to the window. Police, please continue. C. D. I said it was free, so I slid across and she sat in the aisle seat. Police, after your rucksack gave up its seat for Miss Florenzi, was there any interaction between you? C. D. Not much. I asked where she was heading. She said Exeter to see some friends. I may have made a comment about the awful weather. She was looking at her phone for most of the time. She didn't seem to want to chat. And was there any other interaction between you? Yes. After the guard announced the train was terminating early at Yeovil, she didn't know the area and was a bit confused as to what to do. I explained where we were and that there would be buses to Exeter. She made a phone call to someone and got off at the next stop, Sherburne. And where did you leave the train, Mr. Drummond? I got off at Yeovil Junction and got the rail replacement service to Honiton. I walked home from there. Were you with anyone on the bus to Honiton? Yes, it was full. I sat next to an old guy who said he was a retired lecturer. I didn't get his name. Thank you. Did you observe whether Miss Florenzi was messaging with anyone? Texts? WhatsApp? Not that I recall. She was on social media, scrolling through and watching videos until she made the one call after we knew about the train not going all the way to Exeter. We have a couple of witnesses who say you spent quite a bit of the journey observing Miss Florenzi. Is that correct? Silence. Do you need us to repeat the question, Mr. Drummond? Look, I admit I thought she was rather attractive. I was hoping to get her to talk, but she clearly didn't want to, so I didn't push it. I never saw her again after she got off the train at Sherborne. You'll be aware the police have been appealing for information for a couple of weeks now. Why has it taken you so long to come forward? I've been away skiing. I only got back last weekend. I'd heard that a woman had gone missing before I left, but I honestly had no idea it was the young woman I sat next to. I hope you find her. Thank you. That will be all for now, Mr. Drummond, while we make further inquiries. Chapter 14.
Celia, 23 days missing.
Celia can't decide whether her new hairstyle is a bit too much for Sherborne. Even Stephen asked if she was having an affair the other day. What a ridiculous notion. But she was pleased he'd noticed. She'd had a full head of highlights done to help tone in the ever-increasing grays with her darkening blonde. The hairdresser had cut it into what she described as a blunt lob. Celia is bemused by such language, as she hasn't been one to frequent the hair salon regularly, but it was time for a bit of a makeover. Apparently, it's a longer bob with straight, even ends. Her parting has moved over to one side, and the blow-dry makes her hair stand up from the crown of her head. Sleek, modern, and rejuvenating, the hairdresser had said. "I could do with some of that," Celia had replied, leaving the salon a satisfied customer. Apart from Violet having raised her game recently in the appearance stakes, she's twice donned a new outfit and has discovered a second pair of ankle boots at the back of the wardrobe. For Celia, there is always the possibility of appearing on TV again. Sherborne has come to life with TV crews, newspaper reporters, and sleuth tourists retracing Florence Florenzi's steps, trying to work out what could have happened to her. A stroll down to the green in front of the Abbey has become a daily occupation. You never know when she might be required to speak to the camera again. And Celia had appeared on TV. They'd had to painstakingly wait until the local news after the main 10 o'clock bulletin, but there she was. The reporter had asked her, "What has been the reaction of the local community?" And Celia had replied, "We're all in deep shock. Missing people aren't a common occurrence around here." On reflection, Celia thinks she could have worded that better and wishes she'd offered more of a note of concern and hope. Anyway, if there is to be another opportunity, Celia is not going to miss it. She's even prepared some phrases which she has written down in a small notebook kept in her handbag. The top one being, "As a longtime resident of Sherborne, I am deeply concerned at the young woman's disappearance. Note, should I name her? And along with the whole community, I sincerely hope she is found safe and well." That strikes the right balance. Thrilled as she was with the TV appearance, Celia was less enamored with the image portrayed. Her hair was too long, dull, and lifeless, giving her a non-consequential look. Celia was not that person. The hairdo is all in preparation and, as an upcoming local celebrity, considered essential. Friends message to say they've seen her on TV, and Celia is convinced strangers are double-taking in the street. Only yesterday, a customer purchasing 2 John Grisham novels commented that he thought he'd seen her somewhere before. Annoyingly, Violet had missed her TV appearance. She claimed she'd avidly watched the 6 o'clock news, but had missed the later editions, assuming she'd been edited out. "There's no point in watching the news twice in one evening. It's all the same, isn't it?" Violet had said. Well, clearly, it very much wasn't, Celia thought. Celia is sorting through several boxes of donated china, an assortment of knickknacks she and Violet call them. It's always a favorite task to see what has come in. The skill is to disseminate into 3 piles, the potentially valuable, the of no real value but saleable, and finally, but all too often, the should have been taken to the rubbish tip. Each item has to be scrutinized, even if, at first glance, the item looks like it should be binned. Celia had once examined a stained, chipped, and cracked teapot, but on lifting the lid, had discovered over 1,000 pounds in rolled-up banknotes secured with a rubber band. Frequently, copious bags and boxes of items are left overnight on the doorstep, even though there is a very large and clear sign in the window. Please do not leave items on the doorstep overnight. If Celia turns up for work and can hardly make it to the front door, then it's a sure sign most of what has been left is predestined for the dump. The teapot incident was almost certainly the work of a probate relative. It also meant the donor couldn't be contacted. Such a shame, Celia had thought with a wry smile. That'll teach you to take shortcuts and use us as a convenient dumping ground while convincing yourself you've done a good deed. Celia lifts out a large, brightly colored jug with a bold, abstract design and puts it on the counter to examine it. At the same moment, Violet walks in the door to start her shift. "Ooh, my word! That looks like a Clarice Cliff," Violet says, sweeping on it like a vulture. "There you go," she says, holding up the base for Celia to see. Violet points at Clarice Cliff's signature in green with a Newport pottery stamp in case Celia misses it. Violet is looking triumphant. Celia removes her glasses from the top of her head to get a better look. A bolt of resentment tears through Celia. She knew it was a Clarice Cliff as soon as she lifted it out of the newspaper wrapping. She'd just not had time to take a closer look and fully identify it. There's always a bit of competitiveness between them in this department, and don't get her started on how insufferable Violet was after winning the Gardeners Club Champion Trophy last year. "So it is. Should be worth a few bob," Celia says. "More than a few. Hundreds. My money is it's part of her bizarre range, highly sought after. What numpty donated it? Unbelievably, it was left on the doorstep with a few books and some clothes. Designer, are they?" Violet asks with unusual enthusiasm for her when it comes to clothes. "It was all left overnight, so I've not had time to go through it yet. Job for you if you like." "I'm on it, Captain," Violet says, putting the jug carefully back down on the counter. "Violet green. Is that nail polish on your fingernails?" Violet trills her bronze-polished fingertips as though playing a piano. "Oh, this. I did it the other evening. Got a bit bored. There wasn't anything interesting on the television. I need to get some new colors, though. This is rather old polish." "Are you sure you've not got a fella stashed away you're not sharing with me?" Violet emits a wave of laughter. "No fella, I can assure you. Anyway, you can talk. What's with the US TV news anchor makeover?
Have you applied for a job with Fox News or something?
Very funny, Celia says, instinctively patting down the top of her head. What was it with Violet these days? She's become much more flippant with her comments recently. There's even a slight sassiness to her, and it wasn't like Violet to be either flippant or sassy. It's as though she swallowed a dose of humor and it's lodged in her throat. "I'll put this out the back for now, shall I? Until we can get it properly valued?" Violet asks, picking up the jug again. "Please do," Celia replies, thinking it's my job to decide what warrants special valuation. But in this case, it's probably a no-brainer. "When you're done and can take the shop floor, I'll pop out for a bit. I need to go to the post office, and I'll pick us up a coffee. What do you fancy?" Going to the post office, along with needing to get to the dry cleaners or pick up a prescription for Stephen, has become a euphemism for scouting for TV crews looking for interviewees. "A flat white, please. But it's my turn to pay," Violet says. "Don't worry about that. We'll sort it later." Celia doesn't want to be delayed. She thinks she spotted a man with a camera on his shoulder, trailed by another carrying one of those big, fluffy microphones, walk past a few moments ago. There is an urge to be in hot pursuit. 5 minutes later, and Violet has taken over checking the donation duties. Celia appears from the back room with freshly applied pinkish nude lipstick and is buttoning up her Sunday best camel coat. She reaches into the pocket and pulls out a large, smooth pebble. "Goodness, I thought this coat was weighing me down," she says. "What's that?" "It's one of those painted pebbles someone scatters. I found this on Sunday after church, put it in my pocket, and promptly forgot about it." "Shall I put it with the others?" Violet says, reaching a hand out. "Be my guest. This one says, happiness. I'll put it next to hope and sending love." Violet places it upright on the shelf behind the counter, leaning up against a block of wood for the purpose. Sometimes customers inquire about them and are willing to buy one even though they're often scattered around the town and neighboring villages, free to keep for their finders. No one knows who the mystery pebble painter is, and it's now considered good luck if you find one. There's even been an article about who the mystery artist could be in the local newspaper Gazette, and residents often post a find on the Sherburne and Surrounds Community Forum. The pebble painter is like Sherburne's answer to Banksy, but on a much smaller scale, isn't it? Violet says. Sadly, not nearly as talented. But I'm happy to display anything that might make some money, Celia says, swinging her new chocolate leather bag over her shoulder. I won't be too long, she adds, practically running out the door. Celia reappears 40 minutes later, carrying 2 takeaway coffees and wearing a face like a popped balloon. She places the lidded cups on the counter and starts to unbutton her coat. No luck this time, I take it, Violet says. No luck with what? Bumping into a TV crew. A bit of a waste today, Violet says, teasing her fingers through her hair to make it stand proud on the top of her crown, before patting either side of her head to indicate a "do I look good" gesture. Celia is annoyed. She's not that transparent, is she? She'd walked up and down the length of the high street, twice, not a TV crew in sight. She'd been down to the Abbey, walked past the railway station, and back up the high street. It was only when she was leaving a coffee shop with her takeaways that she spotted them, coming out of a pub in the small market square. She considered ditching the coffees to follow them, but a few drops of rain started to fall, and Celia was most definitely not going to ruin her expensive hairdo. Another TV appearance would have to wait, and next time she would bring an umbrella. No harm in keeping my spoon in the soup, Celia says. We celebrities have to be camera ready, you know. She stands in a sideways pose, as if turning to camera, and then does the same with the other cheek. I might as well make light of it, she thinks. Otherwise, Violet will continue to practice her new hobby of taking the mick. Good for you. Better luck next time, Violet says, picking a cup off the counter and taking a sip. Sometimes you have to write your own personal ending, don't you? Not just wait for it to happen. Blimey, Celia thought. Violet is getting all profound now. What is she going to surprise me with next? I'll take my coat off and bring another box of trinkets out we can sort through. If it's from the same donor, maybe there'll be a Fabergé egg in the next lot. No slipping that one into your pocket and forgetting about it, huh? Violet says. Celia decides to ignore her sarcasm and attempts a laugh instead, but the sound sticks in her throat. Hurt runs through her body like a trickle of poison. Her cheeks turn rosy with discomfort, rivaling that of her lipstick shade. Surely Violet wasn't suggesting she would take something valuable and not admit to the find. She's beginning to push it a bit far. Ribbing she can take in good humor, but that last comment was bordering on the offensive. Celia is not that kind of person. She manages a charity shop, for heaven's sake, puts in a lot of hours, for a pitiful salary, too. She deserves more respect. Violet needs to be put in her place. Enjoy the coffee, Celia says with a sniff, eyeing up Violet's pullover, which today is pale green, like the flesh of an unripe avocado. It's too pale for your complexion, Celia thinks, even though Violet has taken to wearing a touch of makeup. What do I owe you? Violet holds her coffee cup aloft. It was £3.40. Celia was going to add, but this one's on me. She decides to stay silent as Violet's jibe still lingers. There's change in my purse. It's in my bag in the stockroom. Help yourself. Are you sure you're happy for me to do that? I can bring it out. Celia wishes to show she is scrupulously honest. Of course, don't be a silly. I will then, Celia thinks. I most definitely will. She also notes that Violet has not mentioned taking the money for both coffees. Despite being authorized to do so, when it comes to it, Celia feels uncomfortable as she unzips Violet's bag. It feels a bit like rummaging around in someone else's knicker drawer. She soon locates Violet's purse. The red leather has faded and lost its shine. It looks scratched and rather old. Violet hasn't extended her updated look to the contents of her handbag yet then. Maybe Celia will get her a new one for her birthday coming up in a couple of months. As long as Violet doesn't make any more insinuations, thank you very much. The purse has a fold-over flap secured with a press fastening. Inside the slots are full with Violet's credit and store cards. There are a few banknotes and a collection of coin shrapnel in one of the open pockets. Celia takes out 3 pound coins and 2 20-pence pieces. Debt paid. Just as she is closing the purse, Celia catches sight of an orange ticket nestled amongst the shop receipts. Violet really ought to get hers emailed or decline them altogether. Saves on paper. Before she knows it, Celia has lifted the ticket out of the purse for inspection. It's as she thought. A Southwestern Railway ticket. It's an anytime day travel card. Sherborne to London Waterloo. Nothing unusual except it stated February 20th, the day the girl on the train went missing. Violet categorically stated she didn't go to London that day, but this ticket very much suggests she did. Why would Violet lie about it? Celia places the ticket back where it came from, but not before she takes a photograph. Or 2. You never know when they might come in handy. Chapter 15. Marco, 28 days missing. 4 whole weeks have gone by since Florence disappeared without a trace. A new season has arrived, spring, the season of renewal, daffodils, and the promise of warmer weather to come. But for Marco, it may as well be midwinter. The constant thumping in his chest is beginning to affect his breathing, as if buffeted by chill winter winds. Kitten claws scratch at Marco's heart. That is the only way he can describe the sensation. He is aware only of pain. His whole body aches, but he has no idea where the pain emanates from. It's settled into his soul. He longs to hold Florence, to tell her he loves her. You never get to say it all, and you can never say enough, but that's what parenting is. Will he ever get another opportunity? Even now, as an adult, she is tender and precious, his gorgeous, unpredictable, disruptive daughter. Marco violently misses the before life, normality as it was then. Flo late for work, Flo swearing, Flo rolling her eyes at him. Has it gone forever? The thought of it makes him want to keel over. Darling Flo, where are you? What has become of you? Will he ever breathe normally again? Marco leaps onto the departing train just as the doors are closing. They sigh as if exhaling with a shudder as they close. It's the 1627 Clapham Junction to Exeter, the same train taken by Florence at precisely the same time. She only just made the train too. Marco didn't know earlier in the day he would be taking this journey, but at 3:30 p.m. he found himself taking off his apron and asking Mel and Tina if they could stay a little later to close down for the day and lock up. "Of course, Marco, no problem," they had said in unison. He hasn't even told Sylvie where he is. He has no plan, no direction, no purpose other than to connect with Florence, somehow. Marco found himself heading for the railway station, as though Florence was calling to him. He knows the mind can play tricks on you, but no matter. The draw is too strong, and he will answer the call. Marco takes out his phone to message Sylvie. "MF, sorry I'll be late. I'm on the Exeter train. Don't ask. Kiss, kiss." "SF, that's okay. You need to do what you need to do. But don't do anything crazy. Let me know if you'll be back tonight. Kiss, kiss." Marco sends a thumbs up emoji. Sylvie has been nothing but concerned, loving, and supportive, but this is a journey he must travel alone. There are no seats available in the carriage. He recalls Florence saying in her last text she was lucky to have got a seat. But where did your luck run out, Florence? Marco wants to be proactive, like he should have been on the day they realized Florence was missing, instead of wasting time and allowing the trail to go cold. He is frustrated with the police. The weather that night is hampering the investigation, but I can assure you we are not giving up on finding your daughter, DS Arjun Sharma said to Marco on his last visit. Well, they should have found her by now. Somebody must have seen something. Marco takes a photo of Florence out of his pocket and examines it. His slender fingers trace the outline of her face as he feels the perspiration build at the back of his neck. A single bead of sweat trickles down his back like a tear. "Speak to me, Florence. Tell me where to look." Marco is in the last train carriage. He decides to walk the length of the train, showing Florence's photograph to anyone who will look. He approaches the first couple he sees. Marco squats down in the aisle, holding out the photograph. "Excuse me, sorry to trouble you. This is a picture of my daughter Florence. She's missing. She was last seen on this exact train 4 weeks ago today. Were you by chance traveling that day? Maybe saw something?" The couple glance at the photo. The woman shakes her head. "I'm sorry, no. This isn't a usual journey for us. We're traveling to Salisbury to visit friends. I hope you find her." Marco works the seats either side of the aisle, alternating between them. Most passengers are happy to look at Florence's photograph, although a few put their hands up as a go-away warning, as if he might be trying to sell them something. Row after row shake their heads, and this gesture is repeated in the next carriage, and the one after, and the one after that. So many ways to say the same thing. "Sorry, I've never seen her." "No, I'll keep an eye out though." "I don't recognize her. Good luck with your search." Marco's words begin to stick like trapped flies within his dry mouth. He wishes he'd thought to bring a bottle of water, but he plows on. One clue is all it needs to revitalize this investigation. Marco has seen enough TV police dramas to know that. That's all it takes. Something inconsequential can turn out to be a break. If the police can't find it, then he will. He must. Over 2 hours later, and Marcus has lost count of the number of times he has walked the train, photograph in hand, trying to get the interest of passengers. No one has seen Florence, although quite a few have heard about the missing girl on the train. The guard announces over the tannoy the next stop is Sherburne. Marco moves towards the vestibule to wait by the door. He's going to take a look around. He wants to see what Florence saw. A tall, slim, low-fat yogurt-eating type woman with glossy black hair, save for a deliberate white streak, cut to her jaw, already stands by the exit. Dewy-skinned with full angular eyebrows, framing a fan of naturally thick, dark lashes. She's wearing a vibrant red coat with black buttons. Florence would say she was a pillar box in a previous life. Marcus doesn't think he's spoken to her before and shown the photograph. There have been so many passengers getting on and off, but he'd remember the coat. Unless she's only just put it back on? Either way, it's worth asking. "Apologies, I've been showing this photo of my missing daughter, Florence. I can't recall if I've spoken to you." The woman's bright red lipstick stretches to offer a tentative smile. The train slows as it pulls into the station. "No, you haven't seen me. I only got on at Salisbury. I'm about to get off the train now," she says in a strong voice with professional confidence. "Me too. May I show you when we're on the platform?" "Sure," she says, looking at Marco curiously. Once on the platform, they move towards a bench but don't sit down. The woman carries a leather briefcase and rests it on the seat. She holds her hand out to take the photograph. Clasping it in one hand, she reaches into her pocket for her glasses. The woman peruses the picture before removing her glasses. Marco studies her face, looking for a reaction. She has enticingly mismatched eyes, he notes, one brown and one green. He prays they've seen Florence. Funnily enough, a work colleague told me today about a missing woman who traveled this route. I've been in Australia for 3 weeks visiting my mother, so haven't been up to date with local events. But she purses her lips, tilting her head sideways, still scrutinizing the photo. Marco holds his breath. Yes, I believe I may have seen her. She went missing the day of the big storm in February, right? I remember it as it was my last day at work, and I was so grateful at the thought of escaping to some sunshine. Yes, February 20th. The police have one witness who says she got off the train here, I believe. She did. I think I was standing just behind her when we got off the train. She was carrying a small rucksack. Seeing it prompted me to make a mental note to pack mine for my trip. She was also wearing fingerless gloves, maybe? Marco nods enthusiastically. Keep going. What else do you remember? The train was terminating early, but it didn't affect me as I live here. And you're sure it was her? Florence. My daughter's name is Florence. As sure as I can be, I only remember 2 passengers from that day. Florence, because I was standing next to her waiting to exit, and a bit of a grumpy older woman who I sat next to. She had knitting in her lap and was sitting in an aisle seat, but the place on the inside was vacant. I asked if she wouldn't mind moving across, but she said no, as she was getting off at Sherburne. Of course, I told her I was getting off here too, but she insisted on making a bit of a show of standing up to let me across to the seat. She was rather possessive about her particular seat for some reason. The woman arches her eyebrows as if to say, "You know the type." And the knitting. Her hands were worrying at the knitting needles like there was no tomorrow, but when we pulled into Sherborne, I noticed that whatever she was knitting was no more than a thin strip of blue wool. I wondered whether she'd just been clicking away as if they were worry beads or something. Thoughts flutter like bats through Marcus's mind. This passenger has seen Florence. It's something? This must be progress of some sort. Maybe she'll begin to remember something else now she has been prompted. Sorry, I'm giving you too much information. You don't need to know about the grumpy woman. You want to know about Florence. Do you think this lady would have seen Florence too? I don't know. She said she was getting off at Sherborne, but was faffing about putting her knitting away in a bag and putting on an oversized hooded raincoat, so she ended up way behind me. I presume she made it off the train. You've been so helpful. I can't tell you what it means to speak to someone who saw Florence that day. It gives me hope, Marco says, his voice faltering as something deep in his core tightens. I'm only sorry I can't help you more. She hands the photo back to Marco and allows her hand to rest on his arm for a fleeting moment in a consolatory fashion. And can I ask, did you see Florence again once you'd got off the train? You said you were behind her. She presses her lips together again and considers a moment. She takes a beat before speaking. I think I may have seen her waiting just inside the entrance when I drove past a few minutes later in my car. There was somebody there on a phone. It could have been her, but I'm not 100% sure. Everyone was dressed in dark clothing, hoods and umbrellas up, which is another way of saying their shapes and faces are blurred, lost and disguised. The police had said very much the same thing from the little CCTV footage they have. You've been so helpful, thank you. Could I trouble you to contact the police and let them know what you saw? Marco points to a poster of Florence displayed within the frame of a notice board on the platform. Of course, I'll do it first thing tomorrow. Don't give up hope. Marco, he says, extending his hand. Miriam Friedman, she says, taking it. And then she picks up her briefcase and leaves. Marco is left alone on the platform. Everything else is drowned out by the frantic beating of his heart. Marco stands in the entranceway to the station. It's very quiet compared to the throng of London. The ticket office is closed, and only 3 or 4 people have entered the station since he's been loitering the past few minutes. Florence stood here 4 weeks ago today, at this exact time. Did she stand on the right or left? He wishes he had thought to ask Miriam. He also wishes he had asked for her contact details, to retain a link to possibly the last person who had seen Florence, other than her abductor, of course, if that is indeed what has happened to her. He shudders at the thought. But Miriam had promised to contact the police, and he believes that she will. He turns right and heads for the car park to look around. It's small, perhaps only 70 or so spaces for cars. Did Florence come here and perhaps accept a lift from someone when she knew Theo's car had broken down? He circumvents the car park. There are no signs of CCTV cameras here. The police have already told him that, and the ones outside the entrance to the station weren't working at the time. So little to go on. Marco asks a man locking up his car for directions to the town center. He knows Florence isn't going to magically appear, but he wants to get a feel for the place, maybe even feel Florence. The day has flattened into dusk. It's nearly dark as Sherburne Abbey comes into view. The golden brown abbey is illuminated against the evening sky, like a beacon for the lost. It's magnificent, with intricate stonework, and must be centuries old. Marco crosses the green and heads for the abbey door. It's locked, a sign telling him it closes at 5 p.m. for visitors. He's not here to be a tourist anyway. He will return. Marco walks onto the green and tilts his head back to look up at the abbey, marveling at the architecture, so solid and intricate, while his world is disintegrating around him. Marco has always taken a steady existence as a right. It was just the order of things, a taken-for-granted privilege. To have that once more with Florence by his side would feel like a privilege now. It is hard to settle on one emotion from his overwhelming smorgasbord of options. Fear, anguish, rage, regret. They are all there wrestling for prominence. As he descends the stone steps back to street level, his foot catches on a large gray pebble. Marco stops to pick it up. It's smooth and weighty. He rolls it over in his hand. It's painted with a blue iris flower with the word "Believe" at the center. He doesn't know who left it there, but maybe it's an omen. He grips it for a moment before slipping it into his pocket. Yes, Marco does want to believe. Believe that Florence is still alive, and believe she will be returned safely to him. He wills himself to cling on to the thought as tendrils of fear climb like veins through his body. Taking a deep breath, he strides out to retrace his steps back to the railway station. 16. 30 Days Missing. Everything is better in my life because of Florence. The sun shines brighter, the rain isn't so depressing and not nearly as frequent. Spring is bursting forth, the flowers are blooming, the trees are looking greener, and I'm smiling so much that before long I'll have 2 lines permanently grooved at the side of my mouth like a marionette. Such a small price to pay for contentment and happiness. Yes, I truly am. I have found her at last. Florence continues to test me, of course, but that is only to be expected. She is locked up after all, but I sense she's growing more appreciative. I like to think Florence is settling in, becoming acclimatized. Let's face it, worse things could happen. I think I chose well this time, choosing a maturer young woman. The others were only girls, really. Maybe that's where it all went wrong. Florence has probably already been exposed to the harsh realities of life, so appreciates a worse fate could have befallen her. I buy Florence clothes, books, and magazines, and she loves her food. Every evening we'll discuss what we fancy for the following day. She's certainly keeping me on my toes, even got me buying oat milk for her coffee, and she loves herbal teas. I never knew there were so many options, but it's never too late to broaden your horizons. I'm so busy with it all, the days are whizzing by. I'm just popping down now with our aperitifs. Thought we'd treat ourselves with a gin and tonic as it's a Saturday. A plain Indian tonic for me, but Florence likes her gin with an elderflower. All with ice and a slice, of course. What Madam wants, Madam gets. But I do love spoiling her. I may as well. I have no one else to spend my money on. I have been extremely fortunate in that department. Along with my inheritance from my great-uncle, I was also the recipient of a 6-figure premium bond win. I've invested wisely and has allowed me to retire early. It's about the only luck I've ever had in my life. I've popped a bowl of peanuts and a few green nocellara olives on the tray, a nod to the Italian. And, last but not least, a new pack of briefs is tonight's gift. Here we are, cocktail time, I say, putting the tray down on the table, and look what I've bought you. I place my gift, which I've wrapped in tissue, in the connecting hatch. Florence is lying on her bed, propped up by the copious cushions I've bought her, reading a book. It's a Sophie Kinsella novel. She seems to like them, and there's always a plentiful supply from the charity shop. I can recycle them too, so win-win. Florence folds the corner of her page over to mark her place before placing it on the bedside table. I must think to get her a bookmark, maybe one of those magnetic ones I've seen. Now that would be a useful gift. It's like having a birthday every day living, or should I say being incarcerated with you, she says, retrieving the package and tearing off the tissue paper. She opens the multi-pack and holds one of the pairs of pants aloft. Sensible black cotton briefs. Florence fake groans and prances around, holding them across her hips. Do they come with a gray wig and a tweed ankle skirt? Violet, you do know thongs are much more fun, she says with a cheeky glint in her eye. I couldn't be seen buying thongs. No decent woman should wear anything other than a full pant. You don't know what you're missing. Bend over in a pair and you get a built-in butt floss, she says with a whimsical smile. Thanks anyway. I'm sure these will do fine. My arse and belly are expanding by the minute. Florence is very good at this. She pokes fun at me but is appreciative all at the same time. I should be infuriated by her, but instead I find myself loving it. I look forward each day to our little interactions. I am growing as a person because of Florence. After we've supped our G&Ts and nibbled on an olive or two, Jackson warns someone is approaching the house. The back door is locked, so I have plenty of time to get upstairs. I'll be back shortly. I need to check on the lasagna and put the garlic bread in the oven, I say, bounding up the stairs, taking 2 at a time. I'm breathless by the time I get to the top. You'd be quicker on your broomstick, Florence calls out after me. As I enter the kitchen, there's a knock on the back door. That'll be Tom. Everyone else calls at the front. I'm glad I left the 2 gin glasses downstairs and haven't yet got the plates out for supper. You have to be surprisingly vigilant when you have something to hide, but I should be good at it by now. Certainly had plenty of practice. Tom, hi, how's things? I say, opening the door wide. There is 0 point trying to keep him on the doorstep. Number 1, Jackson wouldn't let me. He'd literally grab a trouser leg and pull him in. And number 2, Tom would find it very strange if I didn't. Hello, old girl, Tom says, stepping over the threshold with a bunch of green vegetables in his arms. I come bearing gifts, first of the spring cabbage and last of the leeks. Leeks getting a bit past it now, but them's good enough for a leek and potato soup, I reckon. Thought you'd like 'em, as I can't give 'em to the girls. By girls, Tom is referring to his pigs, who will eat absolutely anything. Trust me, I know. Except you can't feed them anything onion-related, as they're toxic to pigs. I've had to feed them for him on more than one occasion when he's been forced into an overnight hospital stay. They're gannets. That's really kind, thank you, I say, taking them from him and putting them by the sink. Florence will enjoy a wholesome soup. Tom's nose twitches like a cartoon bunny rabbit. Vegetable lasagna, I say, preempting his inevitable question, but it won't be ready for a while, I'm afraid, as it's a giant batch cook. On the plus side, there's plenty to be able to bring you some over tomorrow. That'd be grand, love. Save me cooking for a night or two. I've got a steak and kidney for me tea tonight. Got time for a swift one with you, though, if you havin' one? Tom says, simultaneously eyeing up the gin bottle still sitting on the dresser while patting Jackson's eager head. As it happens, I was about to pour myself one. I've got to wait for the lasagna. This is a lie. It'll be burnt within half an hour, but I can't take it out of the oven, as I don't want Tom deciding it's cooked and he can stay for supper after all. It isn't as big as I suggested either. I also need to get the garlic bread in soon, otherwise my timing is going awry. I take 2 glasses, but with my back turned, I pour a glug of gin into a glass for Tom and a teardrop for me. I want to enjoy a bottle of red with Florence over dinner, and if I get too tipsy, I'm likely to trip down those stairs carrying our supper. Tom and I clink glasses, and to my immense relief, he downs his drink in one. When he said swift, he certainly meant it. He's a seasoned drinker, is our Tom. I'll be leaving you to your evening, but I wanted to ask if you'd be up for a bit of foraging soon. I've spotted the odd early St. George's mushroom, and not long now to the first morels and chanterelles. Absolutely, would love to. Can't wait. Give me the nod when you think there's enough about. Will do, m'lady, Tom says, doffing his cap and heading for the back door. With Tom gone, I practically throw the garlic baguette into the aga and hastily prepare a green salad. As I descend the basement steps carrying our supper tray with Jackson lolling down behind me, Florence calls out, "It's getting rather long between courses, isn't it? Sorry to keep you waiting. You had a visitor, didn't you? You don't get many of those." "It was just a neighbor, well, Tom, actually, bringing me some vegetables. I didn't like to be rude." "No, that wouldn't be like you. You're such a pillar of the community and all." I ignore her sarcasm and start to distribute our food. As she moves to the hatch to fetch her plate, I notice she's put on a pair of the new underpants over her leggings, Superman style. I can't help but laugh. I honestly don't know if she does these things to amuse me or herself. We do have fun. Florence tucks in as she always does. "You've surpassed yourself tonight. This is delicious. Top notch." "There's plenty more where that came from," I say, absolutely thrilled with the compliment. None of the other girls ever said anything like that, not even close. I need to save enough to take a few portions around to Tom, otherwise he'll come calling again soon, so I hope Florence doesn't want too much extra. I find it hard to say no to her these days, but we all like to spoil our daughters, don't we? I'm attending church tomorrow, by the way. I know we often read the papers and drink coffee on a Sunday morning, but there's a spring festival on, and I promised I'd attend. Florence puts her knife and fork down, and her mouth drops open.
Can you actually do that? What do you mean?
Church. You can cross the threshold and you won't spontaneously combust or something? Ha ha, very droll, I say, although inside I secretly smile. After we've finished our supper, I bring down some fruit salad. Florence is having hers with vanilla ice cream. The first time I gave her some supermarket brand soft scoop, she glared at it before taking a lick. She pulled a face and refused to eat it. The audacity! She said she'd never seen such a neon yellow, fake vanilla ice cream. According to Florence, it tastes disgusting and doesn't resemble anything you could possibly call ice cream. Indulging her, I went out and bought a tub of one of those very expensive premium brands. Much closer to proper Italian, she said. I have to say she was right, and we polished off the whole tub within a week. Well, Florence had most of it, but I did have a little taste.
So, are you going to tell me about why you were reluctant to travel to Exeter the day we met? I say.
The day you kidnapped me, you mean? I ignore this. Florence licks the bowl of her spoon before turning it over, her pink tongue scouring for every last scrap of ice cream. She lets the spoon hang from her lips for a moment, as though suspended in the air. I don't quite know how she does that. "Well," she says, retrieving the spoon and pointing it at me as if she is about to shoot me with it. "An ex-boyfriend was going to be there with his fiancée." All this happened at university? Yep. Not the engagement. I heard about that recently, but all the nasty stuff. What went on? We met during Freshers' Week at the Saturday night ball. He chased my light, and I swallowed his darkness. Fell for him hook, line, and sinker. "His name is Josh," she says, before repeating it. Josh, as though she's not uttered his name in a very long time.
Her lips are pulled tight, as if straining to talk about him.
"Let me guess, Josh's now fiancé was your best friend?" Got it in one. She was my flatmate, bestie, confidant. We were a girl power duo, a support network, or so I thought. Turned out she was just using me to get closer to Josh. We fell out about it, and then all the usual toxic girlfriend stuff happened. Sleeping with your boyfriend, fucking you over, laying bare all your personal secrets, posting stuff on social media about her new relationship. Chloe Clark. Total Class A bitch. She doesn't sound like a very nice girl, and Josh sounds very weak, but continuing to bear a grudge is self-inflicted poison, you know. Says she with zero relationship experience. That may be, but with age comes wisdom and knowledge. I've had plenty of reason to cling on to grudges over the years, and I've learned it is better to let them go. Florence grimaces slightly theatrically. Thing is, I loved him so much. I still do. He broke my heart, twice over. After not having seen Josh for a couple of years, he got in touch a few months back, said he wanted to talk to me. I was hopeful he'd finally seen the light and ditched Chloe. I couldn't wait to see him again. We met up last autumn and went out for a few drinks. One thing led to another, and Florence looks down and starts tearing off bits of the paper napkin I brought with supper. You slept with him? Florence bobs her head repeatedly, like one of those nodding, loose-headed dogs you see in the back of cars. Yup. Turns out it was a bit of a wham-bam thank you ma'am for him. Afterwards, he told me he'd got engaged to Chloe and wanted to tell me himself rather than me hear it elsewhere. Class A douchebag is marrying the Class A bitch. Well, let's hope they're miserable together. Amen to that. I'd not been able to let anyone in since Josh, and now I've made it even worse. It's why I was reluctant to go to Exeter. I wasn't sure I could cope seeing them together. And even if I did succeed in letting go of my grudges, I'm not exactly going to get another chance at anything now you've locked me up. I like that Florence can open up to me like this. It feels like a proper mother/daughter relationship. She is emotionally available and talks to me about how she feels on a whole host of subjects. She is very much in touch with her feelings. Bearing my soul has never been a priority for me. I've always preferred to keep my feelings under lock and key. It doesn't stop me proffering advice, though. Don't block your own escape, Florence. What the hell is that supposed to mean? It's a euphemism for you are your own worst enemy. As I've said before, consider using this time for a bit of self-development. I thought for a minute you were telling me something profound, or maybe giving me a clue on how I can escape. Florence staples her fingers and raises them to her chin as if in thought. I feel the heat of her direct gaze bearing down on me like a physical weight. I'm a substitute daughter for you, aren't I? She says. Now who is trying to be profound? The smile on my lips starts to wither away as though it had never been. But I'm right, though, aren't I? Apart from the brunette fetish you've got going on. Florence waves a hand about at this point, as though the hair thing is inconsequential, before continuing. You want my company, someone to care for. I stay silent. I've been thinking about this. A lot. Violet, if you agree to let me go, I promise I will come back and visit you, frequently. We get on, don't we? It would be so much better. We could actually go out and do stuff together. Shopping, girly lunches, walks. You can teach me how to forage. Maybe we could go on a mini break somewhere. I'll even come every weekend if you like. As long as you give me a decent bedroom, I'll make this my weekend place. Has Florence rehearsed this little speech in her head, biding her time to choose the right moment? She must know, as much as I would very much like a relationship such as she describes, it can never be. I want her to live a life, but live a life with me. I lost the others. I don't want to lose Florence. I feel like I am floating in my own private, iridescent bubble. Of course, all bubbles eventually burst. How do I preserve this one? Florence leaves this house. I am done. Florence, 57 days missing. I've cried so much my throat feels like the inside of a glue pot. It feels like I will never stop crying. I don't know how to make it stop. I must have a permanent, caved-in, sad-as-fuck face by now. The sorrow, the shame, the regret of what has happened to me drags like claw marks down my face. But there is no one to even see my shame and humiliation at having been duped. No one to see my scars. I wonder what everyone thinks happened to me. Are the police still looking for me? How long will it be before they give up the search? Whatever they're doing, they are looking in the wrong direction. A woman has kidnapped me. How do I let the world know? Papa, I know you won't forsake me. Flo is still here, waiting for you to find her. I know I can be quite difficult at times. I don't mean to be. In my late teens, I was accused of being attention-seeking when really, I was grief-stricken at the loss of my mother. I didn't know how to grieve. No one tells you. Things improved when I met Josh, but then I lost him too. And now I have lost my liberty. I am one flame-roasted dipshit. The only thing I know for certain is the moment I got into Violet's car, my life changed in an instant. I now live with a pain in my chest, spreading across my shoulders, followed by a dizzy, swooning sensation that envelops me, as if everything is slipping out of my control. Because it has. I have a grasp on nothing. Some people are tormented by their past, the mistakes they've made, people they've hurt, lies told. But I'm haunted by the future I will never have, should have had. Is my future forevermore in the past tense? Will I ever get the opportunity to love again, or at least try? Will I ever dance again, sing karaoke, swim in the sea, get my dream job in marketing? I'm in danger of being swept away with all the memories assaulting me. But that's wrong, isn't it? They're not memories as they're experiences not yet made. They're expectations. Expectations that have withered and died. I thought I had experienced enough loss in my life to have developed some coping mechanisms, but it seems I have not. The loss this time is a different kind. It's the loss of my future, and I am finding it impossible to get a grip on my grief. Now I'm sure as hell stuck in quicksand here, as waves of dreary sadness wash over me like the rising tide. I'm trapped literally and metaphorically. I do try to keep up my banter with Violet. It helps keep my spirits up, and I like bouncing off the surface of her oddness. I think we both get something from it. Maybe it's what is keeping me safe, for now. She is the strangest of creatures. Maybe she is an alien, some extraterrestrial being who peels off her face last thing at night and crawls into bed as some slimy creature. Some nights, I've started to imagine she slips down here and watches me silently in the darkness. I swear I can feel her presence, that Violet is here with me, but when I asked her about it, she said I must have been dreaming. She needs her sleep. Being locked up for so long does crazy things to your brain. What she told me about her lack of uterus must be true. The volume of sanitary towels and tampons she buys me is ridiculous. She's not got a clue. I don't need them for now. I think my periods have stopped because of all the trauma. I stash them away out of sight in the bathroom. Let her waste her money. Soon there'll be enough of them to start making another mattress. I've considered blocking the toilet by flushing them away, so Violet would have to call a plumber. Would there be an opportunity there? But what if she didn't and simply gives me a bucket instead? My life, such as it is now, would get even worse. My prison cell isn't quite as cold as it was. The weather must be getting warmer. Other than what Violet tells me is going on in the outside world, I can also judge by her clothing. Pullovers and heavy skirts are giving way to lighter trousers and blouses. I've even managed to remove one of the many duvets I sleep under at night. Violet brings a portable fan heater down for our evenings, but she turns it off when she leaves for the night. I've asked if she can leave it here. I'm not made of money, she says, as though I am the one making unreasonable demands. You can't hear much of what is going on upstairs from my cellar cell. Occasionally, I think I can hear Jackson barking, but it's muffled, as though I'm listening underwater. It's probably when the postman visits or some other delivery. I've recently had a new duvet cover set that was purchased online, so people do come to the house. But how do I get them to hear me down here? The duvet cover is floral and, what's the word? Very chintzy with its twee rose pattern. It's the kind of cover that my Nonna Pot would have loved. I pretended to be delighted with it, if only on Nonna Pot's behalf. I spend much of my time listening to the silence, living in my own little vacuum. Mila keeps the door locked at night and during the day, particularly if she is out, which is quite frequently, so I'm never quite sure when she is going to reappear. She can't have much of a social life, though, as evenings down here with me seem to be the main event. She lights candles all around to create ambience, she says. That and her bottle of red wine, the contents of which she normally manages to drink all by herself. We must make such a dysfunctional scene, the pair of us eating dinner together by candlelight, me sat within a cage. I hate that I am getting used to it, our little routine, but what else can I do? I hear the key in the door turn. Violet has arrived. I take a deep breath to summon the strength for another delightful evening with my captor. I wipe any tear residue from underneath my eyes and put on my happy-to-see-you face. I know I can't change Violet, but I can change how I react to her. It's what I've got to work with. It's all so pathetic and contrived, but play the game I must. For all I know, it could be what's keeping me alive. "Here I am," Violet says with a cheesy grin. She then proceeds to hop up and down on the spot a couple of times, holding her hands out in front of her like paws, simultaneously twitching her nose. The Easter Bunny may have just arrived. She's in a jovial mood. "Don't tell me. Bunny is about to inform me this is all some big joke you've been playing, and now I can go free." In your dreams, Florence, in your dreams. Even so, I look at Violet expectantly. "Funny, ha-ha. I'm afraid you won't be going anywhere, but you won't be disappointed when you see what I've got for you." She always does this. A little gift to compensate for having locked me up, as if that makes up for everything. "Something to pick the locks with?" Violet ignores me. "It's also Good Friday, so, as a little early treat, I have bought—" Violet reaches into her trouser pocket and pulls out 2 Cadbury's cream eggs. "Ta-da! I'll pass them through now, but you must promise not to eat them until after supper. Don't want you filling up on chocolate. And if you're a very good girl, you might even get a boxed egg on Sunday." God, I'm going to get even fatter. I will eat them both in one sitting, and there is the promise of a large egg to come. I haven't exactly got much else to do. Tonight's dinner is a chicken and mushroom stroganoff with rice. Violet has even scattered a sprinkling of parsley on the top to give it a finishing touch. I should feel honored she goes to so much trouble, but I ran out of gratitude the day I got into her car. My supply got washed away down the gutter with the torrential rain. "This is lovely, thank you," I say after the second mouthful, "and I don't have to pretend here. It really is delicious." "Oh, it's easy to make, just something I threw together," Violet says. "But then, I fancy I am rather a good cook. Maybe I should enter Master Chef. If you want to show off to someone who gives a fuck." Then I wonder whether maybe I've pushed it too far and shouldn't have said that. It was only 5 minutes ago I promised myself I was going to change in my reactions. There's a fine line between jovial banter and crossing into rudeness, but Violet doesn't seem to mind as she doesn't react. She rarely blinks when I swear now. Some of the mushrooms are foraged. Tom and I went out the other morning. I've mixed a few in with some chestnut ones from the supermarket. "Morels," I say, spearing one with my fork and holding it aloft. Violet looks delighted. "You'll be a mushroom expert before you know it. Loads of varieties will be coming into season." "Sounds like you're going to be a fun guy to be with." Violet stares at me blankly. "See what I did there?" I can see her brain in overdrive before she creases with laughter. "Oh, I get it. Fun guy. Fun guy. That's so funny. I must use that one on Tom." It's so old hat, but she doesn't seem to have heard it before. Might as well plow on as she's amused. The more I can do to keep in Violet's good books, the better. "Doesn't sound like there's much room in your relationship." I wait for a reaction. Nothing. "Much room? Mushroom?" Violet responds with great hacking guffaws of laughter. She bares her teeth like a horse smiling. "You are such a fun gal," Violet says, doubling up with laughter again. "Very good, Violet, very good." "Do you have to have good morels to be a mushroom forager?" I ask. More laughter, and so we go on. After we've exhausted all the lame mushroom/fungi jokes and supper is eaten, I unwrap the first of the 2 creme eggs and bite the top off. I stick my tongue into the fondant and savor the sweet flavor. "You not having one?" I ask. "I only bought 2. "Here, have the other one," I say, reaching out through the bars with the egg in my hand. "Oh, go on then. Let's be naughty," Violet says, standing to take it. "You know they do multi-packs of these, don't you? Much better value." "I'd better add it to my shopping list for tomorrow." "You're a bad influence," Violet says, as she starts to peel the wrapper in small pieces like it were a boiled egg. I don't think she's ever eaten one before. She starts to lick around it like it's an ice cream or something else. It's a very strange sight. I almost feel I should look away. "Bite the top off first. You'll find it much easier," I say. "This is yum!" Violet takes another bite. "I'm in Sherburne again tomorrow, so I'll pick up a joint for our Easter Sunday roast. Would you be happy with lamb? Tom has offered me a pork leg, but it's not traditional for Easter." "Ooh, I love a bit of crackling," I say. Violet throws me a whimsical look before screwing up her face. "I'm not keen. Think we'll go traditional." I hope I've not left it too late to get a joint, but I'm sure I'll find something. I'll go in early. A year ago, if someone had told me I'd be eating my next Easter Sunday roast locked up in a prison cell with only a barking mad serial killer for company, I would never have believed them. Where will I be next Easter? Here, I expect? I look around the large cellar that has become my existence. It's pretty sparse, but there are a few boxes in the corner labeled Christmas decorations, an old-fashioned freestanding towel rail, a couple of lampshades, the kind with fringing you'd always see in a granny house, and something else that has caught my attention. I've been meaning to ask, "What's in the basket?" I say, pointing to a large log basket standing all alone in the opposite corner to Violet's minimal stuff pile. "I saw you take something out of it last night and put it in your pocket." Violet turns around to look at the basket. I don't know why she does this. There's only the one I could be referring to. "Can you keep a secret?" she says, turning back to look me directly in the eye. Her eyes sparkle with mischief. "Seriously, who am I going to snitch to? Of course I'm going to keep your secret." But then I have second thoughts. Oh God. Is she about to tell me it contains the bones or ashes of the 3 women who occupied this cell before me? Leanne, Lizzie, and Emily? I fear my dinner is about to crawl back up my throat. I can feel the mushrooms repeating already. I've been sharing this space with them all this time. I wish I hadn't asked now. "Well, if you must know..." Violet is enjoying drawing this out, or maybe she's reconsidering whether to tell me. "I paint pebbles," she says, all in a rush. "That's the big secret? You paint pebbles?" I'm not sure if I'm disappointed or relieved. "Yes, it's me. I'm the mysterious pebble painter. I'm actually quite famous, but anonymously, of course. I'm a bit like a Banksy." She seems quite excited by this pebble painting lark. I must have a nonplussed expression on my face, as Violet seems determined to convince me this is a big deal. I paint the pebbles and leave a message on each one, like happiness, strength, love. They're pretty and colorful. I scatter them around Sherburne, Marlett, and a few other villages for people to find to brighten up their day. They can keep them as a good luck charm. Violet stands up. "Wait a second. I've got something to show you. Be prepared to be impressed." She disappears back upstairs and returns a few moments later with a packet of mixed red and green grapes and a cutout from a local newspaper. She passes it to me through the bars. Mystery Pebble Painter rocks up again. Speculation over who could be the mysterious pebble painter has once again resurfaced after numerous Dorset residents reported finding a pebble or 2 in recent weeks. For the uninitiated, someone has been leaving decorated pebbles around Sherburne and surrounding villages for about 6 years. Easy to spot, they are colorfully painted and come with a message or prediction. They are now widely accepted as good luck charms if you find one. Recent finds have included lottery luck, wealth, charm, romance, and secret admirer. The finder of lottery luck reported he won £1,200 on Euromillions the week after finding the pebble. Residents are falling over themselves to find another one. There is a theory the anonymous pebble painter is a dog walker, as the collectible stones are often found on public footpaths and Sherburne's playing fields. However, it doesn't narrow the artist's identity down much. Over a third of Dorset residents are believed to own a dog. This one has got us stoned. You paint pebbles and leave them for people to find? Is this the one and the same Violet? I am the mysterious pebble painter. Violet gives a little bow. I know, what a hoot. I don't know what to say. You've blindsided me here. It's such a nice thing to do. There's no need to sound so surprised. Would you like to see one? Violet says, taking a pebble out of her pocket. She passes it to me. It's a smooth gray beach stone and fits neatly within the palm of my curled-up hand. It's cool to the touch and weighty. Where do you get all the pebbles from? On the Dorset coast at West Bay and Seatown. It's a bit of a drive, over 20 miles from here, but no one knows me there. I'm always careful no one sees what I'm doing. Violet lets out a sound like a braying donkey. I wear this oversized coat with huge pockets. I fill them, return to the car, and then go back for more. Jackson and I go 2 or 3 times a year to replenish our stocks. Isn't it illegal to remove stuff from beaches? Violet nods. Yes, Miss Clever Clogs. Under the Coastal Protection Act, 1949, you shouldn't take anything. But hey, who's going to miss a few pebbles? Maybe the sea, coastal erosion, and all that? Not like you, Miss Magistrate, to take something that doesn't belong to you. Rain on my parade, why don't you? I turn the pebble over. It's painstakingly decorated on a navy background with a yellow crescent moon and twinkling little stars. The message reads, "Reach for the stars." It's beautiful. How often do you paint and distribute them? Every week. They've become quite collectible. There's real interest in them now. I don't want to lose the momentum. Mind you, I haven't kept up my quota since you've been here, Violet says accusingly, as though I'm the one who has purposefully inconvenienced her. A ticker tape of thoughts scrolls through my head. I could help you catch up. You would? I nod my head vigorously. Violet looks like she's weighing something up. She's screwed up her face, so it's become wrinkled like an old apple that has been left in the bowl too long. But can you paint? They're considered rather good. I can't have my reputation tarnished. I can give it a go. Why don't you let me try? I'll paint a few and you can see what you think. If they're not up to your standard, then don't use them. Please. I'd love to help, and it would give me something to do. Okay, she says. Why not? Teamwork. It'll be fun. Such fun, I repeat, mimicking Violet's tone. And no painting kidnap or anything stupid like that. Of course not. They're for the benefit of others, aren't they? You did say I could do with a bit of self-improvement. I want to take a leaf out of your book. Do something kind. You'll be the one distributing them, so you'll see them all. Pass your plate back through. I'll go and clear up, and we could make a start tonight. Maybe we could do a few Easter wishes ones. With bunnies, chicks, and eggs. Great idea. I'm so thrilled, I say, dancing up and down on the spot, clapping my hands together. I can be useful to you. I want Violet to feel my enthusiasm about joining her in her hobby. Violet trots off. A flame of excitement flares up inside me. This is the first opportunity I've had to do something tangible. I need to make this a connection with the outside world, and it will be Violet who carries my message. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I am sure as hellfire going to find a way. I need to plan, tread carefully, and be strategic, or Violet will suspect, and this golden opportunity will be cut dead. Otherwise, maybe that's my ending too. 62 days missing. PA Media, Newswire. Police make fresh appeal for information regarding missing persons. Dorset police are appealing for information regarding the whereabouts of Florence Florenzi, 27 years old, female. Florence Florenzi was last seen at Sherburne Railway Station at approximately 6:35 p.m. on Thursday, February 20th. She was wearing dark denim jeans, a black duffel-style coat with hood, gray fingerless gloves, and carrying a small black rucksack. She is described as 5 feet 8 inches tall, of medium build, hazel eyes, and long brown hair. Dorset police are also making a fresh appeal for any information regarding the whereabouts of Emily Weston, 24 years old, female. Emily Weston was last seen in Chidiock, Dorset on June 30th, 2021, when she was 19 years old. She was believed to be heading for the beach at nearby Seatown to search for fossils. She was wearing pale blue denim shorts, a pink and white Jack Wills t-shirt, and Nike trainers. She is described as 5 feet 6 inches tall, of slim build, brown eyes, and long brown hair. Detective Inspector Sharon Kowalska said, "We are very concerned for the welfare of both Florence Florenzi and Emily Weston, and are appealing to the public for any information which may help us find them. If you have seen Florence since February 20th of this year, or Emily since June 2021, or have any information at all, no matter how small or inconsequential it might seem regarding either woman, please contact us immediately." Attached, photo of Florence Florenzi. Attached, photo of Emily Weston. End of release. Chapter 18. Celia, 66 Days Missing. Celia and Stephen sit in their conservatory with a morning coffee and the Sunday newspaper, enjoying the warmth of the late April sunshine intermittently streaming through the windows. Celia feels 1 minute she's in the spotlight, the next it's turned off. The sky is filled with scudding clouds skirting overhead, the sun breaking through, bathing them in warmth before withdrawing again. "It won't be too long before it'll be too hot to sit in here," Celia says, fanning herself with one of the Sunday supplements. "Yes, dear," Stephen replies without looking up from his paper. An intense wave of heat spreads throughout Celia's body. It's like a blast from an open oven washing over her. Her skin suddenly feels too tight for her body. Maybe this is the year we should consider getting a permanent roof put on. I keep hearing ads on the radio from a company who adapt conservatories. Maybe turn it into more of an orangery. I rather like the idea. What do you think? Sounds good. Shall I go ahead and get a quote or two then? Why not? Celia knows perfectly well Stephen hasn't taken in a word she said. She may as well have suggested turning the conservatory into a sauna and steam room with sliding doors allowing them to run out naked into the garden to beat each other with twigs to cool off. "So, you're happy if I plow on and spend a few £1,000s? Maybe get a nuclear bunker built at the bottom of the garden at the same time?" "Uh-huh. Good idea, darling." "Okay with you if I screw one of the builders as well?" Her words slip away as if they were made of Teflon. "Whatever you like, dear." No, Stephen is most definitely not listening. Or maybe he is, and thinking that'll save me a job on our next anniversary. Stephen stretches his legs out as he folds his newspaper back on itself. He's careful to smooth down the spine so pages don't go adrift and crumple. Stephen hates a jumbled-up newspaper. Celia looks up to read the headline now staring at her. Police renew appeal for information on 2 women missing in Dorset. 2 women? Is that about the girl on the train, she says, putting down her magazine. Who? What? A glimpse of Stephen finally appears over the top of the newspaper. "Here, let me see," Celia says, with no more time to wait for Stephen, who may or may not have read the article. She snatches the newspaper and starts to read. Ooh, looks like the police are linking the disappearance of Florence with Emma Weston, who disappeared 4 years ago. Interesting. I had wondered about that myself. Stephen takes off his reading glasses and pinches the bridge of his nose. Yes, it doesn't say it definitively because the police don't speculate, but clearly they're considering the possibility the same man may have taken them both. Or men, Celia says. Or someone else. Someone else? Like an alien, you mean? Stephen says, his words heavy with sarcasm and his face holding the residue of a smile. No, don't be silly. I mean, maybe, and I do mean maybe, the perpetrator is a woman. This is the first time Celia has expressed this thought aloud. There, she's said it. It's out there now, but Stephen's reaction is not what she was expecting. No interesting thought or how have you reached that conclusion? Stephen chuckles, loudly. It sounds like he's got a peanut stuck in his throat. Watch your laugh. I didn't get you from a hyena farm, Celia says, feeling warmth creep up her neck towards her face. She's not sure if it's another hot flush or from embarrassment. Is it really that preposterous a thought? Been playing Miss Marple again, have you? Stephen says, cracking up again. Please be serious, Stephen. There's something I want to say. I feel I need to get it off my chest, so to speak. I need to lighten my burden and, as my husband, I wish to share something with you. Well, as you've already lightened me of my newspaper, you might as well. I'm all ears, Stephen says, leaning forward, cupping each ear with the palms of his hands, pointing towards her with eager anticipation of the revelation to come. I think there's something going on with Violet. Violet? In what way? Is she okay? Celia takes a beat. I have a feeling that Violet may have something to do with this latest woman, Florence's, disappearance, and I've been wondering if I should speak to the police about it. Stephen throws himself back in his chair. Celia, don't be so ridiculous. You've been watching too many police dramas, and you can't go to the police based on a feeling. I think you'll find they don't take feelings seriously. What evidence do you have? In Celia's mind, the chances of her letting go of her theories are as remote as the likelihood of her getting a damehood. Even though she had mused on the subject of being a possible candidate for services to charity. Celia is so convinced her theory is the right one, she is no longer sure she wants to elaborate, especially if Stephen is going to scoff and pooh-pooh it all. Well, come on, let's hear it. You can't make a statement like that and not back it up, Stephen says. Celia is now worried about what she has unleashed. In her head, it all seems plausible, but she's not sure how to explain it all to Stephen without sounding like some nonsensical amateur sleuth. Violet's demeanor has changed. She's happy. Stephen arches his eyebrows, and his eyes are so wide, Celia thinks they're going to pop out of his head on springs. And she's smartened herself up. She keeps appearing in new outfits. Celia raises her hand to stop him interrupting. I know what you're thinking, but you don't know Violet like I do. Something is definitely going on with her. Maybe she's won the lottery and doesn't want to broadcast it. Maybe she's got it together with Tom after all these years. Maybe the poor woman thought she had, God forbid, cancer or something, and test results have come back negative. There's a million reasons why she could be happy. Ah, but you've not heard it all yet, Celia says. Well, if that's your opening gambit, I'm not sure I can be bothered to listen to any more. And by the way, I'd be happy, ecstatic, beside myself with joy if Bournemouth won the FA Cup. What would your theories be on my mood then? Against her better judgment, Celia decides to plow on. There's the train ticket, too. She lied to me about that. What ticket? Celia scrolls through her phone to find the photo she took. She explains about Violet denying she went to London the day of the storm in February, the same day Florence disappeared. Here, proof, she says, as she hands him her evidence. She could have pre-booked it, you numpty, and didn't use it because of weather warnings. Sounds sensible to me. Stephen reaches across and snatches back his newspaper. Have you any idea how preposterous this all sounds? You need to be careful with your theories. They could be taken as slanderous. Won't do you any good slandering a magistrate. I think you'll find Violet has a well-deserved reputation to protect." He straightens out his newspaper with a sharp flick of his wrists. It sounds as angry and disappointed in her as Stephen is. Celia questions her own intelligence. She should have realized the ticket could have been pre-purchased. Doubts begin to seep back in, like shadows creeping around the edge of a candle glow. But thinking about it, it was an orange printed ticket from the ticket machine, not one purchased online. She could still be right and Stephen is wrong, unless Violet had been to the station and bought it a day or two beforehand. But the weather hadn't been good back in February, and as Violet lives away out in Marlott, why would she travel all the way to Sherborne to pre-buy a ticket? Stephen didn't think of that, did he? Celia makes a mental note to check the working rota for the shop that week. There's the tampons and sanitary towels too, of course. She never got the chance to mention those. Not that Stephen likes to discuss such things, but there's something not quite stacking up with Violet. She just can't put her finger on it. Yet. Later, Celia is washing up the Sunday lunch roasting tray, trying to scrape the burnt-on bits off. It was spring roast lamb today, with rosemary roast potatoes and plenty of green veg. Stephen is doing his cursory wipe with a tea towel on the saucepans. "Do you know what I fancy?" he says. Celia prays he's going to say a trip to the Italian lakes, or better still, a cruise around the Galapagos Islands. She suppresses the thoughts bouncing tantalizingly in her head. It's not going to happen. Stephen's idea of fancying something is more likely to be a new green wheelie bin. A cream tea. Don't suppose you've got any scones in the freezer, have you? I'm afraid not. I haven't got any clotted cream either. All I can offer you is the strawberry jam. Celia has a light bulb moment. Tell you what. You go to the supermarket before it closes to get some clotted cream, and I'll bake some scones this afternoon. That will get him out of the house for a good half an hour or so. Stephen never can resist extra purchases when left to his own devices in the supermarket. He's bound to return with copious, "Thought we might try these items." Hopefully, not too many are going to be on their sell-by date. Despite years of educating, Stephen still hasn't learned to check the use-by dates and take the item from the back of the shelf. Anyway, whatever Stephen comes back with, it will be worth it for a bit of solitude and musing time. After Stephen has left in the car, Celia rubs butter into her self-raising flour mix. She's going to make an extra-large batch as they freeze well. Celia knows someone else who loves a cream tea. Violet. And it so happens Violet has a birthday coming up in a few weeks. Celia hasn't seen the inside of Violet's home in over 3 years. She's not one for doling out the invitations, but what a lovely gesture it would be if they turn up at the old bakehouse for a surprise afternoon tea birthday party. Celia can already see the look on Violet's face. She'll gather up the women's group troops, the knitting circle, and get old Tom in on it. Offer him cake, and he's in. He can keep an eye out to let them know of Violet's whereabouts in case she leaves the house. Or better still, he can detain her. What a generous thing it will be to do. Can't have poor Violet alone on her birthday, which is what normally ends up happening. And with the multitude of guests milling around, after a glass of Prosecco or two, there could be the opportunity for a bit of a snoop. There's no fool like an old fool, and Celia fully intends to prove to Stephen she's not the one with that title in their marriage. Chapter 19. Violet. 92 days missing. It's my birthday. 58 years and counting. How did that happen? I'm not usually bothered at all about birthdays. In fact, I hate them, but I'm determined this year is going to be different. I have Florence to share it with. She has become such a daughter to me that I can't think of a better way to spend the day. Florence is such a keeper. I chose so well, if I say so myself. She's healthy, eats well, and is getting plump, far less likely to wither away like the other girls. Positive mental attitude. That's my Florence. Today, instead of brooding about getting another year older, it's all about my companionship with Florence and hope that our mother/daughter relationship continues to flourish. And hope never gets old, does it? Therefore, neither will I. I've baked a Victoria sponge for the occasion. The 2 sponges have risen beautifully and are cooling on the cake rack, waiting to be sandwiched together with jam and, as it's my birthday, fresh cream. We're going to enjoy an afternoon tea together, and as a special treat for us both, I've splashed out on a bottle of champers. The champagne is a surprise. I've got these funny ripples in my tummy like gentle, undulating waves. I do believe it's excitement. I haven't experienced that on a birthday since I was a small child and was given, what seemed like it at the time, an enormous teddy bear. Piglet, I called him. I know, don't ask. We're also going to have some ham and mustard finger sandwiches, and I've bought a large packet of the salt and vinegar extra ridged crisps Florence likes. We've even discussed if we've got any room left later tonight, getting a takeout. I'll let Florence choose what we have. She's the one with the appetite. I've laid out a tray covered with a white cloth ready for later, with plates, cutlery, cups, and saucers. And not forgetting my best linen napkins. I know I've got some napkin rings somewhere too. We'll be like royalty. I'm going to change into a smart dress, and I've bought Florence a new dress too. She tends to favor sweatpants and baggy jumpers, but now the weather is getting warmer. She said she'd like a couple of dresses. Get me something loose and fluid, she said. I have to agree. The basement has started to feel stuffy on the few warmer days we've had recently. I've even left the basement door open, if I'm in the house, to let the air circulate, ensuring the back door is locked, of course, in case Tom pops round. Maybe I'm going to have to think about getting a fan if we're in for a hot summer. Can't have Florence getting frazzled. The birthday girl is entering the room, I call out as I descend the cellar steps with a mid-morning coffee, a Danish pastry I've freshly baked from frozen, and Florence's new dress. Jackson lollops behind me and then scampers over to greet his favorite friend. Florence asked for a lie-in today, as she said she's been feeling tired, so, as I'm going nowhere all day, I'm happy to let her sleep. Well, if it isn't our very own mistress of the dark arts. Happy birthday, Violet, she says with the widest smile that warms my heart. The tip of her tongue darts out of her mouth, wetting her bottom lip as she spies the pastry. That smells amazing. The delicious aroma fills the basement, replacing the stale, stagnant air. I've brought you a new dress. Would you like to see? I say, holding up the white paper carrier bag from the Sherburne boutique where I purchased it. I got it on the mid-season sale rail, but I don't need to tell Florence that. They've wrapped it up beautifully in pale lemon tissue paper. I pass it through, and Florence sits on her bed, carefully unwrapping the package. The tissue rustles crisply as she painstakingly smooths it out with her hands. She stands up, holding the fluid A-line dress in front of her. It's in an olive green jersey fabric with a contrasting black border on the midi-length hemline and cuffs. Wow, Violet, you've excelled yourself this time. What an amazing choice. I'm going to try it on right now, Florence says, skipping to the bathroom. She reappears a few moments later, modeling the dress, sashaying the length of her room before doing a twirl, allowing the full fabric to swish around her. What do you think? You look stunning, absolutely beautiful. Will you wear it for me this afternoon? Of course! It's such a versatile dress. It'll be useful for birthdays, dinners, more dinners. I'll wear it endlessly. Florence lets one side of her face dimple as she tips her head to one side, giving me what I've come to recognize as her, "I know you'll forgive me for being cheeky," look. I know I said I'd get you 2 dresses. I've not had a chance to shop around, as I've had a few magistrate sittings, but the boutique has also got the dress in purple with a red border. I wasn't sure if you'd like the color, though. Purple? As in violet? What's not to like? Consider it sold. The style is perfect. Thank you so much. I'm back in Sherburne at the charity shop tomorrow. I'll go and see if they've still got it. Now,
As it's someone's birthday, it's your turn for a gift. Close your eyes, will you? I do as I'm told. I squeeze my eyes tight shut. I hear the tissue paper being utilized for something. What on earth is Florence doing? Whatever it is, I know she's being thoughtful. Won't be a moment. No peeking, she says. I feel the scar tissue that once hardened my heart dissolving a little bit more. It happens each day now, but I'm wise enough to know it will never completely disappear. Everyone comes with baggage, don't they? The problem is, some of us exceed the weight limit. What's done is done. There can be no freedom for Florence. Besides, Florence and I have reached a place where we exist in an almost surreal immediacy, making the past and maybe even the future seem irrelevant. Isn't it better for us to stay in the moment, forget how all this came about and what's gone before? Nor can I worry about what is yet to come. It will spoil the moment. I don't think Florence will leave me like the others. She can't. I won't allow it to happen again. You can open them now, Florence says, holding out a lemon tissue package tied with a blue ribbon that I recognize from a clothes tag off a baggy jumper I previously bought her. She's thoughtfully kept it. I take the present and sit down to open it. I want to savor the moment. Goodness, what is this? The package is small but has some weight to it. I unfurl the ribbon and open up the tissue paper, allowing the joy of the gift to seep through my fingers and into my body. It's seriously not much. I would have liked to have got you something better, but I couldn't get out. I got detained. That's my Florence. She never can resist. I allow myself a wry smile. It's a painted pebble. A beautifully painted pebble with Happy Birthday Violet in calligraphic writing painted across the front. The stone is adorned with intricately painted violet flowers in purple with yellow centers. She's even painted green heart-shaped leaves. I am overwhelmed with gratitude. I am hovering, walking on clouds. I think it's the most precious gift I have ever received. I don't think I have ever been happier in my entire life. Thank you, Florence. I am so touched you thought to do this. I will treasure it always. Florence has the grace to look a tad embarrassed. Well, self-improvement and all that, huh? She says, sitting back down on her bed. I notice she's careful to smooth out the fabric of her new dress beneath her before she sits down. It wasn't that long ago she'd fling herself on the bed in a crumpled heap. Are we still going to get a takeout tonight for your birthday? I could murder a curry. Yes, if you think you can manage it after our tea later. I'll find room. Can I have a chicken pasanda, a peshwari naan, and we can share a pilau rice if you like. Ooh, and I never say no to an onion bhaji. Florence smacks her lips together. You going to order on Deliveroo? No, I can tell you've been a city dweller. It's too rural around here for anything like that. I'll have to drive into Sherburne to collect it. I hadn't realized. You shouldn't have to do that on your birthday. I'd say I'd go, but... Florence shrugs before continuing. I seem to be incapacitated. Why don't you call the curry house and see if they'll deliver? Worth asking? She gives me a lopsided smile. Florence wants her curry. That's not a bad idea. I'll do that when I go back upstairs. Well, that was all easier than I expected. Florence is teaching me a thing or two. The curry is ordered for delivery this evening. Chicken pasanda as requested for Florence, and a chicken tikka for me. I didn't know it would be that easy. The young man I spoke to said they would be only too happy to deliver. They even said they'd throw in some complimentary papadums and raita. Everything is falling into place, and we're going to have the most wonderful afternoon and evening. I think this is going to be my best birthday ever. I pick up the pebble Florence painted for me. I allow it to rest in the palm of my hand as I take in the significance of her gesture. Florence chose to do this for me. I believe she appreciates everything I am doing for her. She can paint too. That was a surprise. She has a very delicate touch with the paintbrush and has perfected the prettiest of pebbles.
She loves painting animals, flowers, and fairies. She's very much a sunshine and rainbows girl, my daughter. Her production line is getting so prolific, I can hardly keep up with the distribution. I place the pebble gift on the center shelf of the dresser. This one won't be distributed. Like Florence, it's a keeper. Sadly, I can't take the risk of displaying it down here, though. Tonight, I will take it upstairs and give it pride of place on my bedside table. As I fill the kettle with water to boil on the aga for our tea, there is a sharp knock on the back door. A deep, guttural lurch in my stomach tells me it's got to be Tom. He had asked me what I was doing this week, and I purposefully avoided mentioning it was my birthday. He can have a piece of the Victoria sponge tomorrow, if there are any leftovers. I throw a tea towel over the tray and another over the cake. A phony smile spreads across my face as I open the door. "Happy birthday, old gal," Tom says as he thrusts a bunch of mixed-colored tulips at me. "Bet you thought I'd forgotten, didn't ya?" "I rather hoped you had, Tom." Without any invitation, Tom steps inside and, to my horror, grabs my shoulders and plants a smacker of a wet kiss on my forehead. Gross! I can't push him off, as I don't want to crush the tulips. I thank my lucky stars he didn't go for my lips. "Can't have ya on ya own on your birthday afternoon, can we?" he says. "What makes you think I'm alone, Tom? I may be expecting company." Tom laughs. "Where's me invitation then, lassie? Can't see anyone here yet, unless you got them stashed away ready to pounce." He lets out another chuckle. "Actually, I am meeting a friend later, hence the dress," I say, smoothing down the skirt of my new navy and white polka dot tea dress, not wanting to arouse any suspicions. Why would I dress up to be at home alone otherwise? I can manage this. Give Tom a cup of tea. I'm sure I can find him a piece of fruitcake, and then I'll send him on his way. I'll have to make sure he sees me leave in the car. I'll drive around the block for 10 minutes, and then I'll enter the lane from the opposite end, so I don't have to drive past Tom's house in case he sees me return. I have control. As I place Tom's mug of tea in front of him, I notice him look at his watch and smile. "You got to be somewhere?" I ask, and then wish I hadn't. I'm not wanting to put pressure on him to make him think he should stay. I'll let him drink his tea, and then I'll tell him I need to be going. Tom normally downs a mug of tea pretty quickly, but annoyingly, he seems to be allowing this one to cool. I sit down at the table opposite him with a glass of water, which I'll drink sparingly. I want to save my tea drinking for Florence. I raise my glass to take a sip, and my eyes alight on the painted pebble on the dresser. Not good. Hopefully, Tom won't have spotted it. His back is to the dresser, and he's not very observant anyway. "Let me get us a couple of coasters," I say, standing up. As I place the pebble in a drawer, Jackson starts to bark and runs down the hallway to the front door. 2 seconds later, there is a hollow thumping noise as the door knocker goes thud, thud, thud. This is all I need. I'm considering ignoring it. I can see shadows the other side of the frosted glass inserts. There's more than one person. "Aren't you gonna answer it? Could be a birthday delivery," Tom prompts. I hope it's not Jehovah's Witnesses. "I'll get rid of 'em for you if it is," Tom says. I open the door slightly ajar to be greeted by the smug face of Celia Braithwaite, carrying a cake box. I feel instantly deflated, as though someone has thrown a bucket of cold water over me. Stephen stands behind her with a large bunch of peonies, tied up in cellophane and pink ribbon. Members of the women's and knitting group are all filing through my gate and up the gravel path. I spot Caroline and her wife, Sophie. Harriet, Jane, Deborah, and Jillian are here too, with some of the husbands in tow. They're all carrying gift bags and sandwich trays. There's even a happy birthday balloon. My heart halts. My stomach sinks into my shoes. Looks like I'm hosting a party. "Surprise!" they all shout out in chorus, but most definitely not a pleasant one. My surroundings shift as my vision blurs. A dizzying tilt wrenches my stomach and fills my mouth with a gush of hot saliva. I want to be sick. I try to swallow it back down and feel an instant of panic. Have I locked the cellar door? This is not how I planned my day. I reach for one of Florence's expletives and allow it to settle on my tongue without uttering it out loud. Fucking hell! Chapter 20. Celia. Celia observes the smile slipping from Violet's face momentarily before she recovers. A thin smile is now painted on her lips, along with a dab of cherry-colored lipstick to complement her navy dress. You'd think Violet was expecting them. "Oh, goodness, what's going on here?" Violet says, raising her right hand to her mouth. "Instant birthday party," Celia says. "We couldn't let the occasion pass and have you celebrating by yourself, could we now?" Before Violet knows what's happening, they've all marched into her hallway and are heading for the kitchen, which suddenly seems rather overcrowded. Celia organizes everyone to lay the party food on the table. "Now, don't you worry," Celia says, turning to Violet. "I think we've got everything covered. You don't need to do a thing other than enjoy yourself. Please step forward Caroline and Sophie, who have brought coronation chicken sandwiches," Celia continues as she directs them to lay their offering on the kitchen table. "Next up is Deborah, featuring salmon with creme fraiche and cucumber." Celia waves her arms about with a flourish as she orchestrates everyone like a conductor introducing her band. Jillian, Harriet, and Jane are on mini quiche, homemade sausage rolls, and tomato mozzarella skewers. We've all brought drinks, and I may have made you a cake. Oh, and last but not least, the cream teas. Stephen, you're on Prosecco duty. Where do you keep your glasses? Without waiting for a reply, Celia turns and heads straight for the dresser, opening one of the glass-fronted cabinets, and pulls out flutes, passing them to Stephen. Violet's kitchen table is now overladen with food, standing room only. Celia feels Violet's eyes rake over her like a blade drawn slowly across silk. A vein throbs in her temple. Celia wonders if this is a sign Violet isn't as pleased to see them as she'd expected. Perhaps she does have other plans. She is rather dressed up after all. But all Violet's friends are here. Where else would she be going? Celia fancies she can almost hear the cogs and wheels turning round in Violet's head. But is she thinking what a wonderful thing they have all done for her, or is she rather irritated? Once Violet had rearranged her face to hide the initial shock, it's difficult to tell. In case it's the latter, Celia raises her glass to make a toast to prevent the schadenfreude from spreading across her face. "Happy birthday to our dear friend and most respected member of our community, Violet." Choruses of "Hear, hear" and "Happy birthday" ring out. "And I must say, how chic you're looking today," Celia says, sidling up to Violet to clink her glass. "We could be dress sisters," she adds, smoothing down her powder blue polka dot tea dress, which she's teamed with a navy velvet Alice band. "We're the Spots team. Very fashionable at the moment, you know." "I didn't know. I just liked the dress," Violet says, taking a sip of her Prosecco, but looking more like she's swallowed a mouthful of vinegar. "Is everything all right, Violet? Am I sensing you're not that happy to see us?" Celia says, touching Violet's arm. "Yes, of course it is. I'm very touched you've all planned this for me. I'm just not one for surprises, but thank you all." "I'm the guilty as charged party planner," Celia says, putting her hand up. "I know you spent last year on your own, and we couldn't let it happen again, could we? When I contacted the girls, everyone wanted in. I just managed it all." "I'm very grateful, really," Violet says with a forced smile. She seems distracted to Celia, her eyes darting around the room as they talk. "The sun has come out. Could you possibly organize getting everyone in the garden? I think it will be so much nicer out there than have everyone cramped in my dark kitchen. I'll be back in a tick. I need to visit the bathroom." Violet puts her glass down on the table and rushes out the kitchen door. Celia hopes there isn't anything wrong with Violet. The sudden rush to the bathroom, maybe she does have some issues. She's going to have to work on getting Violet to open up to her. Closed Violet is a hard nut to crack, but if Celia succeeds, heaven knows what may come flooding out. Even though they've been instructed to go into the garden, Celia is still hopeful she can create an opportunity for a snoop. In fact, this may work in her favor. "Listen up, everyone. Get yourself a plate of food and head for the garden," Celia says, opening up the back door. "We're going to make the most of the spring sunshine." Tom, who didn't need prompting, has already piled his plate up high with a tower of sandwiches and sausage rolls and another with scones, cream, and jam. He's first out the door. As he steps outside, he retrieves a pair of black-framed sunglasses from his pocket. He puts them on, looking up towards the sun, making him look like Santa Claus as a hitman. The rest of the crowd start to follow. Celia swings open the fridge door looking for another glass of chilled Prosecco. She presumes this is where Stephen would have put the spare bottles. There they are, squeezed in on a shelf alongside some cheese and jars of pickle. Celia intends to dethrone Violet of her gold award-winning pickle at the next gardener's show with her secret weapon, her mother's runner bean chutney recipe. As she retrieves the Prosecco, another cork and foil-topped bottle standing upright next to the milk and orange juice catches her eye. Celia turns it around to read the label. It's French champagne. Violet has expensive tastes. Who was Violet planning on drinking with, or is she a secret alone drinker? Intrigued, Celia refills her glass to the brim, Stephen can drive home, and heads outside to join the others. The incessant winter and earlier spring rain have eased off now, slowing and ceasing almost apologetically, as if it hadn't meant to soak everyone for the past few months. The sky is a pale iced blue, a precursor to the promised deeper blue skies of summer. Heads, like sunflowers, are turned towards catching the sun's rays, pasty skin grateful for the shot of vitamin D after what feels like an indeterminable long winter of hibernation. Violet's walled garden is looking lush green, the lawn a tad too long, Celia notices. But then, she wasn't expecting visitors, so hadn't realized it was going to be on show today. Stephen would have his lawnmower out the day it was a millimeter overgrown, but then Violet doesn't have a Stephen out there with his ruler. Maybe she should offer Stephen's services to help tidy up Violet's garden, particularly if she's been experiencing a few issues of late, whatever they may be. But then she doesn't want to be rude or appear overcritical. The birthday party crowd have gathered on the patio towards the end of the garden where it catches more sun. They look like a group of people having arrived at a wake after a funeral, ready to take jackets and cardigans off and let the tension drain from their bodies, desperate to have something to eat and drink and remind themselves they're the lucky ones to be alive and thriving. Harriet's husband Pete, together with Caroline and Sophie, have retrieved fold-up picnic-style chairs and a cushion for the in-situ bench from the shed. Celia has briefed everyone she will bring out the cake at 5 o'clock. The others are to keep Violet distracted. With everyone outdoors, this will be her chance to have a little look around. She doesn't know what she might find, or even what she is looking for, but she'll know when she sees it. Hope flits seductively around Celia's subconscious that a clue or two as to Violet's change of behavior of late will emerge. Looking at Violet now, conversing with Jane and Deborah, she appears relaxed facially as they talk about planting their hanging baskets ready for the best Dorset Village display. But looking down at Violet's arms, which are hanging down either side of her chair, Celia can see that she is opening and shutting her fists rapidly and obsessively. She's performing the action over and over, as if she is freezing cold, agitated, or plain mad. Which is it? And has anyone else noticed this strange behavior? Celia tries to attract Stephen's attention to surreptitiously get him to look in Violet's direction, but he's steadfastly ignoring her, choosing to be engrossed in a conversation with Pete about whether campanology should be classified as a sport. 10 minutes before 5 o'clock, Celia whispers to Harriet she's going to use the facilities and touch up her lipstick before bringing out Violet's birthday cake. This is Harriet's cue to keep them all occupied, and particularly Violet, who should be kept outdoors at all costs. Once alone inside Violet's kitchen, Celia takes a cursory look around. She's not going to have much time before the cake is expected outdoors, but Celia is primed to look for clues. She spots a clean tea towel laid over something on the countertop. Lifting it up, she finds a laid-out tea tray for two underneath. There's another covering a Victoria sponge cake dusted with icing sugar. So Violet was expecting company. Was it Tom? She never mentioned it, and neither did he. Or someone else? Celia hears what she thinks are footsteps, so hastily takes the cake out the box. She puts candles in their mini spiked holders ready to go on the cake, so she looks busy as opposed to busybody. Celia is proud of the cake. It's 3-layered with vanilla, raspberry, and chocolate sponges, sandwiched together with jam and all covered with a blend of pink and white frosting. She has formed miniature rose decorations made out of icing sugar to adorn the top. It seems a shame to spoil the artwork with the candles, but hey-ho. After a minute, as no one has appeared, she's feeling skittish for no reason, she concludes. Celia decides to take a moment to look in the dresser. She needs to look for cake plates anyway. She had intended to bring paper plates for the purpose, but conveniently forgot them. Tea side plates are easy to spot in one of the dresser glass-fronted cabinets, but maybe she needs to open a drawer or two, possibly in search of more paper napkins? The second drawer Celia opens produces a fruitful offering. It's the tea towel drawer, but nestled on top is a painted pebble. A personalized one. Happy Birthday, Violet. It looks like it belongs to the pebble family. It's of a similar size and weight, and therefore could be of the same origin as the mystery scattered pebbles. Surely? Celia is convinced this is from the same source. Has someone given this to Violet? In which case, does she know who the secret pebble painter is? Why has she never said? Or is Violet herself the secret pebble painter, and she's amused herself with a self-gift? This is indeed strange. Celia ponders whether it could be from a copycat pebble painter, but then why the necessity to hide it away in a drawer? She could have only received it today. Surely you would put it on display like a birthday card. Celia resists the temptation to do just that and closes the drawer. Violet's hallway is an L shape, with the front door directly ahead of the kitchen, so she takes a right. She passes the downstairs toilet and a solid-looking door, and heads for the room at the end of the corridor. The door is slightly ajar, so Celia pushes it further open. It gives a gentle sigh, as though grateful for the attention. The sunlight curls around the edges of the partially open, heavy brocade curtains. There are two sofas, one in a bottle green velvet that has lost much of its original plush. The other is a faded and scratched tan leather, covered in a multicolored patchwork knit throw. Celia's fingers stroke across it, allowing them to stop to inspect the seams. It's well made, probably by Violet herself, as she's a keen member of their knitting group. During COVID, between them they started knitting pillar box toppers, knitted-themed scenes that acted as a hat for the letterbox. They knitted D-Day scenes, a tribute to the NHS, vegetable trays, cake platters, and even a harvest festival with a combine harvester. The locals loved them, and while the group tried to keep it anonymous, everyone pretty much knew who was responsible, unlike the pebble painter. They don't make the toppers quite as regularly now that normal life has resumed, but Celia vows to get them motivated into production again. It'll be fun. There is nothing remarkable about the room. Violet clearly watches TV, and she's even got a drinks trolley with crystal-cut glasses and decanters. There's a large, ornate, gilt mirror above the fireplace, showing signs of oxidation with rust-like patches. Shame, as it's a beautiful mirror. Turning around to check that no one has followed her deeper into the house, Celia goes to the mantelpiece to inspect the photo frames. She knows that Violet doesn't really have any family to speak of, apart from the great-uncle who left her the house. There's a photo of a man wearing an apron standing in front of the house when it was still a bakery. Celia presumes he's the uncle. Next to it is a headshot of the current Princess of Wales, with her hair looking glossy and blow-dried. She's smiling to the camera. Strange to have royal family members framed, Celia thinks, even if your own family is a bit thin on the ground. Next to Princess Catherine is a faded color photo of a woman holding a child's hand. Judging by the clothes, Celia guesses it was taken in the 1970s. The woman, a brunette, is wearing bell-bottomed trousers with a shirt tucked in and has a shag feather haircut. The child has thick, long brown hair and is wearing a tatty dress and roller skates on her feet. Is that Violet with her mother? Celia knows that Violet lost her mom at a young age, but she's never said what happened, and Celia hasn't liked to ask. Celia's brain is now full up, zips straining like an overpacked suitcase. A happy birthday pebble, photos of our future queen. What does it all mean? Celia looks at her watch. It's 5:01. She needs to get back outside with the cake, sharpish, before someone comes looking for her. And now she really does want a wee, but she's used up all her time. Passing by the heavy door in the corridor, something makes her stop. Did she hear a faint sound? Celia turns the weighty brass doorknob. It's locked. There's a keyhole, but no key. She bends down to peer through it, but can't see anything. She can't tell whether there's a light been left on. Then she hears it again. She presses her ear to the door, which must be so thick as are the walls. Whatever it is, the sound is so muffled it's indiscernible. Celia feels the shadow of someone's presence before they even speak. What's going on here then? Isn't it supposed to be time for the cake? The act of being caught makes Celia's head pound, and her mouth suddenly feels like she's been licking sandpaper. Then she breathes a sigh of relief. It's only Tom. Thank heavens it isn't Violet. Tom's skin is roughened and has the look of someone who spends a lot of time outdoors. There's a weariness in his eyes as the crease between his bushy eyebrows deepens. How long has he been watching her? I was just preparing the cake, but got distracted. I thought I heard a noise. Tom chuckles as his face softens. Oh, that'll just be the house talking to you. You're used to your modern cul-de-sac home, but this old bakehouse has got a few stories to tell from across the centuries, I'm sure. Tom smiles, accentuating his ruddy cheeks as he pats his gut, straining against his checkered shirt. Can't have a birthday party without the cake. Jackson chooses this moment to appear behind Tom. Seems like someone else is looking for cake too, Tom says. Jackson walks past and barks at the locked door before pawing it repeatedly. He can hear something as well, Celia says, pleased she's not been imagining it at all. I expect rats have got in the cellar. Jackson knows. Always been a problem in this old house. The proximity to my farm won't help either. All part of country living, Celia the townie. Celia shudders at the thought of living with rats. Don't worry, love. I'll help Violet get it sorted, Tom adds, as he heads back to the kitchen with Jackson in tow. Celia takes a glance back before following Tom. There are numerous scratch marks at the foot of the cellar door. Jackson regularly claws here. Why? Never mind the rats. Thoughts are now scuttling like trapped mice in Celia's head. Chapter 21. Violet. I take a slow, controlled breath, pushing away the dizzy sensation threatening to overwhelm me. The sick feeling in my stomach, lurking since they all turned up unannounced, intensifies. Had I realized they were all going to descend on me, I could have prepared an extra-large plate of special creamy mushroom vol au vents. That would have taken care of the lot of them in one fell swoop, but now it seems none of them want to leave. Clearly, they're staying for the long haul, as Caroline and Sophie have retrieved the garden throws and blankets I keep in the shed and have passed them around for those feeling the evening chill. They're all having a fine old time. Poor Florence hasn't had anything to eat since this morning. She's probably starving and well on her way to wasting away, just like all the others. And this time, it is not my fault. I lay blame at the door of Celia Braithwaite. She knows perfectly well I don't like parties or surprises. So why she decided to roll the two together, I don't know. Is the woman trying to torture me? Well, she's succeeding. How am I going to get rid of them? I want to at least salvage something to have a bit of what's left of my birthday with Florence. Thankfully, I had shut the cellar door, but hadn't locked it. I'd been about to return to Florence when Tom arrived. I managed to grab the key and lock it under the pretense of needing the bathroom. There wasn't even time to warn Florence of what was unfolding, and I might be delayed. No one has mentioned the covered-up tea tray or cake I'd baked, but I'm painfully aware that baking smells must have been evident. If questioned, then I'll say, I knew Tom would join me, so I wanted to be prepared. Having said that, I'm not sure who can possibly have noticed anything. They've all drunk so much. They've polished off all the Prosecco, and someone has even had the audacity to open my bottle of champagne. Honestly, this birthday is ruined. Are you having a lovely time? Celia says, coming to sit down next to me, gripping another glass of sloshing Prosecco. Time of my life. Thanks so much for organizing it, I say with my best faux smile. Celia mimes a guilty grimace in return. I do know you're not super keen on parties, but I couldn't bear the thought of you being alone today. I hope I didn't do wrong. She leans over and touches my arm. I take Celia in and drain the last of my drink, as if consciously trying to drown my anger. I don't know if it's the itchy vibration of her voice, her cloggy eyelashes from having applied too much mascara, or the sight of her tightly packed breasts that poke straight out at me like a shelf, but God, I want to slap her across the face. On this occasion, thankfully, I'm capable of controlling my impulses. There's also too many witnesses. I've noticed Tom looking across at her too. I bet he's picturing Celia's breasts under her dress, shiny and globular like cellophaned chicken, all ready to bounce when she stands up. You're fine, Celia, I say. Truly, I'm touched at how thoughtful you've all been. What I truly think is how I'd like to bump her off. I appear to be rather good at it after all. She's partial to quiche. I noticed her going back for not just seconds, but a third helping. I could cook her a mixed mushroom special one, but then I'd probably kill off long-suffering Stephen too, and I'm not sure he deserves it. It would be easy to trace back to me as well. Apart from her rather bouffant hairstyle, which is springy on the crown again, Celia has overdone the foundation today. Anyone would think she's trying to put herself in the spotlight on my birthday. She's wearing so much foundation to make her look all tanned and smooth. Her neckline is 5 shades paler, making her look like an upside-down ice cream cone. What on earth did Stephen ever see in her? Charm must quickly fade when you live with its flaws. They live a boring, cookie-cutter, privet hedge fence of a life. I'd rather claw out my eyeballs than live like Celia. Celia presumes I must be miserable because I live alone, when really it's what she herself is most afraid of. Throughout my years of singledom, I've often been asked that as a question. Don't you get lonely? I bet they don't ask Tom that, but the answer is yes. Being an older, unmarried woman can be brutally lonely. The world convinces you you're a sorry case. Your life is less valuable as you are devoid of those significant and widely acknowledged connections. A husband, children, grandchildren even. We are left with the question whether a life without companionship is a life half-lived. And maybe it is time for me to acknowledge it as a truth, as I now have Florence, and I am whole again. I certainly won't be sharing her with anyone. What did you get for your birthday? Did you receive any unexpected gifts, other than those from us lot? Celia says. I look over at one of the picnic tables where my collection of gifts now sits. It's the most presents I've ever received, but the best of all is tucked away in a drawer inside. Once I'd cut the birthday cake, they all sat round and made me ceremoniously open them while they stuffed their faces. There were plenty of "Oohs, aren't you lucky?" and "What a brilliant gift," offered up as if I were a teenager in need of encouragement to be grateful. I received a couple of tea light holders, a decorative pair of gardening gloves, Jamie Oliver's latest cookbook, a matching hand wash and hand cream set, a tan leather purse, Celia's choice, and a rose-colored basket weave knitted throw, which Jillian now has draped over her fat knees. Personally, I think that's a tad rude. I resist the urge to snatch it back, saying, I think you'll find that's my gift. My gifts are all over there, plus the flowers, of course. The peonies are beautiful. Thank you so much, Celia. I think they're my favorite flowers. I am grateful. At least, I think I am. I know they're all being kind, but shame rises in me like bile. I've never felt shame before, so why am I sitting here drenched in it now? I'll let you into a little secret, Celia says, leaning over conspiratorially, as though about to impart something from the MI5 handbook. Stephen grew them.
I cut them from our garden and wrapped them in cellophane from a roll I kept after the gardener's Christmas fair lucky dip wrapping session. Don't tell. I can't fathom whether Celia is referring to having picked Stephen's flowers without him knowing, or having pinched a roll of cellophane. I decide not to ask. She prattles on. I'll tell you what I think, Celia says, in the manner of someone about to pass on something incredibly profound. The homemade gifts are best, aren't they? They show so much more thought. Jake, our grandson, always does a painting for us. So adorable. You receive anything like that? No, I didn't. I don't have family, as you very well know. Oh, God, sorry, Celia says, with a flush rising up her already ombre makeup neck. I didn't mean that to sound as rude as it came out. I think I've had one too many. Stephen, I think it's time you drove me home. Hallelujah. Please do, Stephen, and take the rest of this bunch of hangers-on with you. The edges of the day are beginning to fade. The light is changing into the soft purple blue of dusk after a warm afternoon. Celia stands up, totters, and grabs hold of Stephen's arm. Like a little army of ants, they all prise themselves from their seats, and the moi air kissing begins beneath the now bruised sky. We've had a fabulous time, Violet. Thank you so much. Such a lovely party. What a strange concept, thanking me when I never invited them in the first place. I look around at the shambles created, dirty plates, glasses, cutlery, and a plethora of now screwed-up white paper napkins from a wad that was passed around from person to person, like passing notes at school. On top of that, there's also a mountain of displaced furniture. There'll be even more detritus in the kitchen. I don't suppose Celia has any intention of staying behind to clear up, even though she is the one who orchestrated this abominable mess. I imagine putting her head in the jaws of a vice and turning the screw until her head explodes. I'm sure Tom will have one in his workshop. It's a very satisfying thought. In a previous life, you can bet on Celia having been a mosquito, feasting on your blood for her survival. She would have been the type you can always hear buzzing in your ear, but you can never quite locate to kill. Except, unfortunately for her, she's not quite as invisible now. I treasure the thought. Once out in the hallway, Celia enshrouds me in her arms as her big breasts part and close in on me like a wave. I'm engulfed in a cloud of sickly sweet perfume that claws at the back of my throat. She must have re-spritzed herself. She stands back, holding me at arm's length, assessing me. Happy birthday, dearest Violet. I do hope we've brightened up your day. No, you cockroach, you've destroyed it. It's been wonderful to see you all. Safe journeys home, I say as I open the front door. As the gathering files out, a tinny, high-pitched moped pulls up in the lane outside. The rider, all dressed in black and wearing a black helmet, looks like the Grim Reaper. He might as well be. He dismounts and retrieves a large white plastic bag from the pannier on the back before weaving his way through the throng still lingering on my path. Ooh, do I smell curry? Someone says. You sure do. Delivery from the Taste of India. Chicken pasanda and chicken tikka. The moisture is pulled from my throat, making it difficult to swallow. I had completely forgotten about the curry order. This is atrocious timing. Why couldn't he have been 5 minutes later? Now everyone is going to wonder why I've ordered 2 meals. And it's a large carrier bag, so it's obvious there's even more food. Looks like you have an evening planned, Celia says, arching her eyebrows, not missing a trick. Expecting company? It's a little birthday treat. And Violet knows I'm partial to a pasanda, Tom says, interrupting me as he takes the bag from the courier. I hope you ordered them papadum things. I'm weeping inside.
Poor Florence is going to have to wait even longer. Looks like I have a date for the rest of the evening with Tom. Florence, 93 days missing. I massage the back of my neck. It's still tense from hours of leaning over and painting pebbles all day yesterday. I didn't exactly have much else to do. Violet never materialized with her promised birthday tea or our planned evening curry. Unexpected visitors, she said. She sure didn't look very happy about it. Serves the haggard old witch right. I was starving by the time she finally appeared very late last night with a tray of sandwich leftovers, some sausage rolls, and cold chicken tikka. No chicken pasanda. Violet doesn't always keep her promises. Instead, she reaches yet again for excuses. I'm so sorry, Florence. They wouldn't leave. Shame she doesn't feel the same way about me. I knew something was going on as I could hear a bit of a commotion upstairs. I repeatedly called out, but no one ever seems to hear my cries. I might as well be buried underground. All sound down here is muted. My cries evaporate into the ether before they ever reach the floor above. At one point, I thought I heard the doorknob turn, but no one appeared. No one came to rescue me. Papa, I'm still waiting for you. Your Flo is here. The nights are the worst. I lie awake for what seems like hours. I think the sleep deprivation is causing me to hallucinate. On more than one occasion, I sense I'm not alone in the room. I'm imagining it's Papa come to be with me. If he can't rescue me, he's at least here with me in spirit. I swear the other night I heard him clear his throat and then he disappears again, leaving me to my solitary existence. I eventually fall asleep, usually crying, as when I wake, there's dried snot on my cheeks and hands. My hair is always a bird's nest of a mess in the morning, as if I've been pulling and tugging at it. My thick hair always flummoxes hairdressers, and they struggle to cut it so I don't look permanently windswept. Violet bought me an effective hairbrush so I can look presentable during the day. But who am I looking presentable for? It can only be the hair fetish queen. I swear if ever I get out of here, I should be awarded an Oscar. Some days I feel the pain of everything that has happened physically, like I'm being squeezed to death. But there are also days, often following non-stop night crying, where I feel all cried out. A crumbly husk of a person. I feel nothing at all. It's like I'm slowly fading away as the abyss opens beneath me to swallow me whole. On bad days at home, I would go for a run to clear my head and get clarity to my thoughts. But putting on my trainers and going for a run is no longer an option. Instead, I have to summon an inner strength, remind myself that right at the center of my soul is an unbreakable will, a cold, hard stone. It's an instinct for self-preservation. I am wired for survival. I will not die like the young women who preceded me. I will not. Violet must be my friend, not my enemy. I hear Jackson bark as my dungeon door opens. He is the only one I am ever pleased to see, but I plaster a smile on my face. 30 seconds later, Violet appears before me with a breakfast tray. "Good morning, Dragon Reaper," I say. "After your poor show yesterday, I trust you've brought me a decent breakfast." "I have," Violet says hastily, pushing the tray through the hatch. "Some sliced melon, granola with yogurt, and a couple of croissants. I baked them from frozen this morning. I haven't dared open the back door in case the freshly baked aroma wafts towards Tom's place." Violet settles in her chair while I eat my breakfast. "I wasn't sure which jam you'd fancy, so I've brought both." She has, too. Strawberry and raspberry presented in separate little ramekin dishes. She's even made butter curls. I'm guessing it was this old Tom who ate my chicken pasanda. Correct. He's incredibly greedy, and I was powerless to stop him. I could hardly explain who it was intended for, could I? Violet says in a tone as though she's been taken advantage of. Excuses, excuses, pamplemousses, Violet. Would you like to see what I got up to while you abandoned me yesterday for your party? Thanks for the invite, by the way. Sorry I couldn't make it. This makes Violet smile. As long as I don't push it too far, she seems to lap it up. I pass her a series of pebbles I painstakingly painted yesterday. Dare I say I actually enjoyed it. But I never forget there is a purpose here. I pass 5 completed pebbles through my cage bars. Violet picks each one up and examines them individually. I know what she's doing. She's scrutinizing them to make sure I haven't hidden any secret messages. I can't exactly write "look" in the old bakehouse, can I? I have to be more subtle. It's one of the things I lie awake at night thinking about. How do you send a message to the outside world without letting your carrier know what you are communicating? I've painted dozens of pebbles already, and I'm pretty sure Violet has distributed them. The first few batches have all been innocuous, with absolutely nothing on them to make Violet suspect anything. I've taken her lead and painted flowers, abstract patterns, and moons and stars, all with a message for the finder: love, kindness, happy, forgiveness. I've started to introduce more whimsical symbols like rainbows, cupcakes, My Little Pony caricatures, and as many animals I can think of beginning with F. I started with foxes, ferrets, and fish, but find myself waking up at night shouting out frog and flamingos. I know each one by itself isn't going to solve the mystery of my disappearance or give a clue as to my whereabouts, but I can only pray that someone, somewhere, sees a pattern emerging. Papa, come and find some pebbles. Violet inspects a My Little Pony pebble. It's of Rainbow Dash, who was always one of my favorites. I've written on it, "Rainbow Dash is your friend." I don't suppose Papa will remember my love for these pony characters, who I called my friends, but I've got to start somewhere. My mother would recognize the significance, though, and I have faith Mum will guide from above. Please, Mum. This is rather cute, Violet says. I thought a child would enjoy it, if found. Is there a children's playground where you could leave it, perhaps? What a sweet thought. I'll see what I can do, Violet says, popping the pebble into her pocket. I want to ask if she's really distributing them, but I daren't do anything to raise Violet's suspicions and for her to realize how important they are for me. I need to preserve my lifeline. It has occurred to me she may be humoring or toying with me, giving me something to do before she discards them somewhere they will never be found. Maybe she's simply burying them in the garden. I need to play my part and keep faith. I'll wither otherwise. I've got a joke for you. Would you like to hear it? I've a feeling I'm about to, Violet says, pretending I'm tiresome, but I can tell she's all ears. When I woke up this morning, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable until I managed to pull a My Little Pony out of my arse. For a while afterwards, I was a little hoarse, and then I got the trots. Violet snorts with laughter, putting her hand across her mouth as though she shouldn't find it hilarious. You are so crude, Florence, but it is funny. Did you hear about the injured My Little Pony? It's in a stable condition. I dutifully crease with laughter. I'll tell you what, let's do cow jokes this evening. That's one we can milk, I say. You're on, Violet says, gathering up the pebbles, still chuckling. Sounds like it could be an utter disaster, though. She looks up at me for approval. I give her a double thumbs up and a massive smile. Now I must get on. I've got a magistrate sitting this afternoon as the court is behind, and there are errands to run as well as dropping off a few pebbles. You do keep me busy, Florence. I could do with a magic fairy to help out. As Violet ascends the stairs, I catch her say, "A mother's work is never done. Toodle pip." The heavy door closes once more with a deep thump as it settles with a thud back into its frame. The vibration bounces down the stairs and echoes around my prison chamber. The sound normally fills me with dread, being left alone once more to my own devices and a day of solitude. But today, I feel something else. There is a slow, spreading sensation through my stomach and chest. It takes a few moments to recognize it as hope. Violet has inadvertently triggered a memory. Fairies. She wants a magic fairy. But as a child, so did I. I used to paint endless pictures of fairies and build little homes for them from my Polly Pocket sets. I'd leave out food and drink, a smear of honey on a bottle top, and apple juice in a thimble I took from Mum's sewing basket. My imaginary fairy was called Bluebell. My parents scattered glitter on my pillow after I lost a tooth. It would cling to my cheeks and hair. I loved it and believed in the magic. But most important of all, Papa called me Florence Fairy. Papa would remember. I know he would. He still calls me Flo Fairy sometimes if he thinks I'm being scatty. I need to paint fairies and bluebells, and Papa, you need to come find them. I pick up pen and paper to sketch out some ideas. I did art A-level, but my fairies need to be those of my childhood. Bluebell needs to come alive and sprinkle some magic for me. Chapter 23. Celia. 104 Days Missing. Celia and Stephen settle down to watch TV for the evening. Celia ensuring they've had an early supper, the dishwasher loaded, and the wok from the stir-fry washed by hand as it's too big. Celia has been looking forward to this evening all day. It's crime scene night, and one of the appeals is about missing Florence Florenzi. A TV crew was back in town last month filming at the railway station. Celia popped down to have a look, but onlookers were kept well back during filming, so there hadn't been any opportunities for more TV appearances. Stephen picks up the remote and scrolls through the terrestrial channels before stopping at an England Football Euros qualifying match. "What are you doing?" Celia says, exasperated, snatching the remote from Stephen and changing channel. "I told you, crime scene is on tonight. I'm not missing it." "And I told you the footy is on. It's an important match." Stephen leans across from his armchair to try and grab the remote back. Celia slaps him on the wrist with it, inadvertently changing the channel as the opening crime scene theme tune starts. Stabbing the buttons in a panic, Celia puts the football back on. "No, blast! Stop interfering, Stephen. You're the one with the remote." "Welcome to this month's edition of Crime Scene," the presenter says. "Is it going to be the first appeal on?" Stephen asks, with more than a hint of hope in his voice. "Shush! How should I know? But I really can't miss it. It's not every day our hometown is on TV, and everyone on the high street is talking about it. I've got to stay informed." "You could always watch on catch-up," Stephen says, barely audibly, with a sigh, knowing it will fall on deaf ears. "Don't worry, you'll at least get to watch the second half." After a film about a warehouse break-in in Essex, an aerial shot of Sherborne appears on the screen. Celia catches her bottom lip beneath her teeth. This is it. Our second appeal tonight is about a missing 27-year-old woman from West London, Florence Florenzi, who was last seen at the railway station in Sherborne, Dorset. They must have sent a drone up, as there is a great view of the ancient abbey that dominates the center of town. The film cuts to an actress playing the role of Florence getting on a train at Clapham Junction. "This is where Florence's journey started," the voiceover explains. "Were you on that train? Did you see Florence? Was she with anyone?" The excerpt explains the train terminated early at Yeovil Junction, but the police have witnesses confirming Florence left the train at the previous stop, Sherborne. It was the night of the February storm, Thursday 20th. Does that jog your memory? There is a brief clip of the real Florence taken from CCTV within the train carriage. It shows her standing up, putting on her coat, before freezing on a full facial photo. Celia feels a bolt of ice shoot through her core. Every single hair on her arms and the back of her neck stands up. She wants to rewind the footage and freeze frame it, but she can't. It's live TV. Their relatively new TV does have some facility to do a rewind, Celia recalls the salesman in the electronics shop explaining. But she hasn't a clue how to do it, and she's certainly not going to hand the remote back to Stephen. It was only a glimpse of a raincoat, no face, but a raincoat Celia knows well. At least identical to one that Violet Green owns. She always wears the oversized taupe-colored thing on torrential rain days and for walking the dog. Could it be? She daren't tell Stephen. He will only ridicule her again, but it's yet another piece of evidence. She's convinced of it. All the information Celia has is so fractured, it needs to fit together better, like a jigsaw puzzle. Her displaced pieces of information are more like the faces in one of those disjointed Picasso paintings. The reenactment video ends with Florence standing just inside the Sherburne Station entrance, looking at her mobile phone. If you can throw any light on Florence's disappearance, please call our crime scene team, who are waiting to take your call. Pan to the studio, showing a row of desks with monitors, in front of which sit stern-looking police officers and plainclothes individuals wearing speaker headsets. Any information you can provide, no matter how small or insignificant you think it is, could help the police find Florence. Her family are desperate for news. A crazy, complicated symphony of feelings rises in Celia's chest. Does she possess information that could help the police? Or will she be written off as a crazy? Violet is her friend after all, but she has been unable to shake off the feeling that Violet knows something she is not telling. If she was a member of Florence's family, wouldn't she want her to come forward? But Stephen's words also keep bouncing around in her brain. I think you'll find the police don't deal with feelings. Would she be considered a time waster? That is so not her. Here, watch your football, Celia says, thrusting the remote at Stephen. I'll go and make us a drink. Tea or coffee? Coffee, please, love. Bloody hell, they're 1-0 down. Once in the kitchen, Celia switches the kettle on to boil. She retrieves 2 mugs from the cupboard and spoons in the coffee granules. She leans back against the counter, arms outstretched, drumming her right fingers on the worktop, looking at their landline phone hanging on the wall opposite. She has left her mobile in the lounge. She only wants to do the right thing. One call would be all it would take, but she's scared of what she could unleash. What's the worst that could happen? Option 1. She's right, Violet is involved somehow, and it leads to finding out what happened to Florence. Or 2. She's completely wrong. It turns out Violet isn't involved. No harm done. Violet need never know her friend called in. Taking a gulp of air, Celia lifts the receiver and dials the crime scene number she has memorized by heart. You're through to the crime scene studio. How may I help you? Hello, I'm calling about the Florence Florenzi case. Are you a police officer? My name is Seb, and I'm part of the production team at Crime Scene. May I take your name, please? Ooh, she's talking to an actual TV person. That's exciting. But Celia isn't sure if that's why her heart is beating wildly in her chest like a caged bird. You need my name? Yes, please. If you wish to remain anonymous, then we advise you to call Crime Stoppers. Celia swallows. My name is Celia Braithwaite. I have this friend, Violet, and I think... Celia doesn't get to say any more. Stephen's arm reaches over her shoulder, and his finger presses down firmly on the switch hook, disconnecting the call. Celia puts a hand to her chest as guilt washes over her. She hands the receiver to Stephen, who replaces it in the cradle. I think you'll find you don't want to do that, Stephen says, with more than a hint of steely warning in his voice. Stop putting 2 and 2 together and making 5. Disappointment flickers deep in his eyes. Celia sinks into her own quicksand of embarrassment. There is a constricted feeling around her chest, seeming to prevent her from talking. Stephen stares at her like she's a disgusting insect crawling up the wall. She swallows a lump that has lodged itself in her throat. I thought you were watching the football, she croaks. It's halftime. I missed most of the first half, thanks to you. Came to collect my coffee and a biscuit. The phone rings, making Celia's heart leap out of her chest. Stephen grabs the receiver. Hello? Yes, Celia Braithwaite does live here. I see. Oh, you're calling from Crime Scene? Stephen looks directly at Celia with contempt in his eyes. Celia is my wife. I'm so sorry she wasted your time. She has dementia and has a habit of making nuisance phone calls. I hadn't realized. I do apologize. Many thanks for checking. Goodbye. Marco, 105 days missing. Crow's feet now radiate out from Marco's eyes. He's aged indeterminably. His hair has turned salt and pepper gray, skin now more like crepe paper. The stubble on his face is not quite enough to be called a beard, but it too is showing signs of gray. What happened to Florence, or rather, not knowing what happened to her, has crashed like a meteorite through their lives. Getting through each day is like wading through treacle. Sleep, when it comes, is fitful, and Marco wakes each morning even more exhausted than the day before. Sylvie insisted he visited the doctor to get something to help him sleep. But Marco doesn't want pills. He knows he will never sleep soundly again until his daughter returns. The doctor explained he was experiencing something called ambiguous loss. It's a unique type of grief where the person is gone, but their fate is unknown. Consequently, Marco's fate is to live in a permanent state of limbo. The pain is unbearable. Marco has read that parents of missing people describe experiencing an intuition that their child has died. A sudden realization hits them that their loved one has gone. Marco determines he will not let any sense of the kind enter his being. He doesn't feel it, and the only way he can carry on living is to keep it at bay. He chooses to hold on to hope, and he will not let go of it until his dying day. Believe the pebble he picked up in Sherborne said, it was an omen. He believes. As Marco prepares ladyfinger sponge batter for the tiramisu, he reflects on his earlier conversation with D.S. Sharma, his continuing FLO. A reenactment of Florence's last known movements went out on TV last night, and D.S. Sharma had called to update him. Nothing concrete has come through yet that signifies any new major developments, but we had a lot of calls, which is a positive. We received more sighting reports of Florence, both from Clapham Junction, the train, and Sherborne railway station, but nothing after. It takes time to sift through it all, including a number of crank calls, which goes with the territory, I'm afraid. You'll let me know straight away if you get a breakthrough. Of course. And Marco, I know it may not seem like it, but we are working tirelessly on this. We're looking back at the Emily Weston case, as you know. Something may get thrown up from that to move us forward. Marco had put his phone down with a heavy heart. He had such high hopes the appeal would produce a new lead. It appears his ambiguous loss will continue. As Marco puts the sponge fingers in the oven to bake, Mel appears in the kitchen doorway. There's a call for you on the shop landline, a woman called Miriam Friedman. Mel holds up the cordless phone and puts her hand across the receiver. She says she met you in Sherborne and you discussed Florence. Yes, I remember. Marco wipes his floured hands on his apron, eager to take the call. This is Marco. Marco, I'm Miriam Friedman. I don't know if you remember me. We met briefly at Sherborne railway station when you visited looking for your daughter. Yes, of course I remember. He remembers her angular features, the long line of her neck, and the distinctive red coat. You were standing behind Florence waiting to leave the train. How are you? I'm good. I hope you don't mind me calling you at your business. I tracked you down through the media coverage. No problem. How can I help you? I'm hoping I can help you. It's not much. Yes, Marco says, anticipation rising within his chest as he rakes his fingers through his hair. I saw the appeal on Crime Scene last night. It was the last scene when they showed Florence standing in the station's entrance, alone. It didn't sit right with me. In what way? Marco asks. Seeing it triggered something. I know I told you before that I couldn't be absolutely certain it was Florence I saw when I drove past. But seeing the reenactment last night, I'm pretty sure it was her. But why the scene didn't look right is because there were two figures there when I drove past. Marco's heartbeat staccatos for a second. Florence was with someone? I wouldn't say with someone exactly, but there was another figure standing close by. And here's the thing. Remember the disgruntled woman I told you I sat next to on the train? I'm pretty sure it was her, Miriam says. The lady who wouldn't move across the seat. Yes, her. She was wearing this enormous, oversized raincoat with the hood up and was looking in a large bag which I'd seen her with on the train. I know it's not much. This is something. I'm so grateful. The police don't seem to have any clues at all, Marco says. I was thinking this woman could very well have spoken to Florence. Maybe she told her something. Or even offered her a lift. Exactly, Miriam says. If the police could trace this woman, she may have some vital information. I've called the crime scene number this morning to update the police from previously, but I wanted to let you know personally. I can't imagine what you're going through. I am so grateful for you taking the time to call. Thank you, Miriam. No problem. I hope you find Florence soon. Grazie. Ciao. Marco experiences a sickening brew of emotions deep enough to swim in. This is a positive sighting, and the strange woman could be the last person to have spoken to Florence. If the police could trace her, they could make some progress. But Marco already knows there is no working CCTV in the area. Where did Florence go next? Why hasn't this woman come forward? Did this woman offer Florence a lift? Did they share a taxi together somewhere? Too many unanswered questions and too few clues. One step forward, 2 steps back. Marco picks up his mobile to call DS Arjun Sharma. Chapter 25. Celia. 107 Days Missing. It's Saturday morning, and Stephen left 10 minutes ago to play golf. He invariably stays at the club afterwards for at least 1 half pint and sometimes lunch, so Celia knows she has at least a few precious hours to herself on her Saturday off. Her brain has been leaping around like a box of frogs since Wednesday and the crime scene episode. She'd been silly to attempt to ring them while Stephen was still in the house, and now he'd made her promise to drop the whole subject of Violet somehow being connected to the missing woman, Florence. He thinks it's a ridiculous notion. But what if she's right? The appeal said, any information, no matter how small or insignificant. Celia has wrestled with her predicament for the last few days, but last night at 3:30 a.m. in bed, feeling hot and flushed with sweat pooling between her breasts, Stephen snoring annoyingly peacefully beside her, she made a decision. There were too many itty-bitty snippets of information piling up, surging and lurking around in her head. It needed to be offloaded and go somewhere, otherwise she was going to drown in it all. It is her duty as an upright citizen and charitable worker to come forward. With the decision made, Celia looks for the Crime Stoppers number. She is going to leave her information anonymously. They are not the police, but if it's a criminal investigation and the police have made an appeal, they will pass the information on. Celia has made a list of all the clues she's compiled over the last few months. Extra shopping, the train ticket, changes in behavior, scratches on the cellar door, the oversized raincoat, and much more besides. She will hand it all over as a package, and then it's up to them what they decide to do with the information. Celia's conscience will be clear. And it's not like Celia hasn't attempted to talk to Violet about some of it. She's inquired about her health, visiting London on the train, and much more. But Violet is never forthcoming about anything. She can be so slippery when questioned, you'd think she was coated in baby oil. Celia's checked it out, and Crime Stoppers guarantee anonymity. They do not save mobile phone or computer IP addresses. She will use her mobile rather than the home phone. Stephen will never know she made the call, or Violet come to that. Yes, she may be betraying Violet, but isn't she potentially betraying Florence and her family more? Having nearly made the call twice this morning, but then deciding she'd put a wash on first, followed by putting bleach down the toilets, Celia knows she can't procrastinate any longer. It's like pulling off a plaster. Better do it quickly. This is Crime Stoppers. How can we help you? The only sound in the room is Celia's heart thudding. She gulps in the biggest breath. It's about the missing train girl, Florence Florenzi. I want to give you the name of a person I think the police should look into. It's a woman called Violet Green. Chapter 26. Violet, 113 Days Missing. A low, gray, forbidding sky lurks overhead, giving everything an apocalyptic feel to it. Impending doom in sleepy Dorset. The warmer, more settled May-spring weather of the last couple of weeks has retreated, bringing a return of unpredictability now we're in June. Yesterday, when I left the house, the garden and lane were shrouded in mist, like a wall of white breath whispering against the trees and hedgerows. By 11 o'clock, the sun was out, so Jackson and I took the opportunity to take a drive down to West Bay for a spot of pebble collecting. Our Flo is getting through the supplies. Very demanding she is, and I say that with a smile on my face and warmth in my heart. Fast forward 24 hours, and the wind direction has turned, bringing with it spurts of rain, making the surroundings monochrome and cheerless. I mustn't allow the change in weather to affect my good mood. Everything is going swimmingly. Florence is settling in nicely and is the perfect houseguest and companion. I couldn't ask for more. The days are flying by. It's becoming increasingly difficult to balance all my commitments, household duties, and taking care of Florence's needs. I have started to wonder whether I should have a word with Celia and reduce my hours at the charity shop, or maybe resign altogether. I know she'd be cross with me after all these years, but she has no idea how busy I am. Celia may have time to spare on her hands, but I don't. Not anymore. Today, I've completed a full morning sitting at the magistrate's court, and now I'm on my way to a dental appointment. I then need to pick up some supplies for dinner. We agreed I would make a cottage pie, and when I get home, Jackson needs walking, Florence has washing to be done, bedding needs changing. And tomorrow, I'm expected to do another 4-hour shift in the shop. I swear I'm drowning. Such is a mother's life. The clouds have turned slate gray, almost a bluish purple on their undersides as the first raindrops start to fall. I turn my windscreen wipers on to automatic, and within 30 seconds they're screaming at full speed. This is a major downpour. It reminds me of the night I met my darling Florence. The Dolly Dancer raindrops puddle together, and the road is soon awash as I follow a steady swish of cars cruising down the road. The sky is crying. That's what my mother always used to tell me when it rained. I must remember to pass that on to Florence. I switch on the car radio to tune into any traffic information updates. It doesn't take much for the Dorset lanes to flood in these parts. I'm just in time for the 1 o'clock news bulletin. There's coverage on the latest MP sex scandal, soundbites on stopping the boats and immigration from the Prime Minister, and a plane crash in the U.S. And in local news, Dorset police say they are encouraged by the public's response to their appeal on crime scene last week for witnesses and information in the Florence Florenzi case. They are trying to trace a woman who may have seen or spoken to Florence at Sherborne Railway Station on February 20th, the day she disappeared. She is described as being of medium height, approximately 50 years of age, and was wearing a large raincoat. Police also haven't ruled out the possibility of there being a link between Florence's disappearance and that of Emily Weston, who was last seen in Chiddock, Dorset in 2021. You can get more on this story on the app or going to our website. I turn it off. A rock might as well have been thrown through the windscreen, and it's landed on my chest. Someone saw me talking to Florence, and they've come forward. That piece of information has been biding its time in the background, waiting like a mine to explode. But there were no CCTV cameras working at the time, and rural Sherborne is not the kind of town to have cameras on every street corner. No proof it was me. There can't be. And just about everybody in the south of England was wearing a raincoat that day. They've clearly not got much to go on. Still, I will be ditching the raincoat and purchasing a new one. But they seem to have made a link between Emily and Florence. Breaths flutter in my throat like trapped moths. This isn't good. Surely it can't be more than a guess, an assumption trying to flush out information? Well, Emily is no more, and they will never find her. Tom's pigs have ensured that. I liked Emily to start with. When she was so shell-shocked, she was rather more compliant. But as time went on, she became a rather moody and petulant madam, and eventually refused to speak to me at all. There wasn't any point in having a companion who wouldn't communicate. Where's the fun in that? Emily resembled Florence only as far as they both have long brunette hair, or, in Emily's case, had. It's what always catches my attention in the first place. I suppose Florence is right in that I do have a bit of a hair fetish. Florence is of a much sturdier build than Emily, who looked weightless and sprite-like. She didn't eat enough, and I suspect that contributed to her demise. Everything about Emily was delicate and sinuous, as though she'd been drawn with sharpened pencils. She had a cute little button nose, which she once picked in front of me with relish. She rolled the snotball around between her thumb and forefinger for a few moments before flicking it through the bars in my direction. I told her she was gross. She laughed, one of the few times she ever did. Another time I'd gone to the trouble of making Emily an apple and blackberry crumble, as I noticed the little she did eat tended to be sweet. As I passed it through the hatch and stood up again, she approached the bars, pushing her face close up, launching an enormous spittle ball right in my face. It hit the target. She must have been storing the saliva up for hours. I kept my distance from her after that. One morning, a few weeks later, I came down to find Emily in a crumpled heap by the door to the cage. She looked like a rag doll lying there, with her mound of hair sprawled in a tangle around her. I thought she was play acting, a ruse to get me to open the door, so I left her breakfast and departed. When I returned later, her breakfast was untouched, and Emily was still in the same position. I got down on my hands and knees and reached through the bars until I could touch her hand. It was stone cold. I checked her pulse. Nothing. Emily was dead. My third. I had wondered whether I'd inadvertently poisoned her. I'd made a carbonara and added a few mushrooms the night before, but left her to her own devices as she was eternally sullen by then. No point in wasting an evening with her. I threw my dinner in the bin and went out to the pub with Jackson instead. Emily's eyes were bulging, and her face and neck were blotchy as though she'd been stung by bees. I certainly wasn't going to send her off for an autopsy. Fortunately, Tom had to go into hospital for a hernia operation the day afterwards, which afforded me the opportunity to dispose of Emily's body. Tom gets me to feed his pigs and chickens if he's away, and in return, he walks and minds Jackson for me when needed. It's an auspicious arrangement, as pigs are useful creatures. There's not much they won't eat. After Emily, I promised myself I wouldn't take in any more house guests. Lizzie and Leanne wasted away too. Both died in their sleep and didn't wake up in the morning. Not a bad way to go, really. It wasn't my fault. If they'd cooperated more, I'm sure they would have been fine. But clouds do have silver linings, don't they? If they'd survived, then I wouldn't have room for Florence, and she is most definitely worth the wait. I remind myself Florence is alive and well. I have done her no harm, and she appears healthy, in good spirits even, and I am still floating on air after her thoughtful birthday gift, which now resides on my bedside table. The interest in Florence's case has only arisen again because of that stupid program. They've nothing on me. I'm always very careful about what I say and how I behave. I've had lots of practice. It'll soon die down again. I mustn't worry myself stupid. I come to a crossroads and indicate right. As I make the maneuver, a car comes up behind me at speed, overtaking me on the turn. I know I can be a bit of a slow driver at times, but was that necessary? You wouldn't believe the number of casualties that come through the court due to speeding or drink driving. He could have caused a nasty accident if a car had been coming the other way. It startles me so much, I find myself thinking, Jesus fucking creepers, did that just happen? That's the sort of thing Florence would say. It's almost like she's sitting on my shoulder. No doubt the idiot driver will end up in my court one day, then I'll get my own back for nearly giving me a heart attack. I give my head a little shake, as if to make things settle back into place. But then I feel sick, stomach acid burning up my throat. I hear a siren wailing behind me. Looking in my rearview mirror, I see a police car, blue lights flashing, traveling at speed. Are they coming for me? Oh God, this can't be happening. As the police car approaches the rear of my vehicle, its headlights flash on repeat. They want me to pull over. I don't understand how they've worked it all out. The blood is rushing to my head, and I can't focus properly. I attempt to slow down, but I don't know if I've done it right. Nothing seems to be working correctly. The police car pulls out from behind me. I think it's going to pull in front of me to make me stop. I am trying, but I seem to be gaining speed. Which pedal is the brake? We've reached a bend. There's a car coming in the opposite direction. The police car swerves in front of me to avoid a collision. It clips my offside with force. The impact bang is deafening. There's a jarring physical sensation. Is my car spinning? Am I spinning? Not anymore. There's a sudden, intense impact. The airbag inflates. I bang my head on the side window before it's jerked back. I can feel a trickle down the side of my face. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. Blackness. Chapter 27. Violet. I think I'm having an out-of-body experience, or maybe I've died. I'm on the ceiling looking down, watching everything going on around me. It's as if I'm a fly on the wall in one of those 24 hours in A&E programs. I'm lying on a trolley with a neck brace keeping me stiff and straight so I can't move or turn. It's seriously uncomfortable. There's a crowd gathered, fussing around me, and everyone looks very serious or busy. They're all wearing different shades of blue and green-colored scrubs. I can't tell who's in charge. Some are wearing white plastic aprons. Do they think I'm going to bleed out or vomit on them? Or are they the angels at heaven's door about to turn me away and send me down to hell? This is Violet Green, a 58-year-old female involved in an RTA with a police vehicle. On arrival, the patient was found unconscious. Estimated loss of consciousness, approximately 7 minutes. She had self-extricated after her vehicle impacted a tree. Airbag had deployed. Airway patent and maintained throughout. She has lacerations to the left temple and forehead. C-spine immobilization administered. Pulse 112, regular. Breathing rate 22 with no signs of respiratory distress. SpO2 96% on air. BP 142/88. GCS on our arrival 12. E3V4M5, improving to 13 en route. Cap refill less than 2 seconds. We administered O2 at 4 liters per minute via nasal cannula for comfort and to optimize SATs. Pain score 7 out of 10. Given 5 milligrams IV morphine with good effect. Treated on scene with wound cleaning and dressing and C-collar and head blocks applied. Suspected concussion and whiplash. Patient showing mild confusion and intermittent disorientation consistent with post-traumatic delirium. Blah, blah, blah. I have zero appreciation of at least half of what is being said. They may as well be speaking in a foreign language. I've been in an accident. I think it must have been in the car. I don't recall how I got here. I don't even know which hospital I'm in. I want to go home. I don't mind missing my dental appointment. I feel drowsy and want to sleep, but everything is too uncomfortable. I want a pillow. Where is Florence? Will she visit me? I want her to come and take me home. I've got to make the cottage pie. We're going to eat the pie together. It's quieter now. I've been moved to a ward. The place smells of bleach and boiled cabbage. A curtain is pulled around my bed as a nurse steps into my line of vision. How are you feeling, my lovely? I'm just going to check your blood pressure. I look at her name badge. Jamila. I am not your lovely Jamila. Although she does look a jolly and gentle sort in her light blue uniform with white piping that could have been iced on as if it were sugar. Where am I? Which hospital? I'll tell you in a moment. Lie still now and don't speak, Jamila says, placing an armband around my upper right arm, which immediately starts to inflate, squeezing my bicep tight. Jamila can't be more than 30. Her black hair is braided in multiple thin plaits and tied together as a bunch at the back of her neck. That must have taken hours. Or maybe she has a caring mother that does it for her. My mother would never spend the time on my hair, only her own. She has graceful, rhythmic movements, and I imagine Jamila loves to dance. I can see her on a nightclub dance floor, swaying her hips to the music as her fabulous hair flies around her cherubic face. Not too bad, Jamila says without telling me the reading. I don't ask. I don't care. I just want to get home. The pressure monitor deflates with a sigh, as though bored of its only role in life. You're in Southampton General. You were brought to the trauma center after your car accident with head and neck injuries. Southampton? You're kidding me. I'm miles away from home. You collided with a police car and hit a tree. You've been very lucky. I don't feel lucky. I'm starting to remember the police car trying to make me stop. Can I be discharged? I need to get home. Not unless you've got someone to be with you 24/7. I live alone. You've got severe concussion and whiplash. We're keeping you in for observation in case you show any signs of a brain injury. Your CT scan was clear, but we have to be cautious. Now, what would you like to drink? Perhaps the large huff I exhale gives away my disappointment. There's nothing wrong with me that a gin and tonic won't fix, I say, peeling back the bed covers in a feeble attempt to stand up. Jamila's laughter escapes like a clap of thunder as she rests her arm on my shoulder and gently pushes me back on the pillows. It's a relief. My head pounds. The sensation is one of having been steamrolled. The cocktails will have to wait, but we don't do a bad cup of tea. The trolley is just coming around. Now, is there anyone I can call for you? We couldn't get anything out of you in A&E. Jamila gives me a smile like a caress. Oh my goodness, Florence and Jackson. The thought only just surfacing in my haze of medication. They'll have been alone for hours. I need to call Tom. He can take Jackson until I get back. He knows where to find the emergency key. But I can't exactly call anyone to tend to Florence, can I? What am I going to do? I seriously need to get out of here. How long are they intending on keeping me? I can't lose number 4. My nerves are beginning to stretch out as taut as an elastic band. A fireball of anger flares within me. Why does everything always go wrong? Am I ever going to get my happy ending? I need to call my neighbor Tom to look after my dog Jackson. Your bag and phone are in the bedside cupboard here, Jamila says, retrieving it for me. And what about Flo and Emily? A sense of dread creeps through my body. What did she just say? And more importantly, what have I been saying? You were mumbling, "Get Flo and Emily," when you were brought to the ward. Are they your daughters? Would you like me to contact them? This is going from bad to worse. Think, Violet, think. Goodness, I have been out of it, haven't I? Flo and Emily were 2 adored cats of mine, now sadly deceased. I don't think either will be able to give me a lift home. I pray the nurse doesn't join up any dots with the names of the missing women. Jamila leaves me to call Tom. At least Jackson is sorted. There's no way I'm going to get back home for Florence tonight. She's going to be very cross with me, and quite rightly so. She depends on me, and I've let her down. I need to work on getting home tomorrow. Florence can survive one night. Jamila returns with a mug of tea, the steam rising in a barely visible spiral. She places it on the overbed table with a mini packet of shortbread biscuits. I interlace my fingers around the mug and take a sip. It's been sugared and over-milked. My stomach kicks against the sweet, bland taste, but I continue to drink. Drink up now, Jamila says. You have visitors. 2 police officers are here to speak to you. I sit back heavily against the pillows, all the air leaving my lungs in one bolt. Chapter 28. Florence. 115 days missing. Where the hell is she? I am so incandescent with rage. How dare Violet do this? Kidnapping and locking me up is one thing, but doing a bloody disappearing act is beyond scary. I last saw her 2 whole effing days ago after breakfast, and save for a packet of ginger nut biscuits and a bottle of water she must have left in the hatch, I've had nothing to eat. The bottle of water is long gone, so I've had to drink the water from the scuzzy tap in the shitty bathroom. I can't fathom what has happened. Something is awry. From what I've come to know about Violet, I don't think she would suddenly abandon me. Weird as it all is, she seems to take pride in her warped version of taking care of me. I'm also painfully aware, though, Violet's attention isn't about caring for me as a person. It's about what's best for her. Could she have died? Maybe she's lying on the floor somewhere upstairs, stone cold dead. The idea induced a tiny flicker of hope before realizing I may well be dead too before anyone discovered Violet and found me. I did hear Jackson bark early on the first evening. I called and called in case it was Violet's neighbor Tom come to walk Jackson, but he never heard me. Thankfully, Violet had collected a whole pile of new pebbles the day before and has left me with a good supply to paint. As it was daytime when I last saw Violet, she left the cellar light on. Fine by day for painting, but it has made it more difficult to sleep at night. It's usually lights out for me when Violet goes up to bed, although I think there was a power cut on the first night as the lights went out temporarily allowing me to drop off to sleep for a while. But when I woke up again, they were back on. I'd hate to have been left here permanently in the dark for 2 days and counting. Apart from painting the pebbles, I've been doing something else with them. I've been using them for target practice. I filled the empty water bottle I had from the tap and placed it on top of a pile of books on the chest of drawers. The water bottle is Violet's head. I've been debating whether to try and knock her out if I ever get the chance. She's become a bit slacker again in not always locking the cellar door after her, but there's no point in being able to get out of the cellar if I can't get out of the cage in the first place. Unless I could reach through the bars to drag a knocked-out Violet close enough to see if she's got the key on her, I'd be stuffed. Also, I would only get one chance at flooring Violet with a pebble blow. And while I'm now a crack shot at hitting the water bottle, it's a different game aiming a pebble through the bars with accuracy and speed. If I missed on the first attempt, or Violet saw it coming and ducked, then my pebble potential communication lifeline with the outside world would be taken away from me. I'm not sure I can afford the risk. Yup, I've got too much time on my hands to think about all this. I've also now hit the water bottle target so many times with force, it's split open, so I have to bend over the sink to sip from the cruddy tap. It's been fun practicing cracking Violet's head open, though. If ever I get out of here, I'll be a shoo-in for the coconut shy. I'm seriously worried now. I don't know what time it is, but my instincts tell me we're getting late into the evening on day 3 of No-Show Violet. Am I going to be alone here for a third night? Hunger gnaws at my insides. My limbs are weak and my head dizzy. All I can think about is food. One of Violet's delicious casseroles, lasagnas, or mushroom concoctions. I wish I'd eked out the biscuits, but I ate the last one this morning. Is this it? I lie down on my bed and curl up, clutching a cushion to my chest. I feel a terrible hollowness open inside me, and movement as though the hunger is trying to escape. It is also a doom-laden sense I'm all alone now. The corners of my life are folding in, and there is nothing I can do about it. Is this what happened to Lizzie, Leanne, and Emily? Violet left them to waste away. Is this how she gets rid of us? Disappears and returns once we are dead? I double over as if punched in the gut, tears blurring my vision once more. I shake as I sob violently. I grieve my blissful ignorance of my precious life before I got on that train. I grieve for a future I may never have, whatever that was going to entail. Grief leaves you stranded, I'm learning. Like being all alone on a desert island surrounded by shark-infested waters. And in my case, the shark is called Violet. I don't know when my body gave in and enveloped me in slumber, but I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I know, my name is being called. Florence! Florence! Are you okay? Florence! I'm so sorry. Please speak to me. The voice is distant, so at first I think I'm dreaming, but it comes again. Darling, Florence! Florence! Please tell me you're all right. I sit upright and will my weak legs to move. I grip the bars and look towards the stairs. I can just make out Violet leaning against the doorframe at the top. Violet, thank God! My voice is croaky and parched. I'm coming, darling. Give me a minute. I'm a bit slower than normal. I am so pleased to see Violet, but deep down, I know it's a bit like a turkey looking forward to Christmas. Chapter 29, Violet. I make my way down the stairs. Everything hurts. It's as though my whole body has become one big overripe bruise. I've put my neck brace on. I will confess this is more for a wounded soldier display for Florence than out of necessity. In fact, I've been told only to wear it sparingly, otherwise it could lead to muscle weakness, but at least it will demonstrate where I've been. Florence waits for me. After the emotional turbulence of the last few days, I am very glad to see her. My police visit in the hospital, it turned out, was about taking a statement following the accident. They also, can you believe it, had to breathalyze me. That's a first. I was informed the officer driving the police car also had to breathalyzed. Apparently, it's normal procedure. I've been told I may be able to pursue compensation, but I'm not sure I want any more interaction with the police, thank you very much. I nearly had a heart attack as it was. As I reach Florence, she stretches her arm out through the bars, reaching for my hand. She looks like a drowned doll with straggly, uncombed hair. Her eyes look bruised and tender, like a child rousing from sleep. As our fingers touch, something deep in my core tightens. It's our undoubted connection. The room smells of thick breath and used sheets, symptoms of my neglect. Where the fuck have you been? Those are Florence's first words to me. I would have preferred something a bit more convivial, but I can't blame her. She gives me the sort of grimace you might give a giant spider. What the hell happened to you? She says. Car accident. I was hit by a police car chasing another vehicle of all things and ended up in Southampton Hospital with whiplash and concussion. Florence laughs so harshly I flinch, but I know she's pleased to see me as she hasn't yet let go of my hand. They insisted on keeping me in for observation, and then I had to wait hours to be discharged and an age for a taxi ride home. My car is a write-off. You won't be going anywhere for a while then. Florence says this as more of a statement than a question. Hopefully, in a day or two, the insurance company will provide me with a replacement car. Don't worry, I'll soon be out again getting treats for you and our supplies. I speak with a desperation I don't even try to conceal. I'm frantic for Florence's forgiveness. Have you been painting more pebbles? I'll be able to distribute those soon. She nods as the sobs burst forth, trying to gulp in air which gives her convulsive hiccups before they subside into shuddering breaths. I thought you'd gone. I didn't know what was going to happen to me. Florence wipes her nose on her sleeve before wiping her eyes with the palms of her hands, trying to get control of her tears. She turns and sits back down on the bed. She leans back into the cushions and puts her hand to her forehead as if to calm herself. I'm starving. I can hardly stand up. Please, can I have something to eat and a hot drink? The tap water sucks. Of course. I'm so sorry. I'll make it up to you. I'm afraid I didn't get the ingredients for the cottage pie before I had the accident. I hope Florence can see how upset I am at what's happened. What can I get you? I've got eggs, cheese, tinned soup. There's bread in the freezer. Have you got any baked beans? I believe I have, I say, relieved I can fulfill Florence's request. Then I'd like beans on toast with some grated cheese and a cup of tea. You will join me, won't you, Miss Whiplashy McWishface? I think Florence has forgiven me. Coming up, I'll send Jackson down to keep you company. I'll be as quick as I can. Was your broomstick written off as well? And Violet? Yes, I say, having to turn my whole body around to face her again. Florence purses her lips and looks as if she is about to berate me. I'm glad you're back. Glad you're okay. I think that's the nicest thing anyone has said to me in a long time. Maybe ever. Violet, 116 days missing. The next morning, after breakfast, Florence shows me the painted pebbles she's been working on. There's a picnic scene, cute animals, fairies, and rainbows. Her messages include, Miss Fox sends you a hug, spreading fairy glitter, and may the sun shine behind your rainbow. She's developing into a talented little artist. I'll be able to get out in a few days and scatter them. My replacement car should arrive today, although I still feel a bit woozy, so I may leave driving for a few more days. No rush, Florence says. I enjoy painting them. I've had to cancel my magistrate sittings this week and my 2 shifts at the charity shop. But on the bright side, I can spend more time with you. Fancy painting some more pebbles together? Sure thing, Florence says brightly. Will Tom do some shopping for you? I suspect your fridge is a bit empty, and I've been wasting away here. I laugh at the idea of Tom doing our shopping. For starters, he'd come back with all the wrong things, and with tomorrow use-by dates. Plus, I need rather more than shopping for one. I won't bother Tom. He's a bit hopeless at that sort of thing. I'm sure we can manage with bits I've got in the freezer and a few cupboard staples. Are you kidding? I need more than a bit of tinned soup. Where's that cottage pie you promised me? Florence smacks her lips. Why don't you do an online supermarket delivery? I've never done one before. I'm not sure I know how. Violet, you are a complete dinosaur. I'll help you. It won't take long. An hour later, the task is done, and I'm exhausted. The Wi-Fi didn't reach the cellar properly, so I had to keep bringing my iPad down for Florence to instruct me what to do. Then I had to go back upstairs to action it. It was fun, though, and I've learned a thing or two. Daughters are useful. Florence has ordered herself some shampoo and hair conditioner and persuaded me to buy a box of Magnum bars for the freezer. This one has got me wrapped around her little finger. The delivery is scheduled for 6 p.m., so I can make supper afterwards. We are together in the cellar painting pebbles. Florence curls her hair behind her ears, touching her lips every now and then with her fingertips, her eyes focusing on the stone as she creates fine brush strokes. I am doing an abstract design, and Florence is perfecting a flamingo. She says she's going to write something to tickle you pink on it. I do admire her creativity. Tell me about your childhood, Violet, Florence says, looking up with an earnest expression. I'm intrigued. You told me your mother died and you went into care at 11, but you've never told me what happened and about your life before then. It's not a happy story. I'm not sure you want to hear it. Try me, she says, her curiosity blooming. Her gaze is bright and hopeful that I will reveal childhood secrets and memories, no doubt to ascertain what makes me tick. She is right to ask. I buried my childhood long ago, right where it belongs. I placed it in a box, closed the lid, safely stored in my memory attic gathering dust. Within the space of a slow blink, I see I need to give her something. Maybe if I do, it will strengthen our bond even further. I allow the silence to stretch out for a moment, composing myself to take the lid off the box. My mum's name was Susan Dorothy Green. Everybody called her Susie. She was a single mother and a prostitute. When you imagine the life of a prostitute's daughter, you probably don't imagine it to be a good one. Florence shakes her head. You're right, it wasn't. Not that I understood what a prostitute was in those days. I'm a lady of the night, she used to tell me. I thought it was a glamorous job, as I'd watch her get ready. Florence turns her gaze towards her lap, as though she understands this is difficult for me and doesn't want to intrude. I always knew when she was going out. She'd spend ages in the bathroom and then appear amongst clouds of steam, wrapped in a bathrobe with a turban on her head. She'd sit at her dressing table, applying her makeup. I watched fascinated as she plastered her face, drew on eyebrows, outlined her lips, and then filled them in with a vibrant red or orange. She allowed me to pass her pencils and lipsticks from a collection of makeup bags she kept on a silver tray. It was as though we were working together for the greater good. It made me feel like I was contributing something to our little family. I sigh as the memories come flooding back. I loved these moments with my mother, but they always felt like I'd stolen them from somewhere I wasn't meant to be. It was the only time we really spent together. Where was this? Florence asks. Portsmouth, in the late 1960s and early 70s. She worked in the streets around the dockyard. A lot of the Royal Navy's fleet was maintained there. A good supply of customers, I imagine. I'm just popping out to see if our ship has come in, she'd say. I found her dazzling. Fascinated, I'd watch her pull on stockings and then a slinky dress over her head, the stocking tops usually peeping out below the hemline. My final contribution was securing a chosen necklace around her neck. I used to stand on a chair so I could reach. The smell of her cheap perfume coated my throat. I can still taste the sickly sweetness of it to this day. It's why I rarely wear perfume. She'd leave with an old fur coat wrapped around her and tell me to be a good girl. And where were you while your mother was out? Florence asks with a quizzical expression, suggesting she already knows the answer. Home alone, and it wasn't nearly as fun as those movies. I was scared and often hungry. Food was rationed as Mum needed the money for new dresses for her work. Reinvesting in the business, she used to say. Most of what I ate was served cold out of a tin. I'd watch TV until I fell asleep. And you were how old? My earliest memories are from about 4 or 5. I couldn't tell you where I was left before that, probably home alone. I don't recall it ever being any different. Then, one day, the evening system changed. The week before, I decided to go out to play on the swings in the park. I was probably 6 by then. I'd grown tall enough to reach the door latch. Of course, I didn't have a key, so couldn't get back in. I ended up staying out all night. I think I slept on a park bench. When Mom eventually found me the next day, she went mental. She said there were bad sorts about, and anything could have happened to me. Would serve me right if I got snatched by the boogeyman. Anyway, we had a dog by then. A cute mongrel, Mum said she'd found down by the dockyard, and it followed her home. We decided to keep it and called him Sam. One day when I came home from school, Mum was on her hands and knees building a dog cage. She'd bought a soft-cushioned dog bed to go inside. She said it would be safer for Sam as she'd secured a couple of regular daytime customers. Florence puts down her paintbrush, interlinks her hands on her lap as she listens intently. I take a deep breath to carry on. That night, Mum went through all the usual routine preparing to go out. As she was about to leave, she said there was one more thing I needed to do for her, and I was to be a good girl about it. I take in a gulp of air so I can continue. She told me to get inside the dog cage. I complied. She bolted it across and secured it with a padlock. That was to be my bed for the night, and for the next 5 years as it turned out. Me on the inside of the dog cage, Sam guarding me on the outside. Florence shifts in her seat. One night, Mum never came home. She was usually back by the early hours, but always before school. The police came looking for me in the afternoon. By that time, Sam had been barking for hours. We both soiled ourselves. I remember the stench was intolerable. The police broke in, and I was sent to a temporary foster home before being placed in permanent care. Mum had been strangled, her body dumped on South Sea Beach. Florence's mouth is wide open, but she doesn't speak. I let the silence spin out for a long moment. I clear my throat. So, there you have it. My mother dead. I never knew my father. An orphan, age 11, I say, turning my palms up as though passing it over. My story. Florence continues to stare at me, clearly shocked. Christ, Violet, that's more than tragic. It's the worst childhood. I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. Something rushes up through my core, something buried deep under years of denial. It's all linked, isn't it? My childhood to where we are now. Of course it is. There is so much help out there. It's never too late. Let me go, Violet. Let me help you. I promise I will always be there for you. I have to smile at that. I'm sure at this very moment Florence means it, from the confines of the cellar of the old bakehouse in the depths of Dorset, miles away from her old London life and home. Once free, things would take a different turn. We all know that. Sadly, I cannot imagine an outside world, unencumbered, where Florence is in my life, and there are no consequences for what has gone before. What you need is a clean slate, a fresh start. It can be yours, Violet. It can. I shake my head. The only slate available to me is a second-hand one, and I'm afraid it's still smudged from whatever has been written on it before. There will never be the chance for a completely new slate for me. A scratchy, sandpapery feeling starts to build up behind my eyes. It's not long before it's followed by a melting marshmallow sensation stuck in my throat. My past has soured me forever. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I have unburdened myself on Florence. You are the keeper of my story, Florence. Only you know about it. Let's leave it there. But Violet, no buts, I interrupt. I've put it to rest. You can't just swallow your feelings all the time. It's not healthy. Look what happens when you do, Florence says, indicating her surroundings. Wow, truth bombs. I prefer the undetonated kind. Coffee? I stand up to leave. Florence does that eye roll thing, something she has mastered to perfection. I would go as far as to say it's her favorite facial expression. As I ascend the stairs doing an excellent impression of a geriatric, Florence makes a high-pitched, eerie scream, like a fox howling in the dark of the night during one of their mating rituals. She's as frustrated with me as I am. Chapter 31. Violet. I've made the coffee and am rummaging in the biscuit tin to see if we have any Biscoff left when there's a sharp knock on the front door. It can't be Tom. He always comes to the back, and it's too early for the supermarket delivery. I've barely had time to put the lid back on the tin when they're knocking again. Talk about impatient. Just as well I've left Jackson down with Florence. Otherwise, this would be agitating him into a frenzy. "Coming!" I call out, making my way down the hallway as fast as my stiffness will allow. I open the door to be greeted by two policemen. Well, a man and a woman. The male is in police uniform, but the female is in plain clothes. My heart drops like a lead weight to my boots at the sight of them, but I soon realize they're here to follow up on the crash. Not that I've got anything to add, but as a magistrate, I know how these things work. They'll have to investigate and lodge a report as a police vehicle was involved. "Good morning, Violet Green," the woman says. "I'm DC Helen Miles, and this is PC Ryan Rowe. We're from the Dorset Police." They show me identity badges. "Could we possibly have a word?" "Sure, I'm Violet," I say, smiling brightly. I don't want to appear nervous. "Do come in." I lead the way down the hall to the kitchen. Ordinarily, I would show them into the sitting room, but we would have to pass the cellar door, and while I know it's closed, it's best to steer clear. As soon as I enter the kitchen, I spy the two coffee mugs sitting by the kettle. The knotted ball of anxiety lying dormant in my stomach awakens. I pick up a dishcloth and wipe around the area, simultaneously tipping one of the mugs of coffee down the sink as part of the process. I am house-proud and don't want a mess in front of the officers. That's all it will look like. "Do take a seat," I say, indicating the kitchen table. I've already made a statement about the accident while I was in hospital. It occurs to me they may be considering charges, as I did accidentally speed up when they were trying to pass. They exchange a look. "We're here on another matter, Miss Green," DC Helen Miles says, curling her shoulder-length, dirty blonde hair behind her ear. Her eyes behind her tortoiseshell-rimmed glasses are shrewd and confident. "Do call me Violet. I am a magistrate, though, but no need to call me Your Worship or anything like that," I say with a flick of my hand, an attempt at a chuckle trying to make light of it. What other matter? Suddenly, I have a very bad feeling about this. "Breathe," I tell myself. "We're investigating the disappearance of a 27-year-old woman, Florence Florenzi. You've probably heard of the case," she says. I am careful not to move a single muscle in my face. I will not be making this easy for them. "Yes, of course. Difficult not to around here. Sherborne has been in shock." The PC takes a photograph of Florence out of a folder and pushes it towards me across the table. His eyes are set so deep in his face, I can barely make out his expression. PC Ryan Rowe is a decade older than the DC, I'm guessing, 40s to her 30s. I suspect he's not happy about being passed over for promotion in favor of a woman, probably not for the first time. "Sorry to drop in unannounced. I tried calling your landline a few times but haven't been able to get hold of you. We're hoping you could answer a few questions for us," he says. "I've been in hospital for a few days. Only got back yesterday. I was in a collision with a police car. I thought that's why you're here." "No, the Road Policing Unit handle accidents. We're from the Missing Persons Unit. I'm sorry to hear about your accident, and if we've called at an inconvenient time," PC Rowe says. "But they don't look like they're planning to leave now they're here." I should have looked at their identity badges more closely. This is what they must mean by the law of sod. The police have no right to entry into my house, and I've just invited them in. I also know that I am under no obligation to answer their questions, but if I refuse to do so and start the no-comment routine, then it's not going to look favorably on me and will only encourage them to dig further. I give them a quizzical look. "How can I help you?" "We believe you may have been traveling on the same Waterloo to Exeter train as Florence on February the 20th this year," DS Miles says. Do I tell them I was? In which case, why have I not come forward before? Should I deny it and give them the same spiel I gave Celia? I had planned to go to London but canceled my plans because of the storm. No. They must have CCTV of me somewhere, either from the train or boarding at Waterloo. Why would they want to question me otherwise? I know it can't be from the ticket hallway or outside the station. The cameras were only fixed after Florence disappeared. I am flummoxed as to how they have identified me. Yes, I was. I'd been to London for the day to see an exhibition at the Royal Academy. And do you remember seeing Florence Florenzi at all, at any moment during the journey or after getting off the train? I pick up the photograph. It's a face I know very well, although Florence looks slightly younger in this picture. I scrutinize it for what I hope seems a reasonable amount of time, rather than dismiss it instantly. I shake my head and rearrange my face into an expression of deep concern. I'm afraid I didn't. I always knit on train journeys, so I would have had my head down, and I left the station promptly as I was anxious about getting home. The flooding on the roads around here can be terrible, as I'm sure you know. I do not mention getting back for Jackson, in case they wonder where he is. My fat golden retriever is downstairs in the cellar, keeping company with the woman you're looking for right now. I never realized how easy it can be to trip yourself up when talking to the police. You say you've been aware of the Florence Florenzi case, and there have been extensive appeals. May I ask why you haven't come forward, as you were on the same train, the DC says. You may very well ask, but I'm certainly not about to tell you. Simply because I don't recognize her. I never saw the young woman. I don't say her name, Florence. I can't bring myself to in this context, although her name always feels tender on my tongue. I fear my familiarity with it would give me away. I don't want to waste precious police time telling you I was on the train but never saw her. I appreciate how stretched you are. Did you linger at all in the ticket hallway before leaving Sherborne railway station? Perhaps waiting for the rain to stop? D.C. Helen Miles asks. Well, I'd have been waiting a very long time that day if I did. It poured for hours. I went straight to my car and drove home. And can you recall what you were wearing that day, Violet? She's using my name now, as though we've become chums. Not in detail, no. It's a few months back now. Yes, but you'd have had a coat, presumably. It was February. They're trying to establish if I was the woman seen talking to Florence at the station entrance. But I still can't work out what has led them to me. Given the weather, I would have worn my raincoat along with just about everyone else that day. What color is your raincoat? The DC continues, leaning forward with too intense a gaze for my liking. Green, like my name. It's hanging up in the hallway. No need to tell them my other one is a deep beige. Thankfully, I had the presence of mind to take it upstairs yesterday when I got back from the hospital. It's rolled up in the bottom of my wardrobe, awaiting disposal. The green raincoat I've referred to is more of a waxed jacket I normally wear in the garden, but it is water repellent, so I've answered the question truthfully. We have a witness who saw a woman standing in the station entrance, possibly talking with Florence after she got off the train. Could you have seen her there? I shake my head and form my mouth in a disconsolate shape by protruding my lower lip. I'm afraid not. I left with the crowds. As I said, I was in a hurry to get home because of flooding. I wish I could help more. Thank you for your time, Violet. If you recall anything that may assist our inquiry, please do give us a call, she says, taking out a business card and placing it in front of me. They both rise. Good. I want them out of my house. I lead them back down the hallway and open the front door. As I turn back, I catch P.C. Rowe surreptitiously perusing my coat stand. Perhaps he's thinking he may be the one to get the promotion next time if he solves the case. Florence's coat has long been removed. I'm not that stupid. I return to the kitchen and sit sipping my now lukewarm cup of coffee. I didn't offer them one. I should make fresh and return to Florence, but I need to gather my thoughts. I wish I smoked so I could have a cigarette. This is not good. Not good at all. What follows is like the shocked feeling you get after having been told someone you know has died in a car accident. I'm stunned and numb. Nothing like this has ever happened before. In over 12 years, the police have never come to my door making inquiries about any of the missing young women. Why now? It's like a ball of wool unraveling as it bounces down the staircase. I need time to assimilate this. Rewind the ball of wool. There is a pit of dread in my stomach. I'm not sure how I'm going to proceed from here. Florence is very dear to me, and the thought I may not be able to keep her breaks my heart. How do I prevent this from happening? The thought is creeping and curling in, as if it's black smoke finding a way through a crack under the door. Is Florence going to have to be number 4? No, no. I mustn't listen to the voices now circulating in my head. They are evil and dangerous. I get a horrible sinking feeling in my chest, like my whole world is collapsing in on itself. I want to go upstairs with a glass of red wine and have a long bath, preferably long enough that I wrinkle like a prune. Chapter 32. Florence. Violet disappeared upstairs for what I'm guessing was over 2 hours ago. I can never tell precisely what time it is, as I don't have a watch. I was always a check the time on your phone person. I regret that now. I wish I'd worn the watch Papa bought me for my 21st birthday. It would mean so much to have something from him here with me now in my dank, stark, dark pit hole. I don't want to forget Papa's voice, his face. I cannot. The only barometer I have for time is what my stomach tells me, and it's certainly rumbling and tumbling now, so lunchtime must be overdue.
Or it may still be complaining from its recent enforced starvation period. She'd better not be about to neglect me again. Being left alone once more has given me time to think about what Violet told me about her childhood. I mean, WTF! As she was telling her story, I could tell there was a moment of relief, as though she was unloading it as a problem onto me. But I am already paying the price for her past, aren't I? Can she not see that? She is a victim, but has made me one too. Violet has made me the keeper of her story, a secret she has hidden from the world for decades, which now manifests itself with devastating consequences. She has passed the weight of it onto me to bear the load. Is she feeling lighter for having done so? It's so hard to tell. As she left to make the coffee, which has never materialized, I could see the fog glazing over her eyes once more. I am very clear on one thing. Violet lacks an emotional range. Maybe she harbors no emotion at all. She's long since packed it all away to protect herself. If she feels anything, she keeps it tightly reined in for sure. I can't say I've seen Violet show any remorse for the young women who have gone before me. She's very matter-of-fact about it all. I think Violet sees their demise as a small evil for a greater good, hers. She seems unmoved by the fact they are now all dead. What secrets is the old bakehouse guarding within its impenetrable walls? Can buildings hold echoes of the past and give up their memories? If walls could talk, would this old bakery tell me what truly happened here? I'm the only person who knows what happened to Lizzie, Leanne, and Emily. Will their ghosts ever be laid to rest? Am I ever going to get the opportunity to speak of what I've learned about their fate? Or will my name get added to the whatever happened to them list? For some reason, it's Emily, more than the others, who keeps tiptoeing back into my consciousness. Always at the witching hour, I feel her closeness. A faint image of her steals itself into the corner of my mind at night. Her presence still lives in this room. She's willing me on to find a way to get out of here. Did her predecessors do the same for her? They failed, of course. It's up to me now to breathe fresh air once again and take Lizzie, Leanne, and Emily with me. I will not forget their names. Violet has finally returned. It takes her longer than normal to get down the stairs. She's obviously stiff and uncomfortable, but doesn't complain. She's carrying a tray with my lunch, a neon-colored tinned soup. I'm not sure if it's carrot or tomato, with some toast and a banana that looks like it could walk itself out of here. Shame it can't, and take me with it. Sorry it's not much, but sometimes we all have to make do, Violet says without looking at me. What has changed? She looks drained, and something about her seems disordered and chaotic, demented even, and that scares me. Thank you, I'm sure it's lovely. No need for the sarcasm, Violet retorts. She purses her lips slightly to express annoyance. I'm stung by this. I hadn't meant it to be. It's like going from adoration to contempt in the blink of an eye. Violet doesn't sit down or move. She stares straight ahead without blinking, as if in a trance. I make a little noise with my throat, and she jolts back to life. I was being genuine, not flippant. I can see you're in pain, and I'm grateful you've gone to the trouble for me. Violet smiles at me ruefully, apologetic even. I'm tired. I need to take some painkillers and go have a lie down for a little while. I'll get up for the supermarket delivery later and make us some supper, okay? I'd offer to take it in for you, but... I shrug my shoulders. She doesn't respond to my playful jibe. Whatever you need to do. I can amuse myself painting more pebbles. Violet wears a different expression now. It's as though the shutters have come down. She makes as if to leave. May I make a suggestion? I say. Violet turns back, looking directly at me now, but she must turn her whole body to do so. Why don't you send supper down in the pulley lift? Save you carrying an overloaded tray down the stairs. What makes you think the tray will be overloaded? But it's a good idea. I hadn't thought of that. After Violet has left, a wave of dreary sadness washes over me, and then another, on repeat, until it becomes a tidal wave.
Even though Violet is a dangerous woman who has committed some evil and terrible acts without even the slightest twinge of remorse, my tears aren't for me alone. I am crying for Violet too. Maybe Violet's mood change is the answer to her pain, both physical and deep-rooted. What I do know is a switch has been flicked, and I'm not sure I understand why. Should I be worried? Chapter 33, Violet, 130 Days Missing. I have been in turmoil since the police came knocking at the door. I have a major dilemma. Do Florence and I carry on, or do we part company? Instinctively, I know I've started to pull up the drawbridge with Florence. It pains me to do so, but it is out of necessity. I feel like someone has thrown a grenade into my life, and I'm circling around waiting for it to detonate. I really need to stop picking at scabs and let them heal over. On the positive side, the police haven't returned. They have zero to go on. They were just sniffing around. The question is, why? The media interest in the Florence Florenzi case is beginning to subside, which means it's going cold. I'm praying it doesn't warm up again. I've promised Celia I'll return to do a few shifts in the charity shop from next Monday. She and Stephen are going to Cyprus for a week, so I'll be in charge on the days I'm in. I have every intention of rearranging the whole shop. That'll piss her off. Oops, the piss word slipped out. You can see the effect Florence has on me. I won't be returning to my magistrate duties for a few weeks yet. My brain doesn't feel sharp enough as I'm still recovering from concussion, but I do need to get out. Being cooped up at home can get stifling after a while. I sit down at the kitchen table to do a job I've been meaning to do for a while. Empty the contents of my purse, throw out old receipts, and rearrange my cards in the new one Celia and Stephen bought me for my birthday. It's in a buttery soft tam leather. Celia has offered to call round several times with supplies and to help around the house, but I've declined. I told her I'm getting supermarket deliveries for now. I know she means well, but I could do without her snooping around. She'd be like the unwelcome wasp at a barbecue, wouldn't she? I say out loud to Jackson, patting him on the head. Jacko has been keeping me close these past few weeks, as though he senses a change in me. Very perceptive, dogs. Having Jackson stops me talking to myself. Before he came along, I would talk into the void. Of course, I've had my female companions too during their tenancies, but Jackson is my constant. I open my old purse and take out my debit, credit, and loyalty cards and slot them into the new one. The apertures feel stiff and unyielding, but I know they'll soften up with use. I'm sorry to say goodbye to my old red leather purse. It's like a favorite pair of slippers or dressing gown, past its best, but you can't bear to throw it out. The leather is faded and worn in places. A few cracks have started to appear. I decide to go through the bundle of receipts in case there's anything I should keep. I unfold each one in turn, but discard all of them. At the back of the pile is a Southwestern train ticket. I turn it over. It's dated February 20th. That day. I'd completely forgotten about it. Foolish of me to keep it. But there's something else now concerning me. I had to turn it over to see the date. That shouldn't be the case. I always place my tickets in my purse, front-facing the front. It's a habit of mine. Also, the ticket got buried at the back, but it should have been in date order with the receipts. That's how my purse is ordered. Something ascends within me, a rising scale of fury. Someone has picked it up, taken a look, and put it back in the wrong place, not realizing how fastidious I am about such things. Celia. Now I think about it, I do recall giving her permission to take some coffee change out of my purse. I'm getting sloppy and need to become more vigilant. The sun had been flooding through the upper windows of the old bakehouse all morning, but I'd not realized quite how warm a day it was until I venture outside. Summer has arrived in all her glory. I've been hibernating for too long following the accident and hadn't noticed. I've driven into Sherburne, distributing a few painted pebbles along the way to pick up a few supplies and run some errands. The pavements are dry and dusty, blushing from the sun's heat. I can feel the warmth still emanating from them through the soles of my shoes, even though it's now late afternoon. I park up at Sainsbury's and head inside. I can't resist buying Florence a few treats. Now the weather is warmer, our menu will be changing a bit. More salads, chicken dishes, and I make a mean quiche. I finished my shopping and head for the checkouts. Big mistake choosing aisle 4 to walk down. Celia stands there, clutching a shopping basket, waving at me wildly, as though I'm a taxi she wishes to flag down. I have learned how to hold my face in an impassive expression, but it doesn't stop me from having a racing heart and a feeling of dread. I'm not sure I've got the energy to deal with Celia right now. She has embraced the summer dress season. She's wearing a badly cut, vibrant turquoise, figure-hugging dress that reveals 2 oysters of armpit fat. Celia has been known to wear more shapewear than is advisable for your respiratory system, even on a hot day, which I suspect is the case here, as she's sounding very breathy. "Darling, so lovely to see you out and about again. Are you feeling better?" she says, pulling me towards her for a hug. The energy bouncing off her at the sight of me is palpable. "Much better, thank you. I get pretty tired by the end of the day, but I'm getting there. Thank you so much for coming back to work next week. I hope we're not pressing you too soon, but the holiday was already booked and Stephen wouldn't be happy about me canceling." I'm not sure who Celia means by "we're." She's the manager and the one who asked me to return. "I've already put a chair out behind the counter so you can rest." "You're very thoughtful. I know I'll be fine," I say. "In my opinion, you should be pursuing a claim against the police. You were lucky to escape with your life by the sounds of it." People who say, "in my opinion," are very arrogant or assume only their opinion counts. Celia is probably both. I'm considering it. I want to feel a bit stronger before I decide what to do next. "Stephen is happy to help if you need it. I would, of course, but I've got the shop to run." "Thanks, I'll let you know. I'm glad I've bumped into you." 2 things. Firstly, thanks once again for the gorgeous new purse. I'm using it now, I say, holding it aloft in case Celia doubts me. And second, when I cleared out my old one, I found my train ticket for February 20th. I pause, allowing time for Celia to react to the date. She does as I knew she would. A flash of something I can't quite decipher crosses her face. "The day Florence Florenzi went missing?" she says earnestly. "Yes. Look, this is awkward. Embarrassing, really." Celia touches my arm. "You know you can tell me. I may technically be your boss, but we're friends first, right?" "I'm a volunteer in a charity shop. I think there's a difference." "I did travel to London that day. I know I told you otherwise, but there was something I didn't want to talk about." "What's that?" Celia says, all beady-eyed, trying to rearrange her face into a more somber expression. "I went on what technically I suppose you'd call a blind date. I met a man online and agreed to meet him for a drink. Anyway, it was a complete disaster. He looked nothing like his photo, and I'm never doing anything like that again. Ever. God knows why I did in the first place. I say all this at breakneck speed to emphasize my awkwardness. I didn't want anyone to know." "Oh, Violet," Celia says, putting her hand over her mouth, trying to suppress a giggle. "I could have fixed you up with one of Stephen's bachelor friends if I'd known that's what you're shopping for." "I'm not, so please don't. It was a severe lapse in judgment. I was in a flap about the experience for days after, so I wanted to explain why I fibbed. I couldn't even tell you if I was on the same train as the young woman who went missing. I was that desperate to get home. But I know you've been following the case closely." "They've still not found her, you know." "You don't say. Does she think I've been living under a rock?" After the appeals, I contacted the police to inform them I traveled to London that day. I never saw her, unfortunately, so I'm of no use to their investigation. "Every little helps," Celia says, sounding like a demented voiceover from a TV supermarket ad. Have a lovely holiday if I don't see you beforehand. I need to get back to Walk Jackson. Thanks. Guaranteed sun and a few cocktails, Celia says, trilling the fingers of her free hand in the air. You should book yourself a break, Violet. You look like you could do with one. And off she trundles down the aisle towards the bread and cake section. I let my fake smile slip away and head for the nearest checkout. I like that word, checkout. It applies to supermarkets, hotels, and I think you can add people to that list. Chapter 34. Celia. Celia joins the queue to pay for her groceries as soon as Violet leaves the store. She's only got a small basket, so should go to the self-service section, but the woman working on the till was once on the Great British Bake Off, so she tends to go to her conveyor belt. They've both been on TV. It's an opportunity for local celebrities to be seen together, which Celia will not miss. Celia spotted Violet the minute she walked in, pushing the smaller of the two sizes of trolley on offer. Her head was down studying a paper shopping list. So very Violet to write out a list. Celia uses the Notes app on her phone. She'd been on the corner of aisle 2 at the time and darted out of sight. Violet didn't see her. She gave her a couple of minutes and decided to follow some distance behind to see what she was browsing and buying. They would bump into each other by happenstance. Violet bought some salad and fruit, milk and cheese, before selecting 2 fresh salmon fillets from the fish counter. Celia hovered back while the server weighed them out. Why buy 2? She heard Stephen in her ear. You've got an overripe imagination. He's probably right. Eat one, freeze one. Violet spent quite a while perusing the beauty aisle before selecting several items to put in her trolley. She picked up more sanitary products and went to the trouble of hiding them underneath a packet of toilet rolls. You're such a prude, Violet. But then Celia questioned whether she should be concerned. She wondered, not for the first time, whether Violet does have a gynae problem. Celia sensed Violet was finishing her shopping so double-backed and waited towards the end of aisle 4. As she approached, Celia gave her a little wave to catch her attention. Violet's face looked like a slapped arse, or maybe more akin to Stephen's irritated frown when he realizes he's got to download a new parking app. On seeing Celia, Violet allowed herself a thin smile, but not before Celia spotted the almost imperceptible move of jutting out her chin a tiny bit to relax her face. It was a defensive move. It was so subtle, but Celia had noticed. Others, not so astute, might have missed it. Celia attempted to embrace her, to show she cared, but a hug from Violet is always the same. Stiff, slightly awkward, and over as quickly as possible. Celia mused it wasn't very different from trying to have sex with Stephen on the rare occasion she could get him interested. She had felt a bubble of unhinged laughter rise from the pit of her stomach as Violet recounted her reason for going to London on February 20th. Celia tried her best to swallow it, not wanting to embarrass an already fraught Violet. She was a funny one. Why on earth had she not come clean in the first place? You'd think a magistrate would know better. As Celia heads back out into the sunshine and her waiting car, she can't help but feel something still doesn't quite stack up. There is a flicker of a feeling Celia is missing something about Violet that requires further investigation. Maybe it's something to do with how she said, "There was something I didn't want to talk about." Violet touched her mouth with her fingers then, as if monitoring her own words, preparing and measuring them out carefully before they burst forth in a tirade. If only what's troubling her would surface and present itself. There is an asteroid-size clue lurking somewhere. It's just not hit her yet. There is much to cogitate over on her sunbed next week. She has no regrets for calling Crime Stoppers about Violet. What harm could it have done? And what price the cost of silence? Besides, monsters can wear normal faces. You never can tell. Chapter 35. Marco. 145 Days Missing. Marco looks at the girl in the photo with her radiant beauty, the wind in her hair, and the sky reflecting in her shining eyes. With her hair off her face, you can see the angles of her bone structure, her rounded cheeks and full lips. His flow. He took it last summer on a day trip to Brighton. They took a picnic, sat on the beach, rolled their trousers up, and paddled in the foaming sea. They walked Brighton Pier eating candy floss, and Flo rode on a traditional carousel, gripping on to the horse's pole with her hair streaming out behind, giggling like a 6-year-old. They dined on fish and chips out of paper, walking along the seafront before catching an evening train home. Happy, carefree, untroubled. Marco lives in a different world now, on the other side of the looking glass, looking back to where he came from, realizing too late how good the first world was. What Marco wouldn't give to turn the clock back a year. If he knew then of the gaping hole about to open up in his life, he'd have bottled that day and accompanied Flo on her trip to Exeter. The photo is now blown up to an A4 size poster, and Marco has printed hundreds of them. Disenchantment with the police progress has come down like shop shutters in his eyes. The feeling of hopelessness and maelstrom of emotions swirling within him threatens to sweep him away like a wave. It's like he's dived into the icy depths, plunged too far underwater, and it takes a great deal of effort to rise back to the surface, to live each day, to function. But swim he must. Grief, Marco has discovered, feels not so very different to defeat, but he will not go there, not accept that his Flo has gone for good. It has to be all about hope, and hope never gets old. Marco steps off the train at Sherburn with the daylight softly slipping. He texts Sylvie to tell her he has arrived. Sylvie has taken time off work to run Florenzi's in his absence, allowing Marco to focus on his #1 priority. He has booked a room in a pub called The Plume of Feathers in the town center for a week. He'll stay longer if necessary. Marco will talk to every commuter, shopkeeper, publican, resident, whatever it takes to find Florence. This town is harboring secrets, and it's about time they start to reveal them. Chapter 36. Florence, 146 days missing. Violet has her first magistrate sitting since her car accident, leaving me alone for the day. I really have to get on with my duties. The system is relying on me, Violet said this morning. Violet sometimes has a way of making me feel I am imposing on her. I don't suppose it has occurred to her she could always let me leave. She's left a tomato and mozzarella salad, some bread, and a bowl of strawberries for lunch. Even though it's not yet lunchtime, I can't resist picking up one of the strawberries and giving it a sniff. Its sweet, fruity, candy-like aroma invades my nostrils. I can't resist and take a bite. A hint of tartness hits my tongue before enveloping it in strawberry lushness. It's delicious and tastes of summer. Before I know it, I've eaten the whole bowlful. Summer has clearly arrived, but I wouldn't know it. Dungeons don't have seasons. I arrived in winter, we moved through spring, and now we're in my favorite season, summer. Will I ever get to experience one on the outside world again? It's certainly not as cold as when I first arrived, and Violet has taken to wearing more dresses in lightweight fabrics with floral and ditzy prints, so I'm guessing it's warm outside. I stick to wearing the loose dresses Violet bought me and comfortable sweatpants. There's no point in taking pride in my appearance anymore. Violet gives me old newspapers to lay out on the desk when I paint pebbles. It's like I'm 5 years old. I'm surprised I've not been given an apron, too. I do get told to wash your hands, supper is ready, on most days though. Violet didn't allow me to see any current newspapers or magazines from when I first arrived at the old bakehouse. I've never been able to see or hear anything about a search for me, assuming anyone is even looking. But Papa will be searching for me. I know he will. You'll never settle in if you keep worrying about all that, Violet kept saying. Any investigations must have long since died down, however, or are no longer covered by the media, as Violet frequently brings newspapers now. As an act of rebelliousness, I'm tempted not to lay out newspaper as the ink smudges on my hands. Violet isn't here. She wouldn't know, but I comply with her instructions in any case. You tend to obey orders when you're at the mercy of a serial killer, I've discovered. I pull out a couple of pages from a Sunday Times. It's covering D-Day commemorations, and there are pictures and stories from surviving veterans. An article about a Royal Navy veteran called Andrew, who used to be a Morse code operator during World War II, grabs my attention. He explains how the system was used by the military and intelligence units. I've never been so fascinated by history in all my life before, because there, laid out in front of me, is a table of the Morse code characters, all a series of dots and dashes to represent each letter of the alphabet. I don't have a telegraph to send a Morse code message, but I do have a paintbrush. Chapter 37. Celia, 148 Days Missing. Celia spots him as soon as he walks in through the door. He's not their normal type of customer, if there is a normal. Celia is not one to stereotype. She is, however, very glad she washed her hair this morning, and the Cypriot tan still glows thanks to the tinted after-sun moisturizer she applies religiously each morning. The tan, acquired through spit roasting herself like a hog for 7 consecutive days solid, while Stephen amused himself visiting archaeological parks and other things of interest only to him. The man is handsome, not strikingly so, but enough for Celia's heart to skip a beat when he gives her a lopsided smile in acknowledgement. He has an air of confidence and charm about him. His eyes are striking in their moltenness, their corners etched with lines, perhaps from laughter, except he's not laughing now. His face carries an almost hawk-like intensity as he looks around. Shadows under his eyes look as delicate as bruises. He fingers his jawline, which is covered in an erratic growth of stubble. Celia wonders whether she should have another attempt at encouraging Stephen to grow a bit of a beard. Not a full-blown Viking look-alike one, but something more subtle, more George Clooney, more like this gentleman. Celia fancies this man is a Londoner, his clothes perfectly chosen for the warm day. Navy rolled-up chinos with a pale blue linen shirt and suede loafers on his feet. His trouser length is just so, revealing a hint of ankle. She glimpses navy blue piping inside his shirt collar, a sign of quality. She could do with a few more donations like that. Most of the male customers today have worn sweatpants or sports shorts, t-shirts, and either trainers or open-toed sandals displaying yellowing toenails. What a pleasant contrast this gentleman is. Celia is about to speak to him when a customer asks to see a tea set showcased in the window. Now she is going to be fully occupied removing it, when she'd far rather be giving this newcomer her full attention. Violet, who inconveniently is on her lunch break, should be the one to deal with it. Violet, without reference up the chain, had taken it upon herself to rearrange everything and put collections of items together as displays all over the shop while she was away. Celia can't be sure if the tea set in the window isn't an assortment of hodgepodge items of a similar color, masquerading as a matching set. She hasn't had time to check, and still hasn't got around to rearranging things how she prefers. Nothing like trying to confuse everyone, Violet Green. Please linger, Celia finds herself thinking, as she prepares to contort her body to be able to reach the damn tea set, which Violet has placed right at the front of the window, obscured shopside by a mannequin wearing a wedding dress. Before doing so, she glances back and is relieved to see the intriguing gentleman perusing a carousel of greeting cards. He clutches a large carrier bag. Perhaps he wishes to leave a donation. She wonders what is inside. "I'll be with you in a moment, sir," Celia calls out across the shop, before losing her balance and falling headlong into the window display. Luckily, nothing gets damaged other than pride. Celia was right. It was only half a green leaf print tea set. Violet had added a plain jade green milk jug, a forest green teapot with a chipped spout, and a multi-green geometric patterned sugar bowl, probably meant for cereal, to the tray, all of which were priced up individually. Celia rearranges herself. The customer takes one look at the tray's contents and says, "No thanks, love." Placing it on the shop counter, as it will not be going back in the window, Celia composes herself to turn her attention back to the mysterious man. Thankfully, he is still there. "So sorry to keep you waiting. How may I help you?" Celia says, walking towards him while puffing up her hair with fingertips on both sides of her head. "Good afternoon, signora." Italian. Celia had known there was something sophisticated about him. "I am sorry to trouble you, but I was wondering if you would be so kind as to display a poster of my missing daughter, Florence." He pulls a poster out of the carrier bag and holds it up for her to see. A prickling sensation starts at the top of Celia's scalp and crawls down to the base of her neck. It drips down to her spine as she realizes this man is the father of the missing girl on the train. He stands there, right in front of her, talking to her, engaging with her. He needs her help. Dumbstruck, Celia extends a hand to take a poster. "My daughter is Florence Florenzi. She was last seen at Sherborne Railway Station on February 20th. I'm desperate to find her." The tingling in the back of Celia's head intensifies as she tries to find her voice. She's suddenly acutely aware of the odor in the charity shop you can never quite eradicate. The stale mustiness which hangs around the clothes rails. It's as though the smell has seeped into the walls and shop fittings and maybe even the floor. If only she had brought in a new reed diffuser or even taken the opportunity to redecorate. The smell of fresh paint while she talks to Florence Florenzi's father would be infinitely preferable. Celia attempts to swallow down the sticky stones bulging in her throat. He's looking at her expectantly. "Of course, Mr. Florenzi," she manages, looking at the poster and back up at him. "I'd be only too happy to help." "Thank you so much. And it's Marco. Please, call me Marco." Celia finds the accent intoxicating. His eyes are so dark blue they're almost navy. She'd like to drown in them. We've all been so very shocked here in Sherborne, you know. We're a very quiet community. Nothing much happens around here. Now Celia has found her voice. She finds it hard to stop. "I've seen all the appeals and publicity. I myself was interviewed on television about it, you know. BBC Southwest. Just my views on the local angle, that sort of thing. Do the police have any strong leads? I guess not if you're here looking for Florence. I can't imagine." "Thank you so much, Signora, for displaying the poster. It is very much appreciated. I won't take up any more of your time. I have to get on now." Marco holds up the bag full of posters. "But if you hear or come across anything to do with Florence, please get in touch with the police. I have also written my number on the back of the poster," he says with a rueful smile. Celia wonders whether she should tell Marco about the inconsistencies concerning Violet and her call to Crime Stoppers. But Violet could walk back in the door any minute, and this man needs something a bit more concrete than suspicions. She will bide her time. "I sincerely hope you find Florence. She looks a lovely young lady. This town won't stop looking for her. I'll make sure of that." "Thanks again," Marco says with a grateful nod and turns to leave. Celia bends down to pick up a dress that has fallen off its hanger. She gives it a shake to remove any dust it may have picked up from the floor and returns it to its rightful place. Now to find a prominent place for the precious Florence poster and redistribute the goddamn awful mismatched tea set concoction. Looking up, Celia sees Marco Florenzi hasn't left the shop at all. He's standing motionless, staring transfixed at the shelf behind the counter. Chapter 38. Marco. Marco experiences an inexplicable sense that the atoms of the shop have rearranged themselves somehow. He'd almost left, walked out of the shop, gauging he could spend a long time with the well-meaning but rather overbearing sales assistant. But then something caught his eye and made him look across to the shelf behind the counter. There is a row of painted stones lined up standing to attention, like the one he previously found near Sherborne Abbey. But one in particular screams out at him. He blinks repeatedly to check he is seeing properly and not having a hallucination. The knot of anxiety tied permanently in Marco's stomach shifts as if the icy grip lodged there loosens and melts a fraction. "Please," Marco says, turning to Celia with a desperation in his voice. "Are these stones for sale? May I take a closer look?" Celia takes them all down from the shelf, placing them in a line in front of Marco. "We call them painted pebbles," she says. "I'm Celia, by the way.
I'm the manager of the shop." She holds out her hand in greeting, but Marco is oblivious. He's too engrossed and doesn't look up. "Can you tell me more about these pebbles, Celia? Who paints them?" Marco picks up the pebble with a painted fairy. The caption reads, "Spreading Fairy Glitter." He holds it to his heart as if it is the most precious thing in the world. A tear escapes and rolls down his face. There is an upward spiraling feeling in his chest. His face instantly softens. "That's the thing. Nobody knows," Celia says, rather taken aback by how emotional Mr. Florenzi is getting. "It's a complete mystery." "So, where do they come from?" Marco asks, scrutinizing each pebble in turn. "They're scattered around Sherburne and the surrounding villages, often up at the sports playing fields just outside town, the car parks, public footpaths, all over, really. The painter leaves them as gifts for the public to find. Most have a simple message like, 'Here,'" Celia says, pointing to a moons and stars pebble with the inscription, "Your star will shine." "And how long have people been finding these pebbles, would you say?" Marco asks. Celia purses her lips in thought. "I'd say about 4 to 5 years now. I found one a few months back on a previous visit. It was near the Abbey. It said, 'Believe.' I took it home with me as an omen I will find my flow." "And I sincerely hope you will," Celia says. "Do you think there is more than one painter? Do you get the same ones over again?" "I don't know. I've never really thought about it. There are definitely themes. The ones about money luck are the most prized. I found a couple with geometric patterns, and I've seen quite a few of the moons and stars type." "What about this one?" Marco says, holding up the fairy pebble. "I've not seen one like that before. A customer brought it in a few days ago. They found it on a woodland walk and knew we sold them for charity if unwanted." "Do you know where exactly?" "Which woodland?" Marco says with optimism in his voice. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't, but I can find out if you like. We'll have a record of the donor for tax relief purposes, as I think they brought it in with some other items. I can't give you their personal information, but I can legitimately call them. I've got your number, haven't I?" Celia says, pointing to the poster. "Thank you so much, Signora. I will buy all these pebbles, and if you get any more, will you please call me? It's very important." "Of course," Celia says. Marco doesn't wait to be told how much he owes. He gathers up the pebbles, puts them in the bag, and leaves a 50-pound note on the counter before hurrying out the door, nearly colliding with a woman entering the shop in the process. Violet. I gather myself from having been nearly thrown off balance. Someone is in rather a hurry. He nearly knocked me over. Probably a foreigner or Londoner who must do everything at breakneck speed. Celia looks at me with an expression I can't quite work out. I think it's one of her, "I know something you don't" looks, or she's bursting to tell me something inane as usual, but wrapped up with froth and gossip. There's a tight smile on her lips, and a spark dances in her eyes. "You'll never guess who that was," she says. "Well, if I'm never going to guess, you'd better tell me and put me out of my misery." I raise my eyebrows at her. Celia takes a deep breath and exhales quickly, making her cheeks puff out and her eyes pop. The anticipation is killing me. "Not." "That," Celia takes a pause for maximum effect, "was Florence Florenzi's father, the missing girl on the train." She nods her head as if acknowledging her own greatness and communicating, "I told you it was going to be major." Bizarrely, Celia then does a 360-degree turn on the spot, with all the grace of a drunken squirrel bouncing on a trampoline. She is clearly very excited. "I do know who Florence Florenzi is. I haven't just crawled out of my cave from hibernation. I know her rather better than you do, Mrs. Pomposity."
Celia's face deflates like a balloon and contorts into a new expression, a face like a slapped arse. These days, I sometimes think Florence's thoughts are infiltrating my head. That was so something she would say. I do enjoy raining on Celia's parade, but I also register the dipping sensation in my stomach. The emotion is a combination of extreme disappointment, trepidation, and curiosity. Celia rallies as I knew she would. "He's in town looking for Florence." "You don't say." "Mr. Florenzi gave me a poster to display and his personal phone number if I come across any leads or information." "I'm to call him Marco," Celia says, as if savoring the name on her tongue, puffed up with importance as though we don't live in the 21st century and commonly use Christian names. "He shook my hand and thanked me profusely. Such a gentleman," she says, prattling on while admiring her hand, as though it has been stroked by a major celebrity. "As you're now on first-name terms with Marco, did he say anything about how the police investigation is going?" Celia can't help but look pleased I'm showing interest. It irritates me to give her these little victories, but I don't want to arouse suspicion by the absence of any curiosity. "Only that he's desperate to find his daughter, so if he's in town looking himself, I can only presume the police aren't making much progress." "No shit, Sherlock. A most profound conclusion, Celia. Very well done." "I am pleased to hear it, though. Developments in the case would be most disturbing, and I may be forced to act upon them. I am acutely aware of an unsettling unease lurking in a dark corner within me. Is it shifting again? I have this monster living inside me that can kill. I've done it before, although unintentionally, I swear. They were never meant to die. It's my bad, right? I try to stamp the feelings down and take a few deep breaths to ground myself. "Did he say anything else? Is he in town long, Mr. Florenzi?" I use his surname to allow Celia some satisfaction being the one on first-name terms with her new pal. She's more likely to let something slip if I allow her the driving seat. "He didn't say how long, only that he was determined to not give up on her, and he'd leave no stone unturned." "Why was he leaving in such a hurry, I wonder?" I say with genuine interest. "Oh," Celia says, raising her right hand to her earlobe to twist a pearl earring. "His phone rang. Said he had to take the call. Wouldn't it be exciting if there's a new lead while Marco is staying in Sherburne?" The smile I've plastered on my face doesn't seem to squash the thumping irritation starting in my head. I'm not sure if it's caused by Celia and her self-importance, or the knowledge Florence's father is snooping around. Not that he can possibly find anything. I think it best to change the subject. "Had a run on pebbles, have you?" I say, seeing the shelf behind the counter now empty. Celia turns around to look at the clear space behind her, as though she may have mislaid them. "Oh, those," she says, giving her nose a scratch. "Yeah, a young family came in and bought the lot. Would you believe it? Said they'd never seen anything so adorable." Her tone is laced with something I can't quite put my finger on, but I let it pass. I think Celia is still up on cloud 9 after having met Florence's father. She does love to be the center of a drama. I can feel the sweat building in my armpits. Unlike Celia, I do not wear sleeveless dresses. There are some places women of our age shouldn't go. It's a blistering hot day, and it hasn't rained for weeks. Florence doesn't know how lucky she is to be in the cool of the old bakehouse cellar. The charity shop's signature smell intensifies in the summer heat. It's clawing at my throat. Even though I've only just come in, I want to go outside again, to draw in some fresh air. "Ice cream," I say to Celia. "I think we deserve an ice cream. The cafe down the road is doing a roaring trade in takeaway cones. My treat. What flavor do you fancy?" Celia doesn't need encouraging. She might as well add to the wine waste that today is squeezed into a black linen shift dress, which is creased around her hips and derriere. She probably thinks it accentuates her tan, but the streaks around her cankles are a bit of a giveaway as to its authenticity, despite the week in Cyprus. Ooh, strawberry, please. That would be lovely. I'll make an executive decision and allow ice cream in the shop this once, Celia says, smacking her lips. Coming up, I say, hurrying out the shop. I don't go straight to the cafe. I'll tell Celia there was a massive queue. For some reason, I need time to compose myself. Celia's news has brought me hurtling back down to earth with all the power and speed of a meteor. I can only hope it doesn't leave behind a massive crater. I hate to admit it, but knowing Florence's father is in town unnerves me. I only caught a glimpse as the man brushed past me, nearly knocking me off my feet, but his face was haunted and gray. Torment had taken up residence. I am responsible for that. I could alleviate his pain, but of course I'm not going to. How could I? It wouldn't end well. And now I can't get him and his anxious face out of my mind. I must be getting soft. Marco. 149 days missing. The sun is beating down an uncomfortable heat, and Marco is glad he thought to bring a cap. He is going pebble hunting. Pebble painting as a pastime had never crossed Marco's radar until his first trip to Sherburne looking for Flo. Now he wonders if it is a key to unlocking the mystery of Florence's disappearance. And, dare he hope, in finding her? After his discovery of the collection of pebbles in the charity shop yesterday, the first phone call Marco made was to Sylvie. He instructed her to carefully lower the loft ladder and climb up to retrieve a large, old keepsake box. "What am I looking for?" Sylvie said once she'd found it and managed to get it downstairs. It was an enormous cardboard box filled with letters, photos, and tickets. Mementos of a life lived long before they'd met. I'm praying I kept some old paintings Flo did as a child. She loved painting fairies. Can you find anything with a fairy on it? After an agonizing wait, Sylvie called him back. Marco had kept some of Florence's childish paintings, and there was one of a fairy. Written underneath, Flo had scrawled in her childish writing and felt-tip pen, "Bluebell, the magic fairy." Sylvie took a photo of it along with some other pictures he'd kept and WhatsApped them to him. Marco's heart raced as he compared the fairy pebble with the painting. Then he called the police. There was a distinct likeness between the pebble and Flo's old painting. She always used to draw them with big feet, more like Minnie Mouse feet than a delicate fairy. Marco and Anna had often laughed about it. This fairy has unusually big feet, making Marco all the more convinced the pebble artist is Flo. Which means there is a strong possibility she is still alive. The thought Florence painted the pebble isn't just in Marco's head. It runs through his blood and surges around his body. He will not let it go. Although his initial excitement has ebbed since talking to the police. They said they would look into it, but Marco got the impression they weren't as enthusiastic about the possible new lead as he was. The police are now in possession of the painting and the pebble and are analyzing the details. He asked if there were fingerprints on the pebble, but so many people have handled it, it won't give them any leads. The painter and the distributor, if they are one and the same, the finder, himself, the woman in the shop, and maybe other customers. And if Flo is free to paint pebbles, why has she not communicated with her family? Has she joined some cult? So many questions that Marco is determined to find out the answers to. None of the other pebbles appeared to hold any clues, although there was one Marco believes could have been painted by Flo. It's painted with a red fox with big, bright eyes and a bushy tail with the caption, "Miss Fox sends you a hug." He desperately digs deep into his memory to recall any significance with Flo, but nothing surfaces. If Anna were still alive, she would know. Marco parks up in the car park at the playing fields on the outskirts of Sherburne. It's a vast expanse of space sitting on a ridge above the town, with sports fields, a children's play area, a cricket pavilion, and walks around the perimeter with woodland beyond. As Marco gets out of his rental car, his stepson Theo pulls up alongside him in an ancient Jeep. He's taken time off work to help in the search. Marco is grateful, but painfully aware Theo has never forgiven himself for his car breaking down that night after driving through floodwater, and not doing more to contact Florence or letting the rest of the family know what happened. "Hi, Marco," Theo says, holding out his hand for his stepfather to shake. Marco ignores it and pulls him in for a hug. He pats Theo on the shoulder as they part. "I really appreciate you coming. Thanks, mate." "It's the least I can do," Theo says, flicking his head back to remove a cowlick of mid-brown hair from his eyes. His floppy hair mop frames a lean, ascetic face. Theo tucks his hands into the pockets of his beige cargo shorts. "So, what's the plan? Where do we start looking?" "Anywhere and everywhere, I guess. Let's follow the perimeter path and then we'll spread out to comb the surrounding woods." Marco shows Theo photos of the painted pebbles he has on his phone. "The woman in the charity shop where I purchased these said they're often found up here, but they've also been collected in neighboring villages, churchyards, and woodland in different parts of Dorset. And the Believe pebble I found a while back was near the Abbey in the center of town. Like looking for a needle in a haystack, really, but we've got to start somewhere." "Why don't the police put out a request for the public to come forward with any pebbles they've found?" Theo asks as he crawls under a bench to retrieve a stone sticking out from the long grass. It's not what they're looking for, so he throws it back on the ground. "The more you've got to compare, the better insight you'll get as to whether Flo has painted any of them," Theo says as they continue to walk, each looking under bushes and fence lines as they go. "I ask the same thing. The police view is not to do anything for now. If there is a connection and it becomes public knowledge, it could put Flo in danger if she is being held against her will. We'd be letting her captor know she was communicating with the outside world. It's too risky." "Is that what you think? Flo is being held captive?" Theo asks while rummaging through a waste bin. "I know she wouldn't run away and disappear on us. That's not Flo, and I don't want to contemplate the alternative. So yes, I do believe there's a strong possibility someone has kidnapped her. I don't get the pebbles thing. It's weird and far-fetched, I know, but I'm convinced Florence painted that fairy. I'm praying she did," Marco says, taking off his baseball cap and mopping the sweat off his brow with the back of his hand. He points to a dog across the playing field. "Apparently, there's a theory that whoever leaves the pebbles is a dog walker. Keep an eye on anyone you see with a dog and what they're up to." "Like that guy up ahead," Theo says, pointing to a man who is bending down either retrieving or leaving something on the ground. His actions are soon explained as he passes them a minute later, swinging a green dog poop bag. "I don't think he's our man," Marco says disconsolately. "This isn't going to be that easy." As they head for the woodlands surrounding the playing fields, Theo suddenly stops dead in his tracks. "Show me the pictures of the pebbles again," he says. Marco hands him his phone. Theo scrolls through the photos and stops at the "Miss Fox sends you a hug" pebble. He enlarges the picture, peering at the detail. "Something has just occurred to me. Flo's Xbox gamer tag is Miss Fox. I'm sure of it, but can check when I'm back home. We play together sometimes, when we're on our PCs through Steam. She's M155 Fox," Theo says. "So, like Miss Fox, but using some numbers instead of all the correct letters." "Steam?" Marco says, not quite following. "Don't worry about that. It's just a digital distribution platform for gaming on your PC. What I'm trying to say is Miss Fox in various forms is usually Flo's username, and here you have a Miss Fox. Look." Theo hands back Marco's phone. The I in Miss doesn't have a dot above it, and, more significantly, the two S's have quite flat tops to them, wouldn't you say? They could also be fives. If Flo has painted this pebble, then she's utilizing her gaming name. Sending a message? "I see it," Marco says, hope rising within him again. He bites his lower lip and allows himself a smile. This could read, "MI55 Fox sends you a hug." Brilliant, Theo. Brilliant. This can't be a coincidence, surely. Flo is trying to communicate to the outside world from wherever she is. But you need to tell us where you are, Flo. Marco and Tio spend 45 minutes scouring the woods, zigzagging across an area, each taking one side until they meet again in the middle. They look through bracken, at the foot of trees, up to reachable branches, down rabbit holes. Nothing. I think we've exhausted our search here today, but I'll come back in a day or two, Marco says. I will never stop looking. Marco experiences a sensation like 1,000 spiders creeping and scuttling through his veins. He can't quite get a handle on what it is. Expectation? Fear? Frustration? And I'll gather a group of mates together and we'll come regularly. I'll check out other popular dog walking areas around here too, Tio says. As they're heading back towards the car park, Marco's phone rings. It's a mobile number he doesn't recognize. Ordinarily, he wouldn't pick up, but these days it could be the police, someone with news. And most importantly, the possibility Flo has managed to get to a phone. Marco Florenzi, he says. Hello, Marco. This is Celia Braithwaite. Hopefully you remember me. I'm the manager of the Animal Trust charity shop in Sherburne. Yes, hello, Celia. I remember. The charity shop with the pebbles? Exactly. That's why I'm calling. I may have something for you. A flare of heat rises from Marco's chest, right up his neck to his cheeks. Has she got more pebbles? More clues? I've heard back from the person who found the fairy pebble. It was in an area of quite dense woodland a few miles outside Sherburne. He was there foraging for chanterelle mushrooms. I can give you a rough location if you like. Celia gives Marco directions. Marco repeats them out loud, and Theo makes notes on his phone. Ask her if she has what 3 words for the location, Theo mouths. Would you possibly have a what 3 words for the area it was found or nearby? Marco asks, knowing it's a pointless question. A what? Sorry, I don't understand. Anyway, I was wondering how the inquiries... Celia doesn't pause for breath as she asks more about the investigation, but Marco can't focus on what she's saying. He can't hear properly for the hammering in his ears. He cuts her off mid-sentence. You've been so helpful, Celia. Thank you. I'm afraid I have to go now, but do call me if you get any more pebbles. Bye. Marco hears her say something about how she's keeping her eye out for them as he cuts her off. He doesn't intend to be rude, but he wants to get to the new location as soon as possible to get a few hours searching in before the light starts to fade. Less than an hour later, they think they've located the wood Celia was referring to, Duncliffe Wood. It's north of a village called Marlett and is managed by the Woodland Trust. I've heard of this place but never visited, Theo says, as they study an information board to plan their route before leaving the car park. Apparently, it's a carpet of bluebells in April and May and wonderful to see. Bluebell, Marco says, his face again bright with hope. That was the name of Flo's imaginary fairy. Let's hope it's an omen, huh? The woodland here is much denser than the wood on the outskirts of Sherborne. The tree canopy providing plenty of shade, making it more comfortable to search in the July heat. They agree to spread out again, but to keep each other in sight. I can't afford to lose you too, Marco says. He takes the structured paths and examines every nook, cranny, bush, and tree stump along the way. Theo skirts wide either side to cover more ground. As the pebble was discovered by a mushroom forager, they conclude the person probably hadn't kept to the designated paths. After nearly 3 hours of searching, Marco pauses, leaning back against a tree trunk to catch his breath. His mouth feels like it's full of sand, it's so dry. He's not eaten since breakfast. He wishes he'd thought to bring a bottle of water with him, but he's not going back for one now. Trying to ignore the tight feeling in his chest, Marco takes 2 paces again, then stops. Florence, where are you? He yells at the top of his lungs before collapsing on the ground. Marco's embittered yell resonates in the canopy above. Birds shriek in response and fly from their roosting positions in the trees to create a deafening cry, as if the woodland is echoing Marco's desperate call for Florence. Marco, are you okay? Theo says, running through the bracken towards him. He crouches down. You're exhausted. Come, I think this is enough for one day. Let's head back. Marco shakes his head. We need to find Florence, Theo. I can't go home without her. We need to find a pebble. We must find something. Marco stutters to a halt as a single sob and a solitary, salty tear escapes and runs down the side of his nose. He wipes it away with the back of his hand. Theo helps him to his feet. Look what I just found nestled into the crevice of a low branch on that tree over there, Theo says, his voice softening as he removes something from his shorts pocket. He unfurls his fingers to reveal another painted pebble. Marco gingerly takes it from his hand as though it would break. It's another beach stone from the same source, weighty, smooth, and gray. Sleep tight is the caption. The painting is of a little mouse curled up fast asleep on a bed, or does it look more like a loaf of bread? The mouse is covered in a pink blanket with a dots pattern on it. Night-night, sleep tight, don't let the bedbugs bite, Marco says, caressing the pebble and holding it to his heart. That's what I used to say to Flo as a little girl after I read her a bedtime story and turned her light out. Anna did too. And sometimes I'd say, sleep tight, little mouse. Sleep tight. I remember Flo saying that to me when we all stayed over last Christmas, Theo says. I thought it was cute. You're right. Flo still uses it occasionally. Could this be... Marco looks skywards as if for heavenly guidance. I think it is, Marco, and we're going to keep looking, but tonight you need to go and get some rest. Marco allows Theo to guide him back to the car park. The sun is sinking, turning the light to a molten gold. The rich colors of the orange sunset intermingle and spread like spilled paint across the sky. An hour later, Marco has just finished updating Sylvie when his mobile rings. It's Theo. I think I found something, he blurts out in excitement, his voice rising animatedly to almost a squeak. You found another pebble? No, it's the one we found today. I took a picture of it and downloaded it to my PC to enlarge it. It's the pattern on the bed cover. Have you got it there? Take a look. Marco retrieves the pebble, which he is taking to the police tomorrow. He scrutinizes it, taking in every tiny detail. What am I looking for? The dots pattern on the bed cover. It's not uniform and rather random. If you look closely, some of the dots are more like little dashes. At first glance, they look like dots, but they're slightly elongated. Dots and dashes. It's Morse code. Yes, I see it now, Marco says with rising excitement. And there's 3 areas of dots and dashes together and a solitary dot on its own. The single dot represents an E. The 4 dots together are an H. The dot dash followed by 2 more dots is an L. And the dot dash dash dot is a P. Marco, it reads help. Oh my God. Fear runs like a fingertip up Marco's spine. This confirms it. Who's hurting you, Flo? We need to find her, Theo, and fast. Chapter 41. Florence. 156 days missing. I think there's a summer heat wave going on out there. Violet has been wearing summer dresses, and it's not nearly as cold in my dungeon. I don't need all the duvets on the bed anymore. I imagine the sun beating down, azure blue skies, fluffy white clouds. I see flowers in bloom with bees buzzing around their centers. I see an ice cream van and hear the whoosh of a wave retreating on Brighton Beach. I can taste the salty air as a seagull screeches overhead. I hear laughter, the clink of rosé wine glasses, and Papa calling, "Come, Flo, time to go. The picnic is ready." All these little things we take for granted. What I took for granted. What do they say? You don't know what you've got till it's gone. Too true. The last weather I experienced was torrential, unrelenting rain. Rain, rain, rain. It couldn't have been more perfectly matched to what was about to happen to me, impeccably designed as a precursor to my fate. But do you know what? I'll happily live with torrential rain for the rest of my life. It would be a glorious gift to see it. Dolly dancer raindrops on the roads and pavements, beautiful. If I get my freedom, I will never, ever take anything for granted again. I get so tired all the time now. I get more uncomfortable by the day. Some days, I wonder if my body has had enough and is giving up on me. My stomach keeps tumble-turning with dread at what lies ahead for me. I regularly find myself needing to take a nap. I never seem to be able to get enough sleep. Maybe my body is preparing me for a never-ending sleep. Is that to be my fate? Am I soon to join Lizzie, Leanne, and Emily? Any waking moment I have, I paint a pebble. There are only 2 unpainted ones left now. I need Violet to collect some more. I've asked her about it, and she says she will go to the coast again soon, but she's taking a break as the beaches are busier now with holidaymakers. I can't keep asking or press Violet, otherwise she will wonder why it's so important to me. It's all a balancing act, walking a tightrope game. I spend hours planning my pebble messages. I sketch them out first in miniature on corners of newspaper and in the one notebook I have. My Morse code guide is carefully hidden away under my mattress. I've utilized dots and dashes wherever I can, but I daren't overdo it in case Violet catches on. I remain fearful of what she might do to me, although Violet continues to say she means me no harm and treats me well. Is that what she told Lizzie, Leanne, and Emily too? I've painted pebbles with as many animals beginning with F as I can think of. I've painted fairies, rainbows, and cutesy things with a connection to my past. All contain hidden clues. They're like a deep-sea creature, not immediately obvious, but apparent if you look hard enough. I daren't be more obvious. I need to do more to let the outside world know where I am. It takes an awful lot of dots and dashes to spell out the old bakehouse, though, and there's not enough space. On a couple of pebbles, I've written flow in Morse code, an easier task as there are only 3 letters. The dots and dashes need to be linear, too, to represent each letter, otherwise they have no meaning. It's an almost impossible task on a small pebble. I need to be smarter. It's a massive assumption anyone would even put 2 and 2 together. It's all I have, though, all that's keeping me going. I pray every night someone, somewhere, will read more into a pebble than at first meets the eye. I don't even know if anyone finds them. Where does Violet go? 2 pebbles left. 2 more chances to hide clues as to where I am. Think, Florence, think. Your life may well depend upon it. Chapter 42. Violet. 160 days missing. Today the sky is a cerulean blue after a few days of summer rain. The sun is as sharp and yellow as a sherbet lemon. I turn my face to it, drinking it in. The ground had become parched, so Mother Nature has done her job and replenished the earth. It also provides a great opportunity for mushroom foraging. The moisture and increased humidity will have triggered the fruiting process and consequent mushroom growth. You can bet many will have appeared overnight, if you know where to look. I'm with Tom, who never misses an opportunity to join me foraging, especially if I'm going a bit further afield out of Marlott and taking the car. He seems to be reluctant to drive these days and tends to go everywhere by bike. We park up at Duncliffe Wood, grab our baskets, and make our way into the ancient woodland. Oak trees are plentiful here, which means we should find chanterelles, one of my favorite mushrooms. They're orangey yellow in color, look like little trumpets, and smell like fruity apricots. Absolutely delicious sautéed in butter and crème fraîche on top of a slice of sourdough toast with a sprinkling of chopped parsley as a garnish. I think Florence will love them too. She was looking a bit peaky this morning, so these should cheer her up. I will present the dish for her breakfast tomorrow. I'm wearing long beige linen trousers today as we deviate from the path into the woodland to do our foraging, and I don't want to get my legs scratched. Tom doesn't seem bothered, though, as his hairy bare legs with mutton calves are on show in his shorts. "Look over there," Tom says, pointing to a group of oak trees by a mossy bank. "I spy chanterelles." He's right, of course. Tom seems to be able to spot what we're looking for a mile off and is much more adept at locating the prize fungi than me. Between us, it's not long before we've picked a plentiful collection. "What are you going to do with yours?" Tom says cheerily, smacking his lips together. I try to avoid looking at the sweat patches beginning to seep through his blue t-shirt at the armpits and small of his back. Globules of moisture have formed on his forehead, and he wipes them away with the back of his hand. I want to blurt out "mushrooms on toast" for Florence, but of course I don't. I'm much more practiced at containing my emotions and intentions when I have a visitor in the house. I was thinking I might pickle some this year and maybe keep a few in jars with olive oil. They would look pretty on my dresser. I stopped to examine another mushroom cluster growing out of a dead, felled tree. The chanterelles would make an unusual entry in the pickling jar category at the gardener's show. That should trump anything Celia Braithwaite has planned, I think. "Dryad saddle, you're safe," Tom says, indicating the mushrooms growing on the dead tree. "Smell it." I crouch down by the bracket, fan-shaped fungus, and give it a sniff. You're right, I can smell the watermelon aroma. Just pick the younger-looking ones. The big uns might be a bit tough.
You don't want to be chewing on leather, old gal.
Tom heads off deeper into the wood in search of shaggy inkcaps and beefsteak fungus, which I know he loves. I stay to pick a small selection of the dryad saddle. I could throw a few in with my mushroom fricassee for Florence. I bet she's never tasted one. Tom has disappeared on me, so I wander around happily foraging and listening to the birds. I have the odd squirrel for company and Florence waiting for me back home. Everything seems to have gone quiet again on the police investigation. It's a beautiful day in the beautiful woods. I am content. Then I spot them. My heart skips a beat. Ahead of me, growing under an oak tree, is a group of deathcaps, one of the deadliest fungi known to man. They grow in little clusters, but in widely spaced groups. I can't resist taking a look. The urge is irresistible. These ones have pale yellow-green tops and a bulbous white base. How fatal. Everyone has heard of the infamous deathcap mushroom, of course. I've lost count of the number of times when I've said, "I'm going mushroom foraging." People have responded, "Oh, are you planning on cooking up a beef Wellington?" Hilarious. Not. But I dutifully smile and pretend it's the first time I've heard the joke. The woman in Australia has a lot to answer for. She's given us mushroom foragers a bad name. I retrieve my gossamer thin latex gloves from the bottom of my basket and put them on. I don't want to cross-contaminate what I've picked with any spores from these deadlies. I kneel down to inspect them. They are a wonder of nature. You could easily mistake them for a field mushroom, but to the trained eye, there is no mistaking this wondrous beauty. They're there, the gills under the cap, pure and white. The young cap is slightly sticky and has a faint, sickly sweet smell, which will turn rather rancid as it gets older. I can't resist giving them a gentle stroke. Hello, my children. I wander further into the wood where there is a collection of beautiful birch trees. The slim branches sway rhythmically in the gentle breeze. A shaft of sunlight filters through and illuminates a patch of ground. There, standing in the middle, as though in the spotlight on a stage, is a solitary mushroom. I suck in a breath. I place my basket on the ground and get down on my hands and knees to inspect it. I don't care about getting my trousers dirty. This is too good an opportunity and not one I am about to miss. I always have to touch and smell them. I am that person. At first glance, you could mistake it for a white button mushroom like you can buy in packets in the supermarket. But this rare beauty is no commoner. It's pure white and young because it looks like an egg on a stalk with a thin skirt-like ring. It will change shape and color as it matures. I haven't seen one in a couple of years. Let me introduce you to the Destroying Angel. Its name tells you all you need to know. Will I tell Tom about it? Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. What a treasure of a find! I remove my gloves, pulling them from the wrist and turning them inside out so no traces of the deathcap or Destroying Angel can touch me. I'm done. Now where has Tom got to?
I need to get home and fix Florence some lunch. I meander back towards the path as voices carry towards me. There's a group of 3 men chatting underneath the shade of a beech tree. I recognize one as Tom. He's showing the other 2 the contents of his basket. No one looks up. No one notices me. I'm not quite sure why I do what I do next. I can only put it down to instinct. I slip behind the trunk of a large oak. I cannot be seen from the path, but I can hear their conversation. I crouch down on my hands and knees and peer around the tree. My body stills like an animal in the wild, searching for its prey, waiting to pounce. I'm no longer at their eye level, and I am screened by the plentiful bracken. I have a line of sight, though. Can't say I've seen any today. Seen them before, of course. Quite a few folk have, Tom says. We're desperate for any clues. If you're in the woods regularly and see any, would you be so kind as to call me? The older of the 2 men says. He passes Tom a slip of paper. Tom glances at it before putting it in his shorts pocket. Nice to have met you. Good luck with your search. Ta-ra, Tom says. I don't recognize the young man, who is tall and gaunt as a whippet, but I sure as hell recognize the older man. Our paths have crossed briefly before. He is wearing jeans, a brown shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and the same jaded expression. It's Marco Florenzi, the father of my houseguest. What is he looking for? He can't seriously be expecting to find Florence wandering around in these woods. It's a bit close to home, though, and the sensation accompanying his proximity to my turf hits me like an anvil hammer. He'll be knocking on doors in Marlott before you know it. This is not good. Not good at all. I've already had the police snooping around once, and now this stupid man has decided to put in an unwelcome appearance. Why can't he just go back home and accept that Florence is lost to him forever? Florence is more valuable to me. And you hide your valuables, don't you? In case someone wants to take them away from you. That's all I've done. Something is going to have to give. Mr. Florenzi wants his daughter back, but I want her too. He lost her. I found her. She belongs to me now. There you have it. The battle line is drawn. The only problem is people get injured, maimed, and die in battles, don't they? I hold my basket of goodies tight and head back to the car. Chapter 43, Violet. 162 days missing. By the time I'd driven home from the wood with Tom, I was in a ferocious mood, and it hasn't lifted since. Why, when things seem to be going swimmingly, does something come along and rain on your parade? A loud thumping has started in my head, and an overwhelming mix of hurt and fury begins to pulse through my veins. I've been here before and said I wouldn't go back. This cannot happen again. Florence has been subdued this last week, says she's not feeling so good. I think she's matching my mood, but I am beginning to get concerned. She better not be going the way of the others. What am I supposed to do? I can hardly call in a doctor, can I? Maybe she needs more to occupy her to halt her decline. We are out of pebbles. I'll tell Florence I will go and collect more tomorrow. Come what may, I will. That should make her happy. When I went down with her tray this morning, she was still asleep. I had to wake her for breakfast. She'd been dead to the world and looked like a bear coming out of hibernation as she sat up in bed and rubbed her eyes. She enjoyed the croissants I'd baked for her with jam and butter, though. Then she went back to sleep. I've been to a magistrate's sitting this morning, and I am preparing lunch for us both, a tuna niçoise salad with a ciabatta roll each. I'll make something more substantial this evening. As I descend the stairs, I hear it. A deep, deep growl, and it's coming from Florence. I nearly drop the tray in my haste to get to her. I plonk the tray on the table. Florence, my dear, what on earth is the matter? Are you all right? She gives me the kind of cold stare that's challenging my right to ask. Florence's eyes are unblinking, holding me in a steady gaze. Pain, she eventually gasps. The pain keeps coming. Oh my goodness, no, no.
There is a large puddle by the side of the bed, and Florence catches me looking at it.
Sorry, I peed myself.
I didn't make it to the loo in time. She looks at me with that little brow thing she often does, raising one, then the other, until they're both arched in a questioning stare. I get the look that would curdle milk. Don't worry, accidents happen. I'll go and fetch some kitchen roll and a mop and bucket, shall I? I'm looking to Florence to tell me what to do. I don't want her to be embarrassed. She nods at me while grunting as she controls her breathing. I thought my heart had long since frozen over, spreading down my spine and keeping me eternally stiff. But Florence has undoubtedly thawed me out a little. So much so that an unexpected fear seeps in through my pores. Is Florence's suffering down to a slip-up I've made? I try to think. We had a light summer chicken one-pot casserole last night with asparagus, baby carrots, lemon, and new potatoes. I did throw in a tiny handful of foraged mushrooms, but I was so careful with everything I picked. Could I have made a blunder somehow? I'm going to fetch the mop and maybe some paracetamol. I'll be straight back. Don't take long, Florence says as she lies back, groaning on her bed. As I'm ascending the stairs, Florence cries out, "Fuck, fuck, fuck! What have you done to me, Violet? You'd better not have fucking poisoned me!" The screams sound like something from The Exorcist. It's the kind of shriek that makes your ears ring and your pulse quicken. I can't bear to listen. I close the solid door behind me and take a breath. I can't have that noise reaching the kitchen. I need to rely on my instincts, though they have let me down with those that have gone before. I lean my back against the entrance to Florence's living space and try to regulate my heart rhythm. What is going on here? Is Florence trying to play me, or is she genuinely unwell? How can I tell? Maybe I'll go for a little walk, and Florence will have calmed down by the time I return. She can sleep it off. That's what I'll do. Jackson comes trotting towards me. I bend to give him a pat. A Jackson hug will soothe me. Hopefully, it'll help in unscrambling my brain so I can think straight on how I'm going to deal with this. My mind is all tangled up, lost in the thorns and briars in my head. But no, the ungrateful dog ignores me and heads straight for the cellar door. Traitor. He lets out a whimper and raises his right paw to scratch at the door. He turns to look at me as if to say, "Open the door." What have you done? Exactly, Jackson. What have I done? Or, more importantly, what am I about to do? Chapter 44. Florence. The pain slices through me like a guillotine. What started as stomach cramps, making me think I'm about to get a period, has intensified all day. It's now reached a point where I know there is something seriously wrong with me. The pain washes over me in dark waves. I hold my breath and allow myself to be taken back out with it, praying for it to end and to arrive at the destination of peace and total oblivion. What a relief that would be. I've had enough now, and I am ready to succumb. Any thoughts of ever getting out of here have faded away. It was only ever a misguided, toxic hope that I would be found or freed. I kept the embers of escape or rescue smoldering for so long, buried deep in my heart and psyche. They have now been extinguished. I will not survive. Violet will never release me, and no one has found me. I know Papa is out there, but he won't know where to look. Who would ever suspect Violet, magistrate, charity shop volunteer, pillar of the community, to be a kidnapper and serial killer? I am to be victim number 4. 4. Florence Florenzi. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Chapter 45. Violet. I reach for a glass and run the cold tap. I gulp down the water to lubricate my throat and to hydrate my brain. I consider for a moment whether Florence is play-acting. Is this all a ruse designed to make me let my guard down so that she can escape? But I don't think so. The pain seems genuine. You can't fake that. What mistakes have I made? How do I put things right? I sometimes wonder whether there are 2 of me living in parallel universes. One version of me strives to keep my house guests safe and secure. I feed them well, provide home comforts, shower them with gifts. But another version seems capable of sabotage. I allow them to decay and drift away. I poison them. One version of Violet doesn't seem to have control over the other. How have I let this happen again? And to Florence, the most precious of them all. Having Florence stay with me is like having an arrow fired direct into my heart. I've been blindsided by her, and there'll be blood splatters on the wall before long. I can feel it coming. I'm not ready to lose Flo and be left with nothing but her trail of fairy dust. Particles of light and memories of a time so precious to me. The thought body slams me so violently that I want to double up in pain too. I'm contemplating going for a walk when there is a knock on the back door. It can only be Tom. Perfect timing. Not. He seems to be making a habit of this more and more, turning up at the most inconvenient moments. At least it's brought Jackson running, who had remained whining outside the cellar door. Jackson barks at me to let him in. I do as instructed. Tom steps in, carrying a bunch of glowing pink roses, which he thrusts towards me. "For your ladyship," he says, doffing a grubby white Panama hat before replacing it back on his head. Tom is wearing a tired red polo shirt with 4 black buttons at the neckline, making him look like Santa Claus on holiday. "Why, thank you. Sweet of you to bring them. Are they from your garden?" I don't want Tom here right now, but I know I shouldn't feel as irritated by him as I frequently do. He's only ever generous, looks out for me, and has been a constant for 20 years. "Sure are. Picked them this morning before the sun was fully up. Them's Gertrude Jekyll, one of the best fragrances going, I reckon." I take them over to the sink and inhale their scent. Maybe it will lift my mood and soothe my troubles. Tom's right. The quintessential rose fragrance is intoxicating. "I could drown in this scent. They're beautiful," I say, peering into the large rosette-shaped flowers. Tom has thoughtfully wrapped them in some soaked kitchen roll. As I unroll it, a sharp thorn catches the tip of my thumb. Ouch! Drops of vibrant red blood drip into the white enamel sink and combine with the water residue in the bottom. The blood droplets leave a trail that twists and curls to create a swirling, intricate pattern. If it wasn't my own spilled blood, I would consider it pretty. Is this an omen? "Be careful. Them Gertrude thorns can be lethal. Thought I'd removed most of them." Tom comes over and sets the tap running. He takes my hand and places it under the running water. "You okay, Violet? You seem a bit out of sorts, if you don't mind me saying as much. I thought you didn't seem yourself after we went foraging." "I'm fine, really. Just rather tired and feeling a bit weird. Maybe it's the long-term effects of the concussion," I say, taking my hand away and drying it on a clean tea towel. I wrap a bit of kitchen paper around my thumb. I'll see if it needs a plaster later, but I'm not one to make a fuss. It's only a scratch. "It's Sleeping Beauty who pricks her finger and falls asleep for 100 years, not the wicked fairy," Tom says, chuckling to himself. I know Tom's comment is said in jest, but it wounds me. He might as well have left all the prickly thorns on the roses. Why can't I be considered the beauty for once? "Now, would you like me to cut them hydrangeas back for you? You can hardly get up the garden path for them." Tom has a good point. I love hydrangeas and have a wonderful display out the front, but they are getting rather overgrown as I've been neglectful of my garden recently. I got soaked myself the other day, brushing past them after all the heavy rain. Maybe next week, if I haven't got around to it before then. I'll feel far too guilty if you do it now. It's too warm. Besides, I don't think I can bear to cut them yet, I say, thinking maybe the hydrangeas are my equivalent of the wall of thorns surrounding the castle containing my Sleeping Beauty. Cut them down, and the old bakehouse would look too exposed and easy to find. Florence's prince may come to rescue her. I can't allow that to happen. Maybe I'll never cut them. Let the hydrangeas grow for 100 years, and by then, It will all be over for both Florence and I. We'll be nothing but dust. You've only got to ask, and old Tom will be here with his shears, he says, miming a scissoring action using both his hands while throwing me a big grin. You're too kind, I say, wishing Tom would leave now. I really can't deal with him deciding he wants me for company for the rest of the afternoon. I'm just wondering whether to fake a hairdresser appointment or something when Tom pipes up. Now, you were careful in the woods the other day, weren't you? I don't know if you saw them, but I spotted a few death caps around. I thought they were young field mushrooms myself at first. Remember, the death caps always have white gills, whatever their age, and check for a vulva at their base. I remember the rules. I was taught by the best. I only mentioned it because you said you'd been feeling a bit weird. You've not got any hallucinogenics, have you? As we've started this conversation, I might as well show Tom what I've picked in case I have made any errors, in case I really have poisoned Florence. He is so much more knowledgeable than me, even though we've been foraging together for years. There are so many different varieties of fungi out there. Even the most experienced foragers can make mistakes. There are over 15,000 species and counting in the UK alone. Imagine remembering that lot. I trust Tom more than my own instincts at the moment. A thought has been sitting in my head, growing tentacles like branches as they spread throughout my brain. Could I have mistaken a young death cap for another mushroom? Or maybe I've picked a false death cap in error. While not as deadly as their namesake, their toxins can cause gastrointestinal issues. Florence has severe stomach cramps. Am I to blame? Is this what has happened with all my house guests over the years? I've always thought I knew what I was doing, but maybe I'm not as smart as I think I am. I retrieve 2 large paper bags from the refrigerator and tip my fungi haul onto the kitchen table. I keep them in paper bags to absorb their moisture and maintain their mushroom freshness. Tom leans over to inspect them. He picks each one up individually, gives them a sniff before inspecting their gills and stems. Tom has huge, work-worn hands with sausage-like fingers, calloused and gnarled from years of working the land. But he handles each one with care and respect, as if it were a delicate butterfly. I like that about him. You've got some lovelies there, Violet. All good. A rush of relief, like I'm a champagne bottle being uncorked, spirals through me. I am not responsible for what is happening to Florence. They'd make a cracking omelet, Tom says, smacking his lips and rubbing his bulbous tummy. As much as I want time alone to gather my thoughts, I've left it too late to mention a hairdresser appointment. I don't want to alienate Tom. He does a lot for me, and I can't afford to lose him as a friend. Why don't you go and sit in the garden? Take Jackson with you, and I'll bring you a glass of chilled cider I've got in the fridge. A 2 or 3 egg omelet? 4, Tom replies. Come on, Jacko. We'd better do as instructed. They waddle off together outside into the early August sunshine. I start to crack eggs into a bowl and turn the radio on. Loud. You normally can't hear sound from the cellar, but I swear I can hear muffled, primal, guttural moaning. At least, I think that's what it is. Or am I imagining it? Is it all in my head? Maybe I am hallucinating. God help us both, Florence. Chapter 46. Florence. By the time Violet returns, I am on all fours on my bed, mooing like a cow. She's carrying a glass of water and a packet of paracetamol. You took your friggin' time, I gasp. I'm dying here. Tom put in an appearance again and made me make him an omelet. Have you poisoned him as well? I haven't poisoned anyone, Florence. I really haven't. I wish you'd believe me. And why would you think I would ever do such a thing? To get rid of me. I scream like a banshee as another surging pain wave overwhelms my body, stealing my breath away. I have never experienced pain like it. I don't wish to get rid of you, Florence, truly. I am not responsible for your pain. Violet says this in quite an automative fashion, like she's said it before. Is this what she said to Lizzie, Leanne, and Emily before they passed away? Or is Violet saying this for her own benefit? I look over at her. Her nose is scrunched up a little. I'm not sure if it's in disbelief. I would even contemplate her causing me harm or distaste at the sight of me on all fours, swaying my body around in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Her gaze is fixed on me in a state of constant awareness, as though wondering what sound I am going to make next. For seconds, I am calm. There is silence between us, but it's like sleeping with a mosquito in the room. It's like hearing the low hum and knowing the inevitable bite is on the way. I am referring to both Violet and her strange ways and the pain that will not relent. This Mozzie is a little fucker. The quiet between us is getting louder. Then I realize there is sound. I can hear Violet's kitchen radio on upstairs. It must be on near full volume. It's so loud it's distorted, so I can't make out what is playing. Probably classic FM. I bet she did that to drown out my shrieking. Can't have the neighbors hearing. Can't have the neighbors knowing you've locked someone up in the basement. You can't have me damaging your reputation, can you, Violet? Then I have a thought. If I can hear the kitchen radio down here, then Violet has left the cellar door open. Come back and find me, Tom, whoever you are. Please. Then it happens. The greatest tsunami wave of a pain engulfs my abdomen. Gnawing, stabbing, circulating around my insides. Every muscle in my body tenses, and I let out the most enormous, breaking decibel level shrieking yell, enough to cause an avalanche. I find the strength to turn my head once more to face Violet. I'm pleading with you. Please, please help me, I gasp. A cloud passes over her face. She looks at the floor as she chews her bottom lip. I'll be straight back, Violet says eventually, as though she has come to a decision. In my wildest dreams, I don't dare imagine she has gone to call for an ambulance, a doctor, help, anything. 5 minutes later, Violet returns with a tray. I thought some herbal tea might help, she says hopefully, holding up a mug with one hand and displaying paper-wrapped sachets in the other. I've brought ginger, peppermint, or chamomile. What you fancy? I have no words. They're all anti-inflammatory. Maybe you've got some digestive issues, and you need to, I do not need to fucking fart, Violet. I need a doctor. More waves of pain. I moan and try to breathe through it. Are you just going to let me die? Satisfied now? I roll over on my back and will for this all to be over. I thought for a moment, by the expression on Violet's face, she was going to help me. But now, she's disappeared again. Left me to it. Where does she dispose of the corpses? I will be one soon. The waves of pain surge and surge. They're becoming more regular now in a rising crescendo. I can't help but wonder if I'm nearing the peak. Then it will all be over. I can only pray. After what feels an eternity, Violet is back. I don't have the energy to speak anymore. If she's not going to help me, she might as well fuck off and leave me to die in peace. I gasp in air as I wait for each wave of pain to pass. I say nothing, just stare at the woman who has locked me in here and done nothing to help me. I close my eyes and slowly open them again. Perhaps this is all a bad dream, and I am not really locked in a cage in a cellar with only the most bizarre of women for company. Violet is still standing there, spine straight, stiff as an ironing board, emotionless expression. That's when I see it. It's nothing more than a tiny softening of her expression, but it's as if a little light has come on in Violet's brain. I think she may be concerned. I think she might now be taking me seriously. I roll over as I scream and scream in agony. I hear a jangle of keys, the rattling of a chain, the creak of a door opening. Then a presence beside me. Violet sits down on my bed. She's here with me. She places a damp, cool flannel on my forehead. My goodness, you are so flushed. Stay, Florence, stay. Violet says as her eyes begin to water. "I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I don't know what I've done." I feel the perspiration gathering from the exertion in breathing through the pain. Sweat starts to run down my face and pools in a little puddle in my clavicle. My breasts feel damp. Violet takes the flannel and runs it under the cold tap before gently wiping my face and neckline. My voice has shrunk to nothing. I cannot speak. I yell with such force the tendons on my neck must stick out, and my face is burning blood red. Violet's sharp eyes rake over me, and then I see her face is wet with tears. Instinctively, I raise my hand to wipe them away. "I love you, Florence," she says. "I just want you to know that." She takes my hand away, reaches for my fingers, and coils them in with her own. "I've never said that to anyone before, and certainly no one has ever said it to me," Violet says as she looks down into her lap. Her jaw is sticking out, lips pursed, looking defensive. Or is it embarrassed? All of my nerve endings suddenly feel alive. Something inside me begins to stir as though I'm reawakening after a long sleep. My brain is forcing me to become aware of something I've missed. It's ticking in my mind like an insistent metronome. I heard the creak of the iron door open, but I didn't hear it close again. I raise myself up on my elbows and look across. The door is open. Oh my God, for the first time in months, the door is open. The radio is playing. The cellar door is open too. I have an escape route. I need to make a run for it, but the gnawing pain in my lower abdomen is making me want to push. I have to push. I won't be going anywhere. I feel like I'm being split in two. There is a baby coming out between my legs. Chapter 47, Violet, 163 Days Missing. I don't think I will ever get over the events of yesterday. There is a newborn in the house. I didn't see that one coming. How did I not realize Florence was pregnant? I cut the cord. I had to. I could hardly call for a midwife to attend to the young woman locked in my cellar, could I? First, I clamped the umbilical in two places close to the baby's navel by tying around pieces of clean rag as tightly as I could. The sensation of 1,000 spiders crawled up my spine. I was that nervous to get it right. I waited for the blood flow to stop, and then I cut in between the clamped areas with a sterilized razor blade. I did a pretty good job, even if I say so myself. And my goodness, the mess. Blood, mucus, fluid. Who thought I would ever get to see a placenta? Florence let me do everything. Clean her up, change the bedding. She just sat there with the baby in her arms, wrapped in a towel, rendered speechless as she gazed down upon her new daughter. There are 3 generations of us girls at the old bakehouse now. Can you believe it? It's like I'm a grandma. I will confess this turn of events has got me thinking. No one knows Florence is here, and no one knew Florence was pregnant. So technically, the baby doesn't exist. I could have a baby of my own and say I adopted or fostered her. That would flummox Celia. Didn't see that one coming, did you, Mrs. Nosy Braithwaite? And as there are no reported missing babies, who could question it? Breakfast for the new mum, I say, putting the tray through the hatch. Muesli with Greek yogurt and berries and a cup of green tea. I'll make you some toast after if you like, but I didn't want to let it go cold. Florence looks across and grins at me before looking back down in raptures at the baby suckling on her breast. "What are you going to call her?" I ask. Florence doesn't hesitate. "Anna. Baby Anna. It was my mother's name." "I'm sure your mother would be delighted. What a lovely tribute." "What's your middle name?" Florence says. "Ruby. Violet Ruby Green. It was either my mother's warped sense of humor or she was very cruel. Probably both." "Ruby, Ruby, Ruby," Florence says, rolling the name around on her tongue as though trying it out. "I like it. I really like it. In fact, I love it. Anna Ruby. What do you think?" "You'd really call her after me, too?" I say in disbelief. Is Florence teasing me? Yes, Violet, I would. Anna Ruby it's going to be. Well, I am very honored, thank you. There is liquid happiness in my chest, in my heart. Florence gently places Anna in the drawer I brought down for her as a makeshift cot, lined with a pillow for softness and blankets to cover her. She retrieves her breakfast, piling up heaps of muesli, fruit, and yogurt all on one spoon before shoveling it into her mouth. I'm actually starving, Florence says. I definitely want that toast. Coming up, I say, getting up to go and make it. Now would be a good time, you know, Florence says with her mouth full. Good time for what? Letting me go, me and Anna. Anna Ruby, I want my baby to have a life, a fresh air life. Florence looks at me with molten eyes, her beautiful face a picture of innocence. She nods as if willing me to do the same, to nod in agreement. I say nothing. I allow the silence to linger. Silence, after all, is where the pain echoes the loudest. My pain. Because the truth is, there's a maelstrom of emotions surging through me, and if I let it out, I fear I may scream. And scream and scream and scream. How can I ever say goodbye? The silence between us stretches out like a thread of molten glass. Florence waiting for my response. A reaction. It's getting thinner and thinner until eventually it has to snap. Florence puts her bowl down on the bed and pushes herself against the cage bars, reaching out for my hand. Think about it. It's perfect timing. I'll say I hid away because of my pregnancy. I didn't want anyone to know. You kindly housed and looked after me until the baby was born. Or no one ever need know I was here, if you prefer it that way. Florence squeezes my hand. I know she's begging me, imploring me with the gentle pressure of her fingertips, but it only serves to allow fear to seep in through my pores. As I inhale, the sour smell of my secrets and lies invades my nostrils. It would be a perfect ending, wouldn't it? Everyone safe, and Florence regularly returning to visit me with Anna Ruby. I could be the grandma, but we all know that is not going to happen. Not in the real world. I would be arrested, incarcerated, sent to trial, and convicted of kidnap and murder. They might even bring back hanging just for me. The women before you will find a way of telling their tale, dear Florence, and that is not how this story is going to end. I release Florence's hand. Let me go and make that toast. Chapter 48. Celia, 165 Days Missing. Celia is looking after her 7-year-old grandson Jake, her only grandchild. She would like more grandchildren, but, only having had the one child herself, she's rather dependent on her son Jonathan and his wife Danielle, changing their minds about not wanting any more children. Celia suspects it's her daughter-in-law rather than her son, who has closed that door. She lives in hope, but knows it's as likely to happen as Stephen buying her a Hermes scarf for Christmas. Celia and Jake are taking a walk in Purlieu Meadow, a favorite dog walking spot on the edge of Sherburne. The River Yeo borders one side, and Sherburne's 2 castles, the older ruined one besieged by Oliver Cromwell, and the new, built by Sir Walter Raleigh, are nearby. Jake has already run amok playing the cowboy baddie amongst the grounds of the old castle this morning. Still having energy to spare, Celia walks her grandson among the dog walkers, who are out in plenty enjoying the August sunshine. She is planning on taking him to the Castle Gardens Cafe for lunch afterwards, and still debating how they are going to fill the afternoon. Jake picks up any stick or stone he can find and launches them into the river. They find a good space on the riverbank to play poo sticks. 1, 2, 3, go! Jake yells, as both he and Celia let go of their sticks at the same time. Whichever reaches the downstream boulder they picked out as the finishing line first is declared the winner. Celia makes sure her throw is always a fraction of a second after Jake's. "You're not very good at this game, Granny," Jake says after he wins 4 times in a row. He runs off to gather more stones. "Maybe you're better at skimming. Do you know how to do that? Daddy taught me. I'll show you if you like." A train rumbles under the bridge on the other side of the river. As it passes, Celia hears the metallic clickety-clack screeching as the train slows its speed in preparation for stopping at Sherborne Railway Station, a few hundred yards down the track. Celia can't now see a train or pass the railway station without thinking about the missing young woman. The fact she has met Florence's father, Marco Florenzi, has left an imprint that will not be fading anytime soon. All the details surrounding the case are so disparate and cobwebby, Celia thinks. To try and put it all together is like harvesting fog. Her suspicions haven't dissipated, though.
"Look at this funny stone," Jake says as he comes running back toward Celia, arms outstretched with something in his hand. "It was in the water, at the edge over there. I was very careful I didn't topple in, Granny." Celia crouches down to be at eye level with Jake. "What have you got there, little man?" she says. "A rainbow stone. Do you think there's gold inside?" "Ooh, that would be exciting. Let me take a look," Celia says, putting her glasses on, which are strung on a cord around her neck. It's another painted pebble. It's delicately painted with a stylized, fluffy cloud, falling raindrops, and an overarching rainbow with the caption, "In the rain, look for the rainbow." "It's so clever of you to find this, Jakey. May I keep it? I could sell it for charity in the shop. And I do know someone who would like this. It's very pretty." "No one will want it," comes the reply. Jake is beginning to fidget by jumping up and down on the spot and sounding bored. "Why won't they?" Celia asks. "Because," Jake says, looking at his grandmother in astonishment that she hasn't realized, "the rainbow is all wrong." "What do you mean the rainbow is all wrong? Looks pretty good to me," Celia says. Jake gives a little harumph in frustration at his grandmother's stupidity. He starts to recite as he counts out on his fingers. "Richard of York gained battles in vain. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. It's not a proper rainbow. There's colors missing." "Is there?" Celia says, peering at the detail. She hadn't noticed. "No green, or maybe the indigo or violet. Can't tell. Can we go to lunch now? I'm starving." Celia's heart free falls like an elevator plunging to the bottom of the shaft. Jake is right. It's a rather thin rainbow. There's no green, and the outer color is a dark purplish blue. She's guessing indigo, which means the other missing color is violet. In the rain, look for the rainbow. Green and violet. Violet, green. Her mind is swirling with information like autumn leaves on a blustery day. Celia knows she's glimpsed the truth, like a rainbow prism shining a light in the exact right place. Could it be? Yes, it could. She'd been right all along. She knew she should have trusted her instincts more. Someone is trying to send a message, not through what they have included, but what they have left out. How clever! And Celia is now certain that person is Florence Florenzi. She's alive. People are rarely what they appear on the surface, Celia thinks as she reaches for her phone. Like the loved-up couple walking ahead of her may be illicit lovers married to other people. The well-dressed, super-friendly, and polite shopper being out on the steal. The priest at Mass on Sunday being a pedophile. And, of course, the magistrate being a kidnapper and who knows what else. Who'd have thought it? Violet really is the ultimate traitor dressed up as a faithful with her magistrate and charity work front. "You can't polish a turd," Stephen is fond of saying. No, Celia thinks, you can't. But you can roll it in glitter. Who to contact first, Marco or the police? Celia scrolls through her contacts list to find Marco Florenzi. She wants to be the one to tell him she believes she knows where he can find his daughter. If she's right, then she's the one who's cracked the case. First dibs, as Jake would say. After 3 rings, Marco picks up. Marco Florenzi. There is a brittle tone to his voice he does not try to disguise. Marco, it's Celia. Signora Braithwaite, hello, hello. You have found another pebble?
Celia immediately hears the optimism rise in his voice. Yes, well, my grandson has. We are in a field on the outskirts of Sherburne, and Jake and I were playing poo sticks. But then he got bored of that game, so he went to find some stones to skim and he found a pebble? Marco interrupts. Celia is intending to get to the point, but very much wants her moment. He needs to allow her to finish. We have a pebble, a very important pebble, I think. Yes? Yes? Celia would like to be able to present her important disclosure like the end of one of those reality TV shows. And the winner is... Significant pause while everyone holds their breath waiting for the announcement. An announcement that she, Celia Braithwaite, is going to deliver in her own good time. Senora Braithwaite, you have found me another pebble, yes? What does this one have on it? Another fairy? Celia is getting impatient with Marco's impatience. She needs to clearly explain the significance of what she has found. Well, what Jake has found, but she is the one who has deciphered the message. Celia ponders, and she holds this vital clue in her hand, and no one else yet knows what she knows. Perhaps she should have delayed calling Marco until she got home, to have savored her moment a while longer. But if Florence really is being held captive by Violet, then she needs to let the world know her discovery. Senora Braithwaite, are you still there? Sorry, yes. Terrible signal. I've only got 3G. This latest pebble, Celia says, holding it at arm's length and deliberately slowing her speech, even though her heart is pumping wildly like a mini piston engine within her chest. This latest pebble is carrying a message. In the rain, look for the rainbow. And I believe it holds a vital clue as to where Florence is being held. She explains about the rainbow and the missing colors, that the clue is hidden amongst what is being withheld. So, green and violet are the clues? Marco says with confusion in his voice. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Can you take a picture of the pebble and send it to me? Of course, I'll do it as soon as I've got a better signal. But what I'm saying is I believe green and violet are where you will find Florence. Celia pauses again for dramatic effect. She can hear Marco breathing heavily on the line. Green and violet. Violet Green. She's a person, and a bit of a strange one at that. I know her, actually. Thank you, Celia, thank you. I'm heading for Waterloo now. I can be there in a few hours. Where can I find this Violet Green? She lives in a place called the Old Bakehouse in the village of Marlett. It's a few miles outside Sherburne. I'll take you there if you like, Celia says, thinking she'd very much like to be part of the action and witness as it unfolds. Please send me a picture of the pebble as soon as you can, and I will call the police about this new development. I'll see what they say. I don't want to risk Florence getting harmed. Please keep this to yourself. I'll keep you posted. Goodbye. And the line goes dead. Celia is sure there was a thank you included in there somewhere. Chapter 49. Violet. The dull throb of a headache gathers behind my eyes once more. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, as wrestling with my conscience took over. Unbelievably, I do have one, it appears. My eyeballs feel like they've been rolled in grit, akin to having removed them, coated them in sand before replacing in my sockets. Painful tension has been building in my chest all morning, as if all the air is being squeezed from my lungs. There is no script for this, and I haven't known what I'm going to do next. Until now, the decision is made. It is time. Florence hurricaned into my life, and what a gift she has been. All my adult life, wherever I turned, other women had won, victorious in their gamble with nature, genetics, motherhood. I remained the loser. Until Florence, that is. But Florence is now 2, and I cannot cope with looking after them both. Having a baby here is not part of the equation. I have had Florence's undivided attention, and now she is going to be focused on the baby. I shouldn't listen to the voices going around in my head, but they are getting louder and louder, like a banging on the door that is not going to cease until I let them in. I am so sorry, Florence, but the time has come for us to part. I am preparing us a special lunch, our final meal together, a bit like the Last Supper. Florence will not know this, of course. I don't want to spoil it for her. I reach for a jar on one of the higher dresser shelves. It's been hiding in plain sight, nestled amongst other jars of pickles and preserves. I take it down and unscrew the lid. Inside is the most drop-dead gorgeous, solitary, destroying angel mushroom, preserved and floating in organic olive oil. Only the best for this beauty. I remove her from the jar with a pair of culinary tweezers and lie her on some folded kitchen paper. I handle her gently so as not to destroy her gills. At this stage, she looks like a button mushroom, but with a longer stem. Such a fatal mistake to make. She is bright white, like an angel wearing her virginal gown. She's young, but half a cap is all it will take for the amatoxins to take hold. After 5 to 6 hours, she will wreak her havoc on the liver and kidneys. I am humbled to be in the presence of this destroying angel. Rare and precious. The occasion warrants it. I couldn't let things end here with Florence any other way. The more common death cap would be too predictable. Our last lunch together is to be a mixed mushroom tarte tatin with honey and goat's cheese. I will serve it with a dressed rocket salad, and I might even have a cheeky little glass of lunchtime rosé. There is a bottle calling to me chilling in the fridge. I don't know if Florence will join me in a glass as she is breastfeeding, but I'll take an extra glass down with me just in case. I don't know how these things work. I unroll the sheet of ready puff pastry and cut out 2 circles. There will be 2 individual tarts. They look prettier on the plate that way. I wipe and chop all the mushrooms before sautéing them in a pan with butter and a sprinkle of thyme from the garden. I season with salt and pepper and remove the mushroom mixture to a bowl. Next come the sliced shallots, which I fry in the same pan. For some reason, these Ashalian shallots make my eyes water. Once they're caramelized, I divide them between 2 mini skillets and drizzle some honey over the top. Meanwhile, my star of the show gets sautéed in more butter in the original pan. The smells of frying mushrooms and onion intermingle and float around my kitchen. It's warm and comforting at this difficult time. Once nicely softened, I split the mushroom mixture between the skillets in a nice, even layer, adding the destroying angel to one, and both portions get dotted with creamy goat cheese. Finally, they are topped with the circles of puff pastry, which I tuck in around the edges and prick with a fork. I tie a string bow around the handle of one of the skillets. About 20 minutes or so in, the aga should turn them golden brown and lovely and crisp, ready for turning out upside down. They'll be quite the little showstopper. The aromas are tantalizing. Such a shame this has to be our last meal together. While waiting for the tarte tatin to bake, I take Jackson for a short walk down the lane. I know there is no danger of bumping into Tom yet, as he's meeting a cousin for a pub lunch in Sturminster Newton. The smells emanating from my kitchen would have been enough to get Tom running otherwise. I talk to Jackson as we walk, my faithful companion on his lead by my side. Always there when I need him. I know he will understand what I need to do. What comes next? I sometimes wonder whether he remembers the others. The hedgerows are bursting with wildflowers, woodbine, teasel, and red and white clovers alive with buzzing bees. Overgrown ferns reach out into the lane, and I extend my arm out to grace their fronds with my fingers. Being tactile with nature lowers my heart rate and allows me to breathe steadily, to prepare myself for the next chapter, for my ending with Florence. How beautiful and calm the scene is. An idyllic summer's day, which is about to be shattered in this part of sleepy rural Dorset. God forgive me. Chapter 50. Florence. I place Anna in her makeshift cot as Violet has appeared with a lunch tray. The smell of baked pastry is absolutely divine, making my nose quiver and my mouth salivate. "You do spoil me, don't you?" I say. A little lunch celebration is in order, I think, for the new mum. Will you join me? Violet says, holding up a glass of rosé wine. I'd better not for now because of feeding Anna. I'm sure I can once we get into a routine. Violet's mouth twitches before settling into a straight line. It's as though a secret smile plays on her lips, but she won't let it free. No worries. I will happily drink it for you. I brought you an elderflower cordial, too, she says, passing me a glass through the cage. To Anna, to you, Florence, and motherhood. It must pain Violet to have to say that. Motherhood and giving birth not having been an option for her. Will she resent me for it now? It's partly why I never disclosed my pregnancy, as well as not being able to face the truth myself. It was all part of my self-protection mechanism, and I didn't realize what was happening to my body either. Erratic at the best of times, as I'd previously suffered from endometriosis, I'd missed a few periods prior to February, and then thought my periods had stopped altogether because of my situation. All related to the trauma and anxiety. And then, when the truth did begin to dawn, I told myself it wasn't happening. How could you feel euphoria at the prospect of giving birth locked up in a damp cage? To us all, I reply eventually, reaching through the bars to clink glasses with Violet. Her face has folded in on itself again, as it sometimes does, making it hard to read what she must be thinking. Do you ever feel mugged? Violet says. I look at her quizzically. You know, like life has mugged you of something? I'm not sure where this is going or how to reply. Of what? Oh, of the little things. Like having a mother who actually loved you. Like having a uterus. Like having relationships. Like never having to worry about how you were going to spend Christmas Day. Her voice begins to crack and splinter as though it were glass. All those little, insignificant things that together make up a life. My life, I suppose. Violet looks at me pointedly and gives me, what feels like for the first time, a genuine smile as she wipes a tear away from her eye. Sorry, I'm being maudlin. I don't know what's got into me today. Let's eat, she says, passing my plate through the hatch. I am so looking forward to this. It smells incredible, I say, determined for us to focus on our meal, as I know it's something that pleases Violet. I take a bite of the golden pastry with buttery mushrooms. It tastes earthy and sweet all at the same time. It melts on my tongue as I savor the mouthful. Violet, you have surpassed yourself. This is absolutely banging. I circle my thumb and index finger and bring them to my puckered lips before flicking my wrist dramatically to demonstrate my enjoyment. Chef's kiss, this one. Absolutely banging, Violet repeats. I like that word banging. Very onomatopoeic. You're right. That's exactly what it is, Violet says, putting a forkful in her mouth. After we have cleared our plates and Violet has polished off both glasses of wine, she picks up a small package off the tray wrapped in white tissue paper. Here, I've bought you a little something. You shouldn't buy me so many gifts. I can't reciprocate, I say with a wry smile. I unfold the tissue, which rustles pleasingly to my touch. I was expecting something soft, perhaps a little cuddly toy for Anna, but it feels hard and inflexible. The last fold of paper unfurls to reveal a pair of sunglasses. My head shoots up in surprise. She cannot be serious. Is Violet being cruel? Taunting me? Was I right to be worried about her reaction to Anna? I don't understand, I say, after about a minute's silence hanging between us like an unwelcome visitor. Violet doesn't reply. She stands and walks to the cage door. She retrieves a bunch of keys from the pocket of the loose navy linen dress she is wearing and proceeds to unlock the padlock on the chain. She turns the key to the door and opens it wide. It creaks as though grudgingly opening with a long, drawn-out groan. Violet steps aside. I don't move. I don't say anything. Come, Violet says, beckoning me with her right arm outstretched. I will wait for you upstairs. Wear the sunglasses. You are going to need them. Carrying Anna in my arms, swaddled in a blanket, I tentatively climb the cellar stairs to the first floor. I take each step cautiously, placing each foot firmly before I move the other. It's as though my legs have forgotten how to climb. I need both arms to carry Anna, but there is no way I am going to leave her behind. There is plunging in my stomach, a sensation of dropping in freefall, as if I'm on a theme park ride. I'm not sure what is going on. Is Violet letting me go? I don't dare hope. Or is she waiting around the corner for me with a baseball bat? Am I taking steps towards my freedom or my death? As I reach the top step, I stop. The breath is coming hard and fast in my throat. Is this all some ruse to snatch Anna away from me and push me back down the stairs? But this is not the Violet I have come to know. I want to believe she won't harm me. Then what happened with Lizzie, Leanne, and Emily? Here goes. I step up into the hallway as quickly as my aching and bruised body will allow, ready to duck and run if necessary. There is no one here. This is the first time I have seen the upper floors of the old bakehouse in daylight. When I first arrived all those months ago, it was in darkness. The coolness of the flagstone floor permeates through the soles of the slippers I'm wearing. I find my way to the kitchen. It's as I remember it: the dresser, the aga, the large scrubbed pine kitchen table. There's also a row of old ovens on one side of the wall, where they used to bake the bread, I presume. I shudder to think what Violet may have used them for. The one exception from before is the light. Violet was right. I do need the sunglasses even though I'm indoors. The back door is open, and the shiny rays of a sunbeam illuminate the floor. We have moved forward 2 seasons. This is what summer looks like. Everything looks brighter, lighter. I had forgotten. It is the weirdest sensation. I was in this room 6 months ago, dining on a chicken casserole, getting drunk, with a violent storm raging outside. I blink, and now I'm here on a bright summer's day with a baby in my arms, my baby. Violet sits at the kitchen table sipping another glass of rosé wine. She looks like she is savoring every mouthful. "There you are," she says, as though I am something she has carelessly lost. "Your phone is there." Violet points to the dresser. "It's fully charged. You just need to switch it back on." "Thank you," is all I can manage. Is this really happening? Am I free? "There's a taxi waiting for you outside. It's prepaid to take you to Yeovil Hospital. Get Anna Ruby and yourself checked out." She gives me a wan smile. Her head half nods as though loaded with meaning. She wants me to understand. This is Violet's goodbye. "Take care of yourselves now." She presses her lips together in a hard, flat line, as if she's trying to stop the tears from coming. With that, Violet stands and picks up the wine bottle on the table and refills her glass. I'm going for a little lie down. As Violet reaches the hallway door, I call out, "I do, you know." She turns. "You do what?" "Love you." We look at one another for a beat. Her face softens. "I wanted to say I love you too. And thank you, Violet. I really mean it." The air is so fresh I can taste it. It's like drinking the purest water you can imagine. I register being outdoors for the first time in 6 months with a wash of sweet surprise. The sunshine on my skin, the fresh air in my nostrils, the hum of the birds and the bees in my ears. It is all beyond breathtaking. Violet's front garden is festooned with overgrown pink hydrangeas, each flower head as big as a plate. I make my way between them down the path to a waiting car. Opposite the house lie meadows with sheep grazing in the distance. A summer sharp tang of flowers, plants, and grass fills the air. All this time I was in the most beautiful place, and I didn't know. "Yeovil Hospital, I believe, love," the taxi driver says as he pulls away. "Yes, thank you." The first words I have spoken to anyone else but Violet since February. "How long will the journey take?" "About 35 minutes. We're ahead of work finishing time, so the roads should be pretty clear." "Got to make an appointment, have you?" "Something like that, yes." I know who I want to speak to next. I turn on my mobile and watch as it springs to life. I put it on silent as it repeatedly pings with notifications. Dozens and dozens of messages and missed calls. I scroll to find Papa. Will he have given up on me? The pain I must have caused. As I press call, 2 police cars with their blue lights flashing pass at speed towards the direction we've come from. More sheep hustling probably, the taxi driver says. We pass a ramshackle-looking cottage with a green, weather-worn, painted front door. An old man with wiry white hair and a full beard is in the front garden with a chicken under one arm. He looks comical. He pauses as we pass and raises an arm to wave. He must be the old Tom Violet talks about. Papa picks up after one ring. Flo? Flo, is that you? He sucks in a deep breath. I know he is holding it. I don't waste any time. It's me, Papa. I've missed you so much. Can I come home? He exhales as a cry of choked emotion escapes, then a sob. He doesn't speak, but I know he's there, just as he always has been. PA Media, Newswire. A 58-year-old woman has been arrested for the kidnap and false imprisonment of 27-year-old Florence Florenzi, Dorset police have said. Miss Florenzi disappeared after getting off a train at Sherborne Railway Station on February 20th this year. Miss Florenzi is currently in Yeovil Hospital for tests and observation after having recently given birth. Her family says she appears to be in good health, and they are delighted to be reunited. The 58-year-old, yet unnamed woman is currently being held at Dorchester Police Station, and police have a 36-hour extension for charges to be brought. It is believed the woman lived in the village of Marlott in Dorset. PA Media, Newswire. Dorset police have issued a statement revealing the woman under arrest since yesterday for the kidnap and false imprisonment of Florence Florenzi has died. Since being taken into custody, the woman became severely unwell and was taken into Dorchester Hospital in the early hours of the morning, where she passed away. She has been named as 58-year-old Violet Green from Marlott in Dorset. Ms. Green was a magistrate and charity worker. No next of kin have been traced. Following her death, Dorset police have referred themselves to the Independent Office for Police Conduct. The coroner is awaiting toxicology reports. Chapter 51. Tom. I'm not much of a sleeper, never have been, even as a babe. 3 or 4 hours does me. So when everyone else is asleep, I go walkabout. And that's how I first discovered them, Violet's young women. Kind of felt sorry for them to start with, but oh boy, what entertainment they've provided over the years. Lizzie, Leanne, Emily, and more recently, Florence. I got to know each of them in turn through observing, listening, waiting. It's easy. I've got a set of keys to the old bakehouse. Had them for years, from the days when Violet's great-uncle ran the bakery. I was only a lad when I first got my hands on them. I used to do the odd job for him for pocket money back then. One day, I saw this set of keys on a large copper ring left on the edge of the table used for kneading the dough. I couldn't resist picking them up and hiding them in my apron pocket. It was a laugh watching old Edmund frantically look for them. He had me hunting for them, too. He only had one spare set, and he was dead cross having to get a new set cut. Always been a bit light-fingered, me. Had them ever since. A key to the front door, back, outhouse, and even the shed. And of course the cellar, as well as the flower store creaky old door. Only one I don't have is for the padlock on the chain Violet adds for extra security on the store door. Not that I'd ever have let any of them out. That would have spoiled the enjoyment. It's been much more fun killing them. Violet has never murdered a soul in her life. Poor old girl has never quite worked out what happens to them all. She is guilty of kidnap, though, so together, I think we've made a pretty good partnership. When Violet first arrived at the old bakehouse, I had high hopes for us. Thought maybe we could become an item. But she is a prim old sourpuss at times, and never gave off any vibe she was remotely interested, so I didn't push it.
I've made myself useful to her over the years, though, and I've been a very happy recipient of Violet's culinary skills. Fair swap, I say. My usefulness has extended far beyond odd jobs, gardening, and minding Jackson. I'm Violet's handyman at clearing up after her, too. Not that she realizes it's been teamwork. I always know when she's paid my girls a visit, as she leaves wheelbarrow tread marks leading up to their enclosure. Contrary to popular belief, it's rare for pigs to consume 100% of a human body. There's normally something left behind, a few teeth, a bit of bone, or hair. The pigs have to crunch the bones, they can't swallow them whole, so there are always a few splinters left behind. I take care of it all, and I've got my little keepsake box. Even got a silver bracelet in it from Leanne, and a button from Lizzie. Florence won't be joining them, though. I never got around to deciding what I was going to do about her. I was thinking something spectacular, as Florence is the favorite of them all, judging by Violet's recent behavior. Looks like Violet really fell for her. She's been a changed woman these past few months. Even less time for old Tom than when she kept the previous girls. Jealousy and a creeping thud of disappointment eventually get the better of me. It's fun toying with them for a while, and then it's time for Violet to turn her attention back to me. When I get that twitchy feeling, there's no mistaking I need to reclaim what was mine first. And I like to think our little cleanup operation brings us closer together again. Tom and Violet reunited once more. Violet was opportunistic, but a bit careless taking Florence. It's all been too close to home, and the scrutiny in our community more intense. Care for Violet as I do, I can't have the police coming knocking at my door. She did better with the earlier girls, bringing them in from afar. No one was looking in Dorset. She cut it a bit fine with Emily from the Dorset coast, but Florence was up against the wire, I'd say. Shame the old girl has gone, but she was getting sloppy. Old Tom sees and hears everything. Extra mugs by the sink, more food in the fridge, frequently 2 glasses on a tray. Even caught that stuck-up Celia snooping around as her suspicions were aroused. It will be interesting to see who next holds the keys to the old bakehouse. I shall miss my middle-of-the-night visits. For now, Jackson learned not to bark at night, otherwise he wouldn't get a treat. It amused me that Violet would leave me with a key to let myself in on the occasions I needed to walk Jackson, when I had access to everything in her home whenever the fancy took me. I've sat in Violet's bedroom at night. Not once did she stir. She's a pretty sound sleeper. I can't say the same for the young women, though, but that became all part of the fun. Lizzie was a restless gal and used to talk in her sleep. My replies became part of her dreams until she was convinced she was hallucinating. Leanne was my favorite. I loved her Welsh accent. We'd have interesting little chats. She thought I was the ghost of her grandfather and had appeared to protect her. I dispatched Lizzie and Leanne through food gifts I left them. Death by slow mercury and pesticide poisoning. Emily was my crowning glory. I befriended Emily, and she knew who I was, that I was real. I convinced her I was working on getting her out, but was too afraid of Violet to go directly to the police. And it would be more fun if she disappeared one night. Violet would never work out how she did it. I used the key I had to open the store door, but of course I couldn't unlock the chain padlock. I got her to hold it up while I feigned working with a hacksaw to sever the chain. I grabbed Emily and pulled her up against the bars while removing a length of rope from my trouser waistband. With her head pinned up against the bars and the rope around her neck being pulled tight, it didn't take long before her lifeless body slumped to the floor. Wish I could have been a fly on the wall to see Violet's face when she discovered Emily the next morning. I always conveniently disappeared for a day or two afterwards, letting Violet know I was off to visit my cousin, or faked a little hospital procedure necessitating an overnight stay. Gave her a clear run for the disposal operation. I liked the well-roundedness of our teamwork. Violet kidnaps, Tom kills. Violet disposes, Tom cleans up. Good old Tom. Harmless old Tom. Greedy old Tom.
Dorset born, Dorset bred, strong in the arm, thick in the head. That's what they say about me. Well, some of us know assumption is the mother of all mistakes. Chapter 52, Florence, 10 weeks later. An early dawn mist is burning off to leave a crisp, clear light shaded by a watery blue sky. Piles of leaves are blown into corners of the cemetery, and an agreeable, musty smell of moldering vegetation lingers in the air. I am keeping my promise to Violet. I am visiting her. I am here for her and always will be. I've returned to Dorset as I've been summoned to visit a solicitor's in Sherborne. I will be going there this afternoon. They say they have something for me, but have been instructed to give it to me in person. Anna Ruby is asleep in a baby sling across my chest, allowing my hands free to lay flowers on Violet's grave. They are the only ones, I note, as I lay them on the bare ground. There is no gravestone yet. It's too early, and it will be months before the ground settles. But, come the spring, I will ensure Violet gets a fitting tribute. For now, a small wooden cross, left by the undertaker, marks Violet's grave with the initials V.R.G. Violet, my captor, my tormentor, but also perhaps my savior. I miss her, weirdly. I can't believe I'm saying that, and I know how strange it must sound. I don't miss being locked up, but I am grateful for the lessons she taught me, for the time we spent together. See this as an opportunity for self-improvement, Violet told me. And she was right. The experience made me grow up, fast. I am grateful for each and every day. I take nothing for granted, and I tell Papa how much I love him daily. When we were reunited, to have him standing there holding me with his head leaning into mine was the happiest moment of my life. I think before I speak, and my potty mouth is drying up. I find pleasure in the smallest of things, seeing a butterfly in October, seeing the sunset, even the screech of a seagull. I appreciate how precious all life is. I still can't square how Lizzie, Leanne, and Emily died with how Violet treated me. It doesn't make sense, and I have told the police. We are all her victims. But Violet was a victim too, of the hand she was dealt physically, emotionally, and circumstantially. I think those cards would have made me weird and unhinged as well. The memories from Violet's childhood were still swimming around in her head, never being confronted or dealt with. A child locked up for hours on end in a dog cage. The thought is incomprehensible. And after her mother was murdered, she was locked up again in the care system, never adopted. Born at the wrong time in the wrong place meant she never received the support and therapy growing up which would be put in place now. I think Violet was right when she asked, "Do you ever feel mugged?" I've been asked many times over the last few weeks, "Don't you hate Violet?" Or being told, "You must hate Violet." My answer is always the same. No, I don't hate her. I came to love her. Everyone looks shocked, but they can never understand. I'm not even sure I understand myself. There are so many conflicting emotions competing for the same space in my head. Anger, confusion, sympathy, the list goes on. But I do not have to be defined by my experience for the rest of my life, nor will I. I can forgive Violet, or, at the very least, come to terms with what happened to me because of what shaped her. She ultimately gave me far more than she realized. Violet has been vilified in the press with headlines like "Murdering Magistrate," "Mushroom Murderer." The social media peanut gallery will no doubt be having their say. I don't look at it anymore and barely use my phone. A woman called Celia, who worked with Violet in the charity shop, has been doing the media round with tell-all appearances. She's even been interviewed on television. I have declined all such invitations. There are more important things to focus on now. But I am determined to tell Violet's story, our story. I will be writing a book for her. It's a story that needs to be heard without all the current hysteria and is best written down. It's up to me to set the record straight and give a more balanced perspective. I think Violet deserves it. Violet was desensitized. I am clear on that. Without help, she turned to repetition, compulsion, and was stuck in the past, acting out the same psychodrama again and again. Violet was never given the opportunity to break out of the cycle and be the person she was meant to be. Previous incidents, a bit like relationships, can't ever be perfected, no matter how many times we act them out. Each successive failure with Violet's victims simply reinforced her maladaptive behavior. There was always going to be a next one, as the pattern became more pronounced as she became desperate to find something pleasurable and positive to change her past experience. I am glad if I somehow helped in turning Violet's past trauma into something pleasurable for her. Anna stirs. Our time is up, Violet. For now. I will be back. I know you'll forgive me, but Anna rules the roost now. A one-night stand shag with your ex-boyfriend may not make a happy ever after future together, but it can make a baby. And that, it turns out, is my future now. Deep in my heart, I know I'm grateful to Violet for Anna being here too. I can't even contemplate what I might have done had I not encountered Violet that day. The autumnal sun glows lukewarm behind drifting clouds. The wind whips up my hair and sends it into a swirl around my face. You liked my hair, didn't you, Violet? I say out loud, looking down at the cold, damp earth. We'd probably never have met had I been a blonde. I laugh at the thought before realizing my cheeks are wet. I wipe the tears away and take comfort in kissing my baby's head to dispel my heart crushing painfully in my chest. Violet, my dearest Florence, you are reading this because I am no longer here to talk to you in person. I am sorry about that, as I am sorry for so many things. I have been fighting the simmering tide of emotion threatening to overwhelm me, a tide that I have pushed deep down inside for too long, a tide that made me do unspeakable things, but I know the time is right now to allow it to take me out to sea. I will be happy frolicking in the waves, and you never know, maybe I'll be in a place where I can collect a pebble or two. Something clicked having you in my life. Like a blur moving into sharper focus, I finally understood my actions were not sustainable and I needed to change. You were my shaft of sunlight breaking through on a cloudy day. I have repeatedly told myself lies upon lies upon lies, but talking about it and acknowledging my past with you has cracked open what I have done and buried. I hope you can move forward, Flo, and live a very happy life. Take care of your beautiful Anna Ruby. I know I can never recompense for what I did, but everything I have I bequeath to you. You are the new owner of the old bakehouse. Live in it, sell it, rent it out. The decision is yours. And there is a tidy sum that will leave you comfortable for many years to come. The solicitor will give you all the details. My neighbor, old Tom, will take care of Jackson, but I would love it if you could befriend and keep an eye on him for me. Jackson will always be thrilled to see you, and I think Tom depended on me rather more than he would ever admit. I can honestly say the months spent with you have been the best of my life. Thank you, dear Florence, from the bottom of my heart. With all my love, Violet. Ruby Green. The end.